tired. Just when you're feeling low, here comes a hero. You know, oh, what you waiting for? They're knocking at your door. Stand up, it's deep in your veins. Stronger, you'll show them the way. They can make you a hero, a hero. Just believe when they say you are a lion, you are a fire. Top of the mountain, you are defiant. Get up with it all. Through the day, through the night, you will wake up and never let you give in till you reach the end. No, 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 no. Lion, you are defiant, you are a fighter. Don't you know you're the light that lifts us up? Never giving, never done. Second to none, second to none. When you're feeling low, take my hand and then we'll go. No one can stop us now. No one can bring you down. They can make you a hero, a hero. Then stand in your way. You are a lion, you are a fighter.
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
It has been a whirlwind, folks, of a weekend here at the Brawl Stars Championship, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series, and sadly, it's coming to an end with our final region to be put to the test this month. It's right, it is May, and it is North America now. We're going to take the temperature off and put to the test. I'm Uber, joined by Kenny and Ready Set. Gentlemen, wild month. I think EMEA delivering as always. We had an upset shock result, I think, in APAC to kick things off. But now we look at North America, Kenny, where the race for those World Final spots is as close as ever. It's getting serious here.
It's going to be a very intense month. We've already got some quarterfinals matches that everybody should have their eye on. There's going to be no laps in great matches today. I'm very excited, especially as we approach well over the halfway point once this month finishes, which is hard to believe.
Yeah, kind of wild, right? 5 monthly finals, not including bonus season here, but we are already at number 3, smack dab in the middle of it. And in many of our regions, our points races are quite close. Let's talk about how the tournament works, though. Again, we run this over 5 monthly finals with a power match format, kind of like your ranked games, except take out the modifiers, and that's what we're dealing with. It's an 8-team single elimination bracket. You move on. If you win, you lose, and you go home. And our matches are all best of 5, from the quarterfinals all the way to the grand finals. We'll cover 2 quarterfinals on this stream, then the semis, and then the grand final. Ready, set. Let's talk about this. A lot of movement in North America in terms of orgs, in terms of players, but here we have a very close race for those top 2 spots. Golden Cups mean you auto-qualify to the World Finals.
Certainly more movement to come as well. We see 2 teams, or 2 pairs of teams that have very close races here. Stamina currently in 5th place, just 1 point behind West Coast FA in terms of points. Tribe Gaming, just 1 point ahead. Pioneers, formerly Juan Carlos' team, the winners of last month's monthly finals.
Now, again, a reminder, last year, it was Tribe Gaming and Luminosity that made it through in those top 2 spots, and STMN had to fight their way through the last chance qualifiers. That is how deep this region is. Let's have a look at this month, though, because all those big names, all those top teams are represented here with a bunch of interesting ones mixed in. Motomamis FA obviously returning here, but they'll be going up against the newly dubbed Pioneers roster. That's Juan Carlos's team, getting to join that organization based out of KC after winning last month's monthly finals. We've got CT Esports, Homeless, West Coast FA versus Luminosity, which is always an interesting matchup. Players that know each other extremely well. Speaking of which, STMN and Tribe Gaming, only one of those two teams, Kenny, can advance to the semifinals this month.
Which is a crazy thought. And looking at these teams as well, this is kind of the first real month for North America where we've gotten all of the big titles here. We've got Pioneers, we've got West Coast FA, Luminosity, S-Team, and Tribe Gaming. You know, somebody's missed the cut, at least one of those teams, at least in the past previous months. So I think this is going to be the most important monthly finals yet, which makes sense as we progress throughout the year. Things get more and more intense, right? But especially considering these quarterfinal matches are very heavy hitting and how close the standings are, just winning this first round is a huge accomplishment.
It feels like we're at an inflection point somehow throughout this entire year of North America, especially with how close the points race is. Let's talk our predictions. You can make yours over at event.brawlstars.com, and you can also get involved in a number of ways to interact by answering trivia questions, voting for your MVP. That's all going to win you tokens that go towards getting you those juicy star drops in-game. That's where you want to be joining us. You can also check out the beat stream in the top left drop down. I think today is Sunny. She's going to be covering a couple of those other quarterfinals that we won't be touching, so make sure to check those out here and let us know how the matches are going elsewhere. We'll be sending Kenny off to do that in a moment here. Let's talk about our predictions, though. Who do we think is going to win here? I think some of these guys are pretty cut and dry, right? We have CT Esports, Connecticut Esports, as I'm going to dub them here, winning that second quarterfinal up against Homeless. Pioneers versus Motomamis FA is a bit of a tougher one, but, I mean, Juan Carlos's team, as they previously were known, looked very, very strong. We believe that Luminosity will triumph over their well-known friends, West Coast, and then STMN and Tribe, we are split down the middle. Me and Kenny definitely think that STMN, it's a gut check for me, are going to come alive this month as they are on the outside looking in for even that race for LCQ. But Reddy said, you feel like it's Tribe that are going to do it again.
And it's pretty insane, honestly, first of all, that these two teams are facing in the quarterfinals. This is really Stamina's reward for qualifying through the upper bracket, and Tribe's punishment, if you want to put it that way, for losing to CT Esports in the upper bracket during the qualifying stage. I just think that Tribe Gaming are a really good online team. This is a serious toss-up between the two teams. We've seen this many, many times. Some people even call it El Clasico from NA. We finally get to see it again in this new year of Brawl Esports with everything centered on Dallas. I just put my faith in Tribe to take this one online.
This is such an interesting region. We have three teams that are these well-known names in LG, Tribe, and STMN that are always expected to be fixtures, but only two teams can go straight to Worlds. But then on the outside looking in, we have teams like Pioneers, who literally won last month. They dominated. I think it was Tribe they beat in that grand final. A team now that has definitely earned their spot amongst the top teams in this region. Kenny, again, very, very close matchups all the way through, but let's get talking about our first one of the day. It's going to be West Coast FA versus Luminosity. West Coast have had some movement. Jay Hart comes into this team after Shine departs the roster. Bit of a change for this squad, as Alec and Chepo will remain.
Little shakeup at a very crucial time in the year, too. I think it's safe to say that Luminosity are going to be the favorites among many in this matchup, but nonetheless, West Coast is currently sitting with 3 points, I believe, ahead of them, putting in that top 4. A very important matchup for both of these teams. West Coast FA with a real chance to cause an upset here, and it would be devastating to the LG team, a team that made the World Finals last year. That was a very, very solid, and of course, one of their fierce leaders going to be Alec.
That's right, Alec on your screen there. West Coast currently 152 circuit points in NA. They are in 4th place, which means they are live for the last chance qualifier. They have a real shot at this. And of course, I mean on your screen, Alec, a previous Luminosity alumni. Someone, of course, very well known to the team and in the past has even helped them get over the line by taking out some of their opponents in other tournaments. Let's, though, ready, set, talk Luminosity. Patchy, Chino, and Charles is your Luminosity squad. And, of course, crucially, returning to the squad after a little bit of illness as Patchy. Now coming back, helped them qualify. They did get knocked into the lower bracket, I think against Pioneers, but they bounced back and now they're ready for these old foes in West Coast.
Let's not forget how they did month 1 as well. They made it all the way to the grand finals where they fell to Tribe Gaming in their first ever 0-3 loss ever in Brawl Esports. Just this month, we saw them fall to Juan Carlos' team in the upper bracket of the qualifiers, but they defeated Real Ones 2-0 to qualify for this stage. I will vouch hugely for this team. I think they're a remarkably talented squad. I think that this is a W for them versus West Coast FA.
Okay, safe call. We've all made that very same prediction. West Coast FA, you know, there's also a question of what does his team look like now after that change? Because it was kind of talked about that Shine was a little bit of the brain behind some of the drafts and some of the broader strategy for West Coast now. And having him depart the team means that someone has to step into those shoes. All of you at home generally think that this Luminosity squad is going to have what it takes to once more bring West Coast down. It's 84 to 16% as voted by you at event.brawlstars.com. Let's get this one started. Ready, set. Kenny, we'll let you step aside and warm up for our next match. We're going to be starting with Hot Zone. It's open business.
New map coming back into the map pool, or perhaps we haven't seen this one just yet, but it certainly has been bouncing around the competitive Brawl Stars space for just a month now. We're looking at pretty typical Hot Zone stuff. Breakable walls are very important to note here, so throws can be quite strong. However, you want to be mindful of some wall breakers that can throw a wrench into the mix. We'll see Luminosity with their first pick. They've gotten the 2 throwers banned out. They've also gone for that Poco ban and a first pick of Angelo. This was deliberately left open by West Coast FA, so it seems like they believe that they can counter it out.
Okay. Angelo already locked away. We've seen that be devastating in the hands of some teams and also sometimes struggle to make an impact, especially against a lot of those hard engaged, those dive-based compositions. We will see the max picked up here early on by West Coast FA. Again, like you kind of mentioned, a lot of the real boogeyman of this format already been banned away, but getting to pick up Charlie here as well means you do have a very powerful setup. You can really lean in, especially with that Cocoon. And of course, that Hypercharge is nothing to sneer at, especially for someone like Angelo, who doesn't deal well with those spawners.
Okay, here's the Amber. That is going to be a pretty good counter for that Charlie. I think it's also going to be quite good into any aggro that West Coast FA want to run. Still, you're only operating with like so much ammo. It's possible for West Coast FA to completely bait all of it out. Stew, going to be a good way to stay away from tanks, get some good consistent damage while denying any damage to enemies. This is when I would expect some like super aggro stuff like a Jackie or something, a final tank pick. And a Luminosity's Amber and Stew, it's going to be quite difficult. Sweet final selection. We don't see this one often, and honestly, this one was met with a lot of criticism when we saw it run by, I believe it was Tensai that played it in last month's grand finals, in the monthly finals versus Na'Vi. But I still think that this is pretty all right. It'll be good for keeping control. They baited the enemy into playing control. They have a bit of speed for themselves. I just don't really see where we're going to see the synergy of the max.
Yeah, Residue Gadget very powerful if Chepper's able to make use of it. You see there, Patchy slow to a standstill, able to come forward and break some of that wall up there as J-Hard is holding down in the middle. Luminosity struggling to get any time on the point right now, and Gino not able to do too much. And as soon as the Amber disappears, here come the Spiderlings. Patchy doesn't deal well with them either. It's just Charles remaining. Here's a shot charged up here, but Luminosity have struggled early here.
Alex's strategy here has really got to be just spam those spiders to keep Charles out of the way. Charles backed up behind the obstacles. We see the Cocoon on the left as Alec26 and J-Hart wait to pounce on Chino. Left helpless. Patchy also falls. West Coast FA now near 60% with not a single, I suppose, beyond 1% captured by Luminosity.
Yeah, a single point of capture. Not great here for Luminosity. They've got to make a play. Patchy able to get out of the residue field just in time, but Alec going to pressure down now with those Spiderlings. It's the Stew falling. Chino's so low, not in a position to contest. This has been real one-sided, and we questioned the squeak pick. We wondered what its purpose really was. Champo hasn't had to light the world on fire here. That Charlie's been impressive enough on her own.
Is seriously difficult. I mean, the Amber is really the only counterplay that they have for this. She's the only one with piercing damage. Amber is a very typical way also to deal with the Charlie. I think this is pretty ingenious from West Coast. They play this Charlie. They also give Angelo to the opposing team knowing exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be picked. Amber, of course, they also opted not to ban. Keep in mind, they got rid of 2 other really strong brawlers in the Griff to deny any wall break as well. I think this is quite good so far. Luminosity to adjust their strategy now.
Patchy finally able to dive in on Chapo, though, and very quickly the squeak gets blown to smithereens. This is a much better start for Luminosity, but Chino's still going to be feeling the pressure while Alec fields the burn. Spiderlings once again deployed. This is going to force Charles off that line. Patchy running deep to pick off Chapo, and he trades his elimination for it.
I think the start for Luminosity has been absolutely crucial. Opening up that right side has been everything. Good pinch between Chino and Charles on the left side. Jayhart and Chepo remain alive. Chino feeling a lot of that pressure on the left, but no one really to pinch him. Patchy gets to break open yet another wall. That's his last gadget, his final breakthrough, but he's going for a touchdown now, going for the kill on Chepo. Perhaps a pinch on the Jayhart. Charles with a piercing shot, the gadget use from Angelo to pick up that kill. Luminosity continue to further this lead.
Yeah, and the complexion of this team comp looks awful different now that so much of the map has been broken up and Luminosity have so much more control. Chino now really putting pressure on this Charlie. Alec forced to try and fold away from that damage coming in, but Chino assists and picks off Chepo. Patchy behind enemy lines. Phase shift used there by Jayhart and Chino, and the rest of Luminosity are going to descend. And this is a much better example of the game plan that Luminosity are going for with this comp.
This all really started, I believe, with Patchy getting that first breakthrough on the right side. Chepo is forced out of position. He's getting outranged by that Angelo, who isn't having to deal with the spiders as much. Chino's dealing with him quite easily on the left side. A little bit of burning action out as well as Jayhart is sort of forced back. We'll see Patchy looking for the pinch versus Jayhart. It's good. Rings true for Charles. Luminosity approach 90%, practically a guaranteed win at this stage. West Coast FA are all too aware of it. We're going to Game 3.
Yeah, Charles here just needs to give it a bit of a tickle, and that will be enough for Luminosity to even it up. I think that we really get to see just how powerful this Stu is against Squeak, someone who, outside of that residue gadget, doesn't have the means to hold an assassin brawler at bay. And just really dependent on the playstyle from Patchy. Are you able to take those risks, get close? Are you more than happy to go 1-for-1? And by the looks of things, he was.
We'll see if he can get this breakthrough off the beginning of the game once again. Alec26 is going to go for something bold, a lane switch over to the right. That's going to be pretty good for dealing with the Stu. Look how Patchy had to use 3 ammo to deal with a single gadget from Alec26, who's predictably going to be using another one, as Charles and Patchy are the only ones that can really deal with it. Speed in already. It was pretty quick from Jayhart. We'll see Chino actually go from behind for Jayhart, but there's no one really to pinch. Patchy tries to get over here, but is unable to do so. No wall breaks for Luminosity just yet. Patchy might have to break this one on the left. It doesn't get all of these walls opened up, and he doesn't even get the kill either. Jayhart survives a full team wipe for West Coast FA.
It was great damage from Alec26 over the course of that fight. Luminosity tried to lane switch as they were fighting. That's why Patchy drifted over, but all they did was split the map east to west. Now Chino again would like to get back in. Patchy at least gets the lane assignment he wants, but those gadgets are still up for Chepo. He's still able to slow the Stu down, and this is buying West Coast FA a huge buffer in percentage.
Squeak has been so good into the Stu. He's not able to get a super off of anyone, though he has gotten one just now. Maybe able to go for a wall break now. Chino on the right side tries to fend off Alec26. Here comes the burn. The spiders fall.
How is he alive?
So does Alec26 in turn. Kill for Charles. And they might be able to take this back. West Coast FA have 87% on the point. Luminosity finally have their control back. Patchy has his gadget and his super ready to go to break open some walls.
Now we see why Charlie does not want to fight Amber, if she can help it. Nicely done by Chino there. Those spiderlings were an absolute non-factor. Okay, we do have a Cocoon connecting on a Charles. Some damage there, but the star power picked up was for the slow on the Cocoon, not for the damage done while you're inside of it. So still took a little bit of extra work for West Coast to finish that elimination. Here comes the hypercharge from Jayhart, though, wants to push up, maybe charging another hyper for Alec, and time allows, but Patchy is so hard to catch. Look at the jukes. The yo-yo's got nothing on those wheels, baby. And now Luminosity get up to 70%. They're not done yet. They're not out of the woods, but this is massive.
That was absolutely stellar from Patchy just now. They just need to dodge for a little bit longer. Approaching West Coast FA's capture on the point thus far. Charles trying to free Patchy.
It's even.
That Cocoon also looking for the kill on Alec26. Approaching 100%. Jayhart gives it his all. Charles and Chino remain for a set 1 win.
Oh, it's so slick from Luminosity. They were behind by about 60% at one point. Patchy knows it. He said, man, we really had to work for that one, guys. My goodness. But look, the mechanics on the Stu were sublime. I also got to, give it up to Chino there, who was, going up against, I think Alec, the hypercharged Charlie. She went in. There were spiderlings. She was trying to close the gap. Chino survives at 190 HP and wins out in that engagement with a nice super timing right to set those spiderlings alight, make sure none of them could jump on him. Really nicely played. And you can see why Luminosity were more than happy to pick up some of those very powerful brawlers. And we see what the Squeak's purpose is. Not quite sure if it lived up to that purpose, especially after those gadgets were exhausted.
I really do think Squeak was really good into that stew. We can see it on the right side. Of course, with the aid of the gadget, Patchy almost charged through, but Chepo survived. I look particularly, actually, to Game 2 and Game 3 for how much that Squeak was able to shut down the stew. When Stew doesn't have a super, when he doesn't have that mobility, he's just getting outranged by Squeak. There's not much that he can do. Something that really impressed me the most, though, was Patchy, how he was able to deal with the Charlie. We saw towards the end of game number 3, he was dashing back and forth. Charlie wasn't able to hit those shots, despite her having a hypercharge, having all the damage, all the speed in the world. He was just too quick to catch.
Absolutely. I think you make a great point. It can be tough for Stu against the Squeak at times. Patchy, though, look at this. More than happy to fight against Alec. There was like a previous elimination where, you know, he doesn't even trade. He just wins that one outright. In general, though, folks, a very competitive first game between these teams. Like we mentioned, teams that have a very good understanding of each other, probably scrim partners more often than not. But Luminosity just had a couple of those individual moments, which were absent last month. Patchy wasn't able to play, and you could definitely tell the difference. That team was not able to really advance nearly as far as you'd expect them to, which is why they are outside the top 4 right now and hoping to break their way back in.
We're heading to Sneaky Fields, and maybe we'll see some breaking of the map. One of the ways that I've seen this map played has been actually to get rid of the bushes. I will look to the meta right now and sort of diagnose a presence of a lot of bushes and sort of attribute that to why we've seen the rise of so many particular brawlers. The hypercharged tanks, the ones that make really good use of the bushes. Amber, the one that breaks down the bushes. And also Sandy has been one of the biggest things that we've seen around. Nita, just another one that has been getting a lot more popularity recently simply because of the map pool changes and the brawlers that it benefits.
Yeah, saw Sandy hotly contested over in APAC. Very powerful, and of course, just the raw stopping power that you can provide really makes up for your lack of range at these, you know, more heavily forested maps, especially when that super comes down, acting as a great way to sneak up on people without them being able to be ready for it. Before we get too ahead of ourselves, though, we want to see if that's even going to be picked up here, but a large number of those options definitely available to either of these teams. Very good close quarters brawlers. Rosa is still an absolute menace. Definitely someone we see a lot on dueling beaters, for example, with that grow light star power. Here are your bans, though. Still going to be taken away from Luminosity this time. They're also denying them the Shelly. They might be looking for something tankier.
Okay, Charlie first pick here from West Coast. I look to Luminosity's bans, and these are just very typical of the current meta. These are simply the best brawlers right now. The only thing that hasn't been banned out so far is really the Amber, which would be pretty good on that Charlie, and maybe West Coast FA are anticipating Luminosity to go ahead and pick this. This is Surge, though. This is a brawler that's great in the bushes, can really carry. Even if bushes are broken, as soon as he gets that first upgrade, then you can basically carry your entire team on your back. It'll be picked by Chino so far. Of course, it could be swapped over to another teammate. He's not going to be that good into those spiders, but you only have 4 sets of those per game, and Brawl Ball can go on for a very long time, can sometimes be a pretty stale-matey game mode. So it's possible for him to exhaust those spiders and then get to wreak havoc on the enemy team of Surge.
Good point, though. These rounds can sometimes drag out, which is why Surge can be pretty powerful, can obviously build up to max level and be a real threat when it gets to that point. Byron, I mean, flying under the radar in terms of bans are considered lately, but very, very powerful for constantly keeping people topped up here. And to turn fights on their head with that super. Really, really strong brawler in his own right. And that Barley. Okay, we do sometimes see throwers here on Sneaky Fields. Alec26 going to go for one of those here. Luminosity now have to consider they're dealing with a lot of healing. Okay, that makes sense. We have a thrower where Byron Mortis is going to be the pick.
Let me make you all aware that Luminosity is in Dallas right now. They are operating on basically 0 ping. So yes, Mortis is going to be a very strong option. I see Mortis as being a brawler that can be good into the Byron. He doesn't have any CC, neither does Barley. Charlie can still shove him in that cocoon. I look also to that Poco. I think it might, no way. A goal already before we even got in the game.
Not 1 goal, 2. 2 goals already.
Stealth.
Okay, man, it's like that. It is like that. Wow, their ping is so good. They're going to finish the game before we can even load into it. That's next level. Man, that must be some prime real estate they're in right now. My goodness, here we go. Pressure in the middle, but here comes Chino once more. The Mortis is such an issue. An attempt there, I think. Healing tonic to try and keep the Barley alive, but West Coast are not ready for this. They are not ready for this smoke. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath.
simply running it down. One of the things I wanted to remark on is that Barley, or just throws in general, just aren't really that good in Brawl Ball. They cannot take the smoke from a brawler in a combo like Chino. J-Heart still puts him in the cocoon. Charles is going to be able to get him back into action. We need to see some kind of pass Chino out of the cocoon, the dribble, and with the healing into the goal. Luminosity with a rockstar set 2.
Okay, well, they're going to move along in this series pretty quickly. That is 2 sets down already. And for Brawl Ball, there just hasn't been a whole lot to say. Completely one-sided. A draft that favored Luminosity overwhelmingly. As soon as they saw the Barley, they must have thought it is time for Mortis. You mentioned that, like, if they're in Dallas, right, which is where these North American servers are located, it's a huge advantage. We see this in APAC a lot as well. These teams are making a monthly trip out to Hong Kong in order to play. It's a big difference maker here. And Alec, your house is really nice, I must say. If I was your age and had my own ensuite bathroom, I'd be pretty pleased with where I ended up. But again, not quite the low ping that these guys have access to. There must be like a university building or something like that, you know what I mean? Where all that tech is at. Great stuff, Luminosity so far. 2-0 here on Brawl Ball with Safe Zone on the horizon. I don't even know if we had enough time to collect stats for that game. It was so brutal.
Yeah, that was very, very quick. I think, honestly, the early throw pick from West Coast FA might have been the final nail in the coffin. They got rushed down very, very easily. I can sort of understand what they were thinking. Well, yeah, okay, the walls are going to be up the whole time. They don't have any wall breakers. It wouldn't be a really great idea to go for that kind of stuff now. Look at, they got rid of Shelly. They got rid of Stu. You have other options, like maybe a Griff appears, but it just does not do well into that kind of aggressive. How on earth is Chino collecting 7 kills in this in this remarkably short set?
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of wild, right? That means you are basically solo killing the entire enemy team off each respawn, with a couple of exceptions there. Patchy also a problem, attracting a lot of attention. The invulnerability frames provided by that super means that, yeah, he can really tank a lot of that damage in theory. Chepo, you notice he did a lot of damage. That's because he's throwing his shots at the ground alongside the healing tonic while he's being run up on by Chino constantly. Chino survives that because he just, throws out a super, heals up, and goes on to his next target here. So all that damage done, remember, when we have a very short amount of game time and you do a decent amount of damage within it, it's going to blow up your DPS numbers. So yeah, good look on the stats here for West Coast FA, but with only 2 eliminations, you know what their issue was.
Look, I feel like the set went by so fast that we didn't even really get to fully break everything down. I'll still harp on the early thrower pick. There are like 1.5 billion ways to deal with an early thrower pick. Mortis is a great way to do it as long as you're not otherwise countered, and the Poco keeps him alive. Surge gets to just run it down, especially if you're running the second gadget that gives you extra ammo when an enemy hits you, which, yeah, that's going to be basically their only option when you're simply running at them and you're on sneaky fields trying to defend your goal to the best of your ability. We're heading to a set 3, though, for some heist. Safe Zone. It is Crow, first selection here from Luminosity.
Chuck banned as well, which is not, I mean, it is a more common sort of pick or ban on this particular map. You see the brawler ban rates here. I don't even know if those are Sneaky Fields ban rates, really, Jackie? Oh, I digress. Anyway, Chuck unavailable, so none of that sort of cheesy approach here to working down the safe, which also means that you don't have to worry about, prioritizing things like Cordelius, who are very good at defending but aren't great at the poke game at longer range here. It's Byron here coming up for West Coast.
Okay, Byron selection. This brawler has also seen a huge boost in popularity, though I think if Luminosity managed to run this down, then there's not that much that West Coast FA are able to do. Now, if they take a different approach, already we saw with that Crow, then yes, I mean, it looked like they were going to play something more control-centered. Picking 2 sharpshooters, though, early on is, I think, quite risky. They can just get run down by Luminosity. BB's a fantastic way of doing that. Now, Byron, as long as he gets that super, which, folks, he's guaranteed to get that super, is going to be diminishing some of the healing that BB gets from her gadget, but she still has a lot of health. She's going to have a bunch of speed thanks to that max.
And again, she'll have speed. Patchy also has the ability to slow down, but I really think that the Crow, as a concession to a potential Byron here, to make that healing a little bit more difficult, will be crucial. Chino stepping up here, doing basically what BB has to do, run it down, attract the attention of 2 of those brawlers for as long as possible, keep them busy. Charles a little low, eventually going to get caught at long range there by Alec. It's just a little bit of damage for Luminosity off the back of that push by Chino, but they've lost map control.
Let's note this last pick from West Coast FA. They've gone for the Shelly last. Now, Shelly has a really good combo that she can go for. If she goes for Shell Shock, she can immediately pop the Clay Pigeons and cycle her super back. But she doesn't get to do that many times, even with the use of gear to get an extra gadget. Here comes the speed.
Oh, we're racing.
Looks like a base race is sort of in motion. We see the 2 sharpshooters on the safe. Chino going to town on this enemy safe. But Luminosity still are behind. It's only going to be aided by Chino getting another thwack onto the safe, but still 5% deficit.
I think J-Heart was able to find a double there. That was the real difference maker, allowing Alec just to have some solo time with that Luminosity safe. Charles is struggling to get into mid here. The poke damage is extreme. The ticking damage from Chepo will finish him off. And the hypercharge from J-Heart means he can virtually ignore Chino, try and find Patchy, but that blew up in his face. The knives came clattering in. Now it's Alec 26. Charles here, a little bit too close to have enough time to dodge away from many of those hits here, so that is going to be a struggle. Minute left in the round here.
Yes, Max Hypercharge coming in soon. It's probably going to give Patchy his super in Hypercharge. Well, it gives him his super at least. Once he gets his Hypercharge, though, he's basically guaranteed to get about 25% damage off of that safe. Pro is just so strong. Might even find an opportunity on top of the safe. Doesn't look like he's going to go that aggro, but Charles still gets a few on that safe. I think Patchy's just waiting for a prime opportunity. He's playing quite aggro, maybe just looking for a little bit of damage off of J-Heart, leaving it to his teammates to defend.
Good damage on the Shelly, but Chino has to get close to J-Heart and suffers as a result. A second now for J-Heart, as I think Patchy has no point but to dive, no opportunity rather. Chepo takes him out pretty quickly here. Luminosity, though, have a slim lead. Alec wasn't able to get much time on that safe at all. Now we know just one more arrow would get them there. But Luminosity have a 10% lead, and they're working even on it further. J-Heart forced away. Looks like the slowing toxin made it hard for Shelly to do anything but turn tail and run. And with 7 seconds left in the round, West Coast had to go for something truly brilliant. Alec finds a shot on the safe. It's 3%. Now it's going to be a 5% lead for Luminosity. They're trying to stay in it, and they do. Just 4% separates these two teams. Frustrating, I think, for West Coast there, as they had a good lead of about 10% early.
And also, I will concede right here, my analysis was a little bit wrong there. They were pretty good into that run-it-down composition. They had the Shelly ready to go, and it was quite good at first, but it was not able to sustain all the way until the end. We saw Shelly, popping her Clay Pigeons, getting the cycle there with the super as well on the right side, but once she was out of gadgets, it was simply no more. I think really the biggest win condition, though, for Luminosity was getting that Hypercharged Crow down the left lane. So much damage. It happened a bit off camera, honestly, but that was roughly 30% dealt by a single Hypercharged Crow super.
Bibi is so frightening when she has that damage gear popped. I mean, virtually just one-hitting Alec after some poke was taken by the Angelo in the middle part of the map, and now we're properly all in here. Chino's already been able to build up that Hypercharge, one of the more newly added ones to the game that turns Bibi into an absolute tyrant. Patchy gets picked off there, though, so Charles might have to give a little bit of ground or send Chino speeding into the enemy team, and the latter seems to be the preferred option, but you've got to respect the Shelly. In goes Patchy with the super, but ends up inside Angelo's super field, which means it's just a 1-for-1 that the Crow gets.
Hypercharge bubble from Chino for some extra damage on J-Heart, who doesn't even get away with his super. Some speed for Charles, as well as Patchy, as they now storm the left side of this safe area. No contact for Chepo with that super, and Chino is waiting patiently. The only way to get him out of here is to pinch him properly, from the top and from the bottom, but no one really seems game to do it. Alec 26 wants to get a pinch onto Charles, or perhaps some damage on Patchy on that Crow, trying his best to defend that safe. Little thwack there on J-Heart, pinch from J-Heart, but still, Chepo keeps him alive.
And Chino got that damage completely unhindered. J-Heart didn't even fire a shot back there. Chino has that super available now. Spitball pretty dangerous in this back part of the map. You more likely want to bounce it left to right onto the safe and off of it again. Another gadget used there from J-Heart. Clay Pigeons active, but Luminosity are so far ahead still already set.
This could be the win condition already, though. We see a Hypercharge for Charles and one for Patchy. Once they get those supers, they are going to go all in. Patchy now has the super. Probably not going to go for a kill, just going to go for that last bit of damage on the safe. If he can get over there, he is guaranteed to kill it. Charles just running around, waiting for his opportunity to get this super charged up. Here it is. The super in, the speed for Patchy and for Chino. They all storm the enemy safe. A bubble to the backside for Chino. Jump in from Patchy. Colossal damage. And Luminosity take the match.
Unreal amounts of damage in those final moments. Not only the dive from the Crow, but also Bibi getting one last swing before she was picked off to really seal the deal. It ends up being a bit of a clean sweep here. Luminosity come out of the gates swinging for the fences, especially in that last set. Brawl Ball was the closest set of Brawl Stars I think I've ever seen, being about exactly 1 minute of actual gameplay. That is bonkers, and West Coast could not recover. They were reeling after the punishment they got served up in that second set.
They just run it down, man. That is what they do. I do question some of the draft decisions made by West Coast FA. Of course, you know, hindsight is always going to be 2020. But some of the picks, I think, were actually quite good. I liked the way that the Shelly performed in game number 1. Looks like game number 2, Luminosity, despite winning game number 1, by the way, even if it was by just 4%, found a way to get around it. They found a way to get Chino in this back left corner where J-Heart wasn't really going to be able to do much against him. J-Heart apt to break some of these walls versus Chino finally got the takedown. But the win condition was this Hypercharge Max plus Patchy with this Hypercharge Crow. This is why people are saying this is a very underrated brawler right now. Look how much damage he got from a single super and hyper.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. And it kind of makes sense, right? Because Patchy generally struggled over the course of that sort of set. It's a difficult map, and Crow was outranged pretty hardly by Angelo and, of course, by Byron, and never wanted to get too close to the Shelly. So didn't have any great sort of one-to-one matchups. It was just poke, try and be a threat. You know, head down the left side of the map and draw people away from the center. Seemed to be the plan for Patchy. But when it was time to die, when it was time to go for that all-in, Luminosity had all the tools at their disposal once more. So again, they've dispatched their friends and longtime rivals. This very long-standing squad of Luminosity have made their way into the semi-finals. And remember, they need some serious results over their next couple of monthly finals. This region is so competitive, and they only have 149 points, which puts them in 6th, 2 points behind STMN.
And this journey has not been made easy for them either. We'll see the Patchy MVP as voted for you guys on event.brawlstars.com. This guy looked absolutely stellar on that Crow last game, and it's kind of what we expected from the Crow, though I think maybe a lot of people in the audience were not anticipating Crow to be this strong at the moment. It's really just surfaced in popularity in the meta currently.
Yeah, I think he had like a 52% win rate on that last map, and not commonly picked. And generally, it's the hypercharge that makes him quite powerful. Maybe a little bit too reliant on that. But you've got to be pleased with that result as Luminosity. Now you can advance here. You are a little bit concerned about your next opponent potentially, because that last quarterfinal game features STMN and, of course, Tribe. That is bonkers. Anyway, event.brawlstars.com. You want to know where the bracket is at right now? You can check it out over there. You can, of course, make your predictions on who you think will win some of their next matches. We're going to be back with our next quarterfinal in just a moment, so hang tight. This is, of course, the Brawl Stars Championship for North America May monthly finals.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everybody. After the break, we just saw what might have been one of our quickest quarterfinals I've ever seen. It was Luminosity triumphing over West Coast with a second set that went for about a minute of total gameplay. Even for Brawl Stars, that's quite quick. Another game that's been pretty quick is the other quarterfinal. We're bringing Kenny back into the booth here. How has that Pioneers Motomamas game been going?
Not gonna lie to you, Motomami is looking very good. And right before we hopped on, it was match points. And yeah, I mean, not to lie to Uber, it felt like Motomamis were the clear victors there. The opening 2 sets kind of steamrolled their way through them. I'm pretty impressed with this team, and honestly very surprised. I had Pioneers winning this.
Okay, so that is a pretty big deal. Not only it is your April monthly champions, also the team recently getting picked up by a big org, scrimming maybe from the HQ there, probably a little bit of a slower start for them here, but Motor Mummies are a team that is definitely not one to sneer at. We know they're a contender. They're always in the mix here. Maybe just weren't expecting such a one-sided result from that game. So that sets up, one of our second semi-finals potentially for a really interesting matchup. But we have one right here, ready, set. That is going to be an absolute barn burner. STMN going up against Tribe Gaming. This is, I don't know, chapter 72 of one of the longest rivalries in this region. It's Bobby, Zar, and Sands going up against Zulan, Eslivy, and Tyrant. Tribe Gaming, they turned up at the World Finals last year and lost to that SK Gaming squad, whereas STMN, who had to make it through LCQ, went all the way to that grand final.
No conclusion to this saga in sight. No happy ending, no nothing. It's the same old rivalry, Stamina versus Tribe Gaming. This is quite interesting to see in the quarterfinals, but occasionally things like this happen. You know, even if you are Tribe Gaming, there's some pretty good teams that await you in the upper bracket. This time it was CT Esports that sent them down to the lower bracket, and their punishment is that they have to face STMN, but STMN's reward, if we want to put it that way, is that they have to face Tribe Gaming. That's their reward for going through the upper bracket with a flawless run.
What do we think about this? Because I know we love keeping track of this rivalry. It's obviously one that is very often talked about. It's very often hyped up. STMN dodged Tribe Gaming last month because Tribe Gaming were knocked out in the first round by the now Pioneer squad. STMN ended up losing to, again, Juan Carlos' team in that final as well. And I think back in March, STMN didn't qualify. So we haven't actually seen a 2024 matchup between these guys, Kenny.
We haven't seen one yet. This is going to be the first in a return of El Clasico. I'm going with kind of a gut check on this one, to be honest with you. NA is a very volatile region. There's a lot of talent in this region. It feels like Stamina's due one, and I know that's not a lot of logic, but I feel like they're too good of a team at this point to not make another run at this and kind of right the wrongs of last month. So in a heated matchup, I'm going to go with STMN this month.
Yeah, that was my prediction as well. Ready, though, definitely felt like Tribe had the edge here, which is fair to say, but no one really stays on top forever in this region. But, I mean, Ready, I'd love to hear your thoughts here. Why are Tribe your team to go all the way here, at least in this matchup?
I think Tribe Gaming, well, we've seen Tribe and Stamina face many times at LAN, and I think Tribe Gaming has only actually come out on top in one occurrence. Stamina had a crazy streak versus them at LAN, but online, Tribe Gaming boasts the winning record. We actually did get to see these guys, even though it wasn't really in a monthly final setting, face online earlier on in the year when we saw that sort of qualifiers bracket of death. We saw Stamina take down Luminosity to advance further through the upper bracket. Then they faced Tribe, and Tribe sent Stamina down to the lower bracket of the qualifiers, where they ended up facing Luminosity and then lost, meaning they were not able to go to the March monthly final. So that is the tale of the tape. We've only seen them face one time this year, and it was a 2-1.
Thank you very much for that, Ready Set. We'll let you step aside, take a breather. We'll bring you back in for our semis. But now it's myself and Kenny taking you into STMN versus Tribe. We'll be starting on a bounty map. It's Shooting Star.
Shooting Star going to be the one to open things up for us, and it's a pretty fun one. I mean, we can praise both these teams all we want, but the rivalry has always been good, and the mechanics for both of these teams have certainly carried them to be the teams that they are. This is a long-range sharpshooter kind of map, Uber. I'm kind of excited to see if we get any of these crazy matchups, the Pipers, the Nanis of the world, and see them face off here.
Yeah, quite often, we've seen Piper snapped away here, Nani a popular pick. STMN say, well, we don't get first pick, so we don't want to leave Piper open. We're going to ban that one away. Obviously, one that Bobby would normally like to play if possible, but not an option here as you are blue side. So try to go for something pretty safe. They pick up the Gene to start with here. A very common pick for either of these teams, especially on a map like Shooting Star. Tick going to be the response here. So we are seeing the thrower locked in early.
Little old school Brawl Stars right here. A tick selection this early is not something we've seen in more recent Brawl Stars history, but I think we have kind of shifted away a little bit from just purely sharpshooters on this map. I mean, you can see it here in the ban stage as well. No Piper in the mix. Angelo, a must ban on this map for me, especially considering how good Angelo is in the current meta. We even see ones like Meg, Byron, RT in that ban stage. So you're running out of options here. Why not pick up a really pesky thrower and Mandy, who has limitless range with that super while you're at it?
Tribe see, eventually STMN go for their sharpshooter and decide to pick up one of their own, of course. Return to sender, extremely powerful gadget here, especially if you're going up against opponents that have, large amounts of damage per shot, like sharpshooters. That's exactly what they do. The Max here to round out the composition for Tribe here. They have, engage potential. They have the pick potential, of course, of the magic hand. They have a strong sharpshooter in the right pair of hands. So STMN also need to round out this setup. And where do you go? Grey is open. If you ever wanted to dive, this is not really a composition that wants to get in your face, but you do have some flexibility and options there. You maybe want something with a bit more utility. It's up to STMN in his next couple of seconds to decide. And yeah, we like damage. We don't necessarily care so much about mobility, but 8-bit is still going to be an absolute terror.
8-bit a really interesting one. This STMN composition is something special here because on the Tribe Gaming side, we see Gene get selected. My mind immediately goes to Max, who's been by far the most selected brawler coming into today's monthly finals among the other 3 regions. Picked 33 times. The next closest is Byron, I believe, at 23. So Max is a very popular brawler right now, and that Gene-Max combo is something very worthwhile. Historic as well. It's been successful and tried and true, but on the other end, we get a little something special. If Mandy's popping off, Cyclone Super's in, it's almost impossible to deal with.
Zulan here respects the damage and in fact doesn't opt to take the blue star, allows Zar to do so. Phase shift already used early, now the pressure building on Sands. Yes, big health ball for that 8-bit, but he's slow and Tyrant is able to bring him down. It ends up being traded out though to Stamina's favor because they did pick up that blue star. They have that edge here. Now they're going to set up around the damage amp turret.
And a damage amp turret alongside Tick Mines has got to be one of the most frustrating things to deal with, along with a lethal super coming in from Bobby. The limitless range. There's just simply nothing you can do about it. If you don't see the super coming, Mandy is going to snipe you from across the map.
This is dangerous for Zulan and Tyrant. They've lost Eslivy as well, falling to some of those mines from Zar. Dangerous here for Tribe. They've lost Zulan. Tyrant, yes, has a magic hand, but has to respect the head first from Tick and gives a lot of ground himself. It's an 8-star deficit for the red side.
The home base setup on this bottom right-hand side is unbelievable as Bobby taps for another one here. Zulan's kind of forced to just wait around. Can't get in the mix here without teammates. Max alone, not going to be super lethal. Gonna have to find damage elsewhere. Nani Peep inbound as well. 298 remaining on Bobby as they pick up yet another kill. Dominant start here for STMN.
It was good damage on Bobby, but it needed just a little bit more. As Livy doesn't have good sight lines, good angles to play from here. He knows this. Oh, yeah, he's going to get punished. As soon as he moves out to the left, he goes for it anyway because he can't see this damage amp turret. There is nothing Tribe can actually do about it. They can't get close enough. Tyrant could pull someone out of formation, which is kind of the plan right now with this positioning, but it's risky. The damage amp turret's finally down. Still, they're going to be hitting pretty darn hard. Tyrant is low. Zulan also needs some magic buffs of his own to get top back up. He's basically one hit here as Livy tries to step up and get some free damage, but man, there was never really any doubt that STMN were going to take that away after they set up on the bottom right.
Brutal beat for Tribe Gaming. They really had to force it at the end there too. I don't even know if mathematically they could have won that with about 20 seconds to go. They need to at least cycle 1 kill in there and get as many stars as possible because they were down so much. Just a game that was disastrous for them. Gonna have to change something up entirely here. Maybe not allow Mandy to hit as many shots early on, but they were so sneaky. Once that 8-bit turret got established, it was just Mandy kind of hiding in the grass and Tick lobbing up some shots as a thrower.
So Tribe have to figure out how they prevent that from happening again. Easier said than done because it's well and truly within STMN's defensive half of the field, that position they set the turret up earlier. And all Sense needs to do is build that super and have the rest of the team play around it. So Blue Star this time picked up by Tribe. Zulan realizes they probably need an early advantage here to force STMN to come to them instead of turtling in the back of the field.
This is the first time we've seen any semblance of offense for STMN. Beforehand, once they got their kill and the supers necessary, they kind of just held back and relaxed and added on all those kills throughout that game. Spacing the floor a little bit here. Zulan looking to get a little more aggressive for his side as well. They can't back off fully. Be really interesting to kind of see how Max, Gene, and Nani stack up against lobbing shots from Tick, Mandy, supers. 8-bit, if he establishes a turret behind this indestructible wall too, could be an absolute threat.
The moment there's a pick for STMN, they will revert to playing defensively, but they need to get a star lead somehow, which is why they haven't given up the map at all. That means they're vulnerable. Stans takes a huge amount of damage there from Zulan, and as Livy was looking for an off angle to finish off that 8-bit, but Zar has been zoning away for the most part. This Nani, who obviously returned to center, terrible against the Tick in general outside of that super. So Zar's able to take a bit of space, force Nani back here as Livy might be swapping sides of the map.
Keep my eye on that Tyrant pull, and they're going to go ahead and just get rid of this. The teleport through, though. A cheeky movement forward to progress the team here. An interesting play, and it pays off. Zar's able to grab a kill. Return as well from his Livy. Beautiful plays from both ends, to be honest with you.
Yeah, tried to have the star lead after all that was said and done. So STMN still have to get aggressive. They still have to come forward. Bobby's been looking for picks this entire game. He's hoping for a setup here for that Sugar Rush, but Zulan dodges away from it. He was full health anyway. Pops the hypercharge now, wants to come forward. Zar's looking a little bit low. Another pull on Sands. And Tribe have evened up the set. Once they get the blue star, the game looks completely different.
Insanely different outcome there. Tribe Gaming looked much more comfortable in that setting. Not allowing STMN to prevail early on, I think, was a huge game changer, because once 8-Bist established that turret, we had Mandy firing super on all cylinders. It was a lot of trouble, and it allowed STMN to run away with that game number 1. In game number 2, Tribe Gaming play a much more slow-paced game. The blue star going the other way, though. A wasted attempt there from STMN as Tribe Gaming ultimately just end up grabbing that kill.
Zulan spots an opportunity to actually go aggressive on the blue star carrying Tick, and Zar's not able to do anything about it. Bobby, again, might find this to be a frustrating round. There's probably no easy shots to be taking here. As Tyrant steps up, gets free poke damage, gets him, ever closer to that magic hand that would be devastating to be caught in as a sharpshooter. Zulan flexing the footwork a little bit here, taking a fair bit of damage now. Will have to give this ground up.
Just gonna have to breathe for a moment, try and play it alongside Tyrant. They're grouping up together now. Tribe Gaming, if they're not careful, could get put in this top right-hand corner. Zulan once again gonna be trying to escape the floor as Sands gets a nice tag there, a good assist as well. And now Tribe Gaming on their back heels.
Bobby hit the gadget, that is huge, but he gets pulled in straight away and it's gonna be traded out. Still, blue star for STMN, they have that lead. They can still go with this game plan. They showed us off in that first round. The slowing gadget from Bobby's what set up that kill, because again, if you are moving as Mandy, you are below rate as far as sharpshooter stats are concerned. To be better than your opponents, just statistically by the numbers, you have to be stood still, which is kind of scary when you're going up against a Nani. So Bobby found a great way to be effective while still being forced to move about and give STMN the lead. They're going to back away though here. They can't make use of this turret location, but Sands is already thinking about that bottom right corner, as is Zulan apparently, because he won't let them get there.
Zulan with a nice flank here on this right-hand end, and they're going to need an Anani peep up close and personal here. Going to be trying to connect with Bobby. Gets a nice tag, but not enough for a takedown whatsoever. 13 on the clock, and Tribe Gaming need to move in. Blue star favored for the blue side. A pull going through connects to that, though it's not the player that they want. As Livy popping return to Sander. Sands with low HP being protected by Zar popping a gadget. Bobby holding on for dear life, and somehow, some way, STMN unscathed.
Couple of really big mechanical movements there. First of all, the magic hand caught a Tick head. Not any brawler. You do not want to be trying to pull something like that in. The last hurrah gadget used there as well by STMN to make sure that not only could the Tick stay alive, but it could shield. I think the 8-bit that was very, very low was huge. That's about as close as it's going to get on Bounty between two of our best teams, honestly, in the world here. What a way for it to have ended. One set now to STMN's advantage, but it was anything but easy.
Not easy at all. I mean, game number 1, sure, but that was much more of the set I was anticipating seeing from these two heavy firing teams. Love to see two very different strategies play out and both work out. I think that game number 3 was a great summation of learnings from both of these teams. You saw what STMN did right in game number 1. They get their turret, they're cycling Mandy supers. You see Bobby just hiding this little forest patch of grass right here, throwing up pins, throwing up supers, could do whatever he wants. In game 2, Tribe Gaming get their feet under him, much more adjusted, and now in game 3, it's just both of these teams battling to the very end. Insane stuff here to start off this set.
Yeah, with a bit of luck, we'll get the final moments of that round, because there was a ton of things that happened that are pretty hard to spot on their own. This is that second round here where STMN were forced to go so aggressive. Here's that third. They get a traded kill here, I think. It might be Bobby or someone gets taken down. But it ends up being 4-4 with a blue star for STMN. Yeah, it's a magic hand. So Bobby did really well to set up that advantage by hitting the slow gadget from that Mandy. Very, very important. And then they turned that into an instant elimination. Again, it works the same as like a nest egg does, in that if you're slowed against these kind of comps, you are guaranteed to get eliminated. And in Bounty, that is all the difference in moments like that. Such a close game. Look, I mean, not much to glean from the stats, especially because they're all basically the exact same. They're virtually the same. They're literally 3 to 7 DPS separating these guys in general here. We are locked in, two teams refusing to give an inch.
And of course, Bobby's stats going to be padded a little bit from that opening game. But other than that, pretty much everybody hitting about the same in the kill category. Incredibly awesome to see. I'm glad this rivalry's back in full force once again. We've been deprived of some S-Team and Tribe this year, and it's about darn time we get some action there. Dueling Beetles, where our second map is going to be, and this one's going to be a very intense one. A very hard meta to kind of grasp here. There's just so many different strategies that can work out. We got so many brawlers that kind of show up here, and how each team approaches this can be so different at times.
Oh, we've seen a lot of Rosa recently, right? Grow light, meaning you can sort of step up as the bushes tend to take over the hot zone itself. And as a result, teams have been looking to Amber, for example, to clear that effectively and still maintain a good amount of pressure. Anytime you're allowing an enemy Rosa to encroach upon you without your knowledge, you're going to be put in a very difficult position. It's a favorite of Zulan as well. Zulan loves to take the Rosa when he can, and grasping roots, that hypercharge, makes her even more fearsome than she otherwise would have been. So, you know, we see that tanky pick before. We've also seen like double tank comps. We've sometimes seen like the Pam brought in. The Buster's been an option as well, as that slow-mo replay is quite important. Pam is going to be banned out by both sides here though, and of course Larry and Laurie, generally pretty contested on this map, is gone, and the Amber I mentioned does get picked.
Amber, a great selection here for that long left-hand lane, right-hand lane, just tapping down each of those sides makes it so easy. I think Sandy a must banned here, and of course we see Angelo banned. One brawler that we don't see though is going to be Melody. I'm going to have my eyes open for that one. A high play rate brawler on this map, win not banned, so that's something that one of these two teams could certainly take advantage of.
She is very powerful and honestly oppressive in situations where she gets to decide the timing and tempo of engagements. Yep, Melody picked up here for Tribe. Basically unkillable with 3 music notes up and that gadget being used. A force to be reckoned with as Tribe will look to close the gap and also keep her in the fight a little bit longer. Byron being a great pick to go for here, and here's the Rosa. So STMN have actually locked down both the Amber and the Rosa respectively.
Amber and Rosa, two very different brawlers, but you brought up some great points in this pre-draft here of what Rosa can be. I think without the Byron, it's not as nice. You know, you'd love to have kind of the healing factor there, but I love bringing Gray into the mix here too, maybe for a little extra wall break for the dimensional doors. But I think the strategy they're going to be looking for is once they gain one super, presuming Bobby is going to end up playing the Gray. It's a common strategy, especially on ladder, where you'll see like a super tanky brawler. Rosa, a great example of this. Sometimes you'll see Buster be that brawler. They can just cycle themselves in and out of that hot zone with that teleportation. It gets them onto that hot zone point faster too, so they're not losing out on as much time. Even if they die, this can be a lot to deal with for Tribe.
And again, I don't think you want to let the Melody decide when the fight begins, because if she gets to poke at you and then engage, she's probably more powerful than any brawler. But if you get a dive on her before she's able to build up to that critical mass of music notes, then you're in a pretty good spot. You know, if she doesn't have those, she's kind of weak. You know, it's such an interesting... she operates on two opposite ends of the spectrum in many of these fights. The Shelly here, the antidote perhaps to this pressure that the Rosa is going to be applying, having a tank buster going to be very, very important. Obviously, she needs to be fighting on the point, though, to be at her best, and that's why Tyron takes her straight on to that point. Yanked in, though, immediately by a walking cane, and STMN have an early advantage.
They're going to get a takedown on the other end, though, as well, and Zulan already charging up a super. The heals alongside the Melody shield can be absolutely deadly, as we're going to see there. Tribe with the complete takeover now, and still no establishment of a teleport. So Bobby's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way and just walk up, and he is a sitting duck. Easy elimination there for Tribe.
Now, Zulan, again, this is what Melody wants. She wants to be in control. She wants to decide when the fight begins. So the shield gadget used there, but Zulan has already done a huge amount of damage. Now takes a chance to heal up. That damage gadget makes him very powerful. Nice little yank there, though, with the walking cane. Azar is going to be using that dimensional door to reposition away from some of Esliby's damage, who eventually will burn down to the aftermath of that Amber super. Bobby throws himself in now. It's one at a time. We are cycling on and off the point, just as you pointed out in that pre-game.
Hypercharge is so powerful, and STMN wasting no time getting on this point. As long as one brawler's on there, they're getting percentage points, which is so important. All 3 Tribe members, though, returning in on the action as Bobby teleports forward, has his super available, and it's so powerful even to somebody like Shelly. Look how much damage that shielded from a shotgun blast to the face. Bobby now able to go to the other end, deal with his Livia a little bit, and still allow for Sands and Zar to have some space.
They bought a lot of time. That's the most important part. Zulan knows he needs to get these eliminations cleanly and efficiently. Zar, again, super back to the point. Bobby waiting. Hello? Okay, gets there. Gonna throw some hands here, but Tribe have been able to gain an advantage in the last couple of moments, and Bobby has to walk off the point, but Sands is right there in his stead. We're even again. 84% and counting for STMN, approaching the finish line.
Approaching the finish line, I'm not sure that Tribe Gaming are going to be able to stop them from getting there. Only about 5 percentage points to go. Bobby popping out.
Oh, man.
To send things off. And STMN prevail. Nice comeback there from them.
This is sick. This is about as good as it gets, Brawl fans. STMN and Tribe are not holding back. They are throwing haymakers. This is an aggressive style from both teams, neither showing each other too much respect, which is something we've come to expect from both of these rosters, even more so when they play one another.
They know how seriously to take each other. They've had a long-standing relationship on the battlefield, and today's going to be no exception here. Zulan once again dives in, a double going down there as Tyrant looks to assist onto Sands. They extinguish Amber. Now Tribe Gaming are going to be able to hold on to the hot zone.
Bobby wants to step up here, but definitely wary of the poke damage. That would be an issue. Sands in trouble here. Zulan, okay, is able to dive up. 3 music notes and a dream. That's all he needs to lay waste to STMN entirely. And our Tribe can get themselves a buffer. That means that STMN have to do more than just cycle a brawler onto the point one after another.
Zar going to be able to teleport there as a result. Nicely played. Now it's STMN responding. The full force coming in from the blue roster. A missed walking cane. But as Livy can have a hard time here into somebody like Amber who can just kind of tap down that lane. If Zar is hitting shots properly, it can also be a pretty even matchup there. But these hypercharges have been insane. Even if Bobby's not getting kills, that's a bonus for sure. It's still allowing for Sands and Zar to spend time in this hot zone. And once again, same thing as game number 1. STMN down at the start and once established, take a lead.
I mean, I didn't know what was going on there. Zar, dimensional door usage there, of course. Important to try and work around this Melody, who has to use her dashes, but she has so many of them that she can make use of. Bobby doesn't care if he's taking damage. Sands now steps up to replace him. All of a sudden, an Amber appears in front of Zulan. Not what he bargained for. Try and finally have a brief moment to breathe, but I mean brief. Zar dives at them instantly, still respecting Tyrant's damage, but waiting for Bobby and Ko to return to the fray.
All the reinforcements are here, and Zulan's already in trouble. Does manage to stay alive, though. Dashes through it all, and each side fighting to grasp this hot zone as Bobby pops a super, grabs a takedown. The iron gloves coming out as Bobby falls. Zar, Sands standing strong, though, and STMN will take a 2-0 lead.
Oh, baby, this is what I'm talking about. Incredible stuff from STMN. And I've got to say, Tribe looked fantastic at times and in their own right over the course of dueling Beetles. But it is the Grey, the Rosa, the Amber composition that is just so hard for Tribe to answer. There is a brawler on the point at all times, regardless of who, regardless of how low they are. STMN do not give Tribe any room to breathe at all over the course of that set.
Incredible stuff from both teams. I mean, this is exactly what we would have expected from a rivalry like this. I expect both of these teams to be very strong this year. World finalist kind of contenders for sure. Just all throughout that set. So many good plays from both teams. It looked like on paper that we saw STMN maybe grab a composition. That's the dream for them, right? You saw how threatening that Rosa could be. Even there, a 1 hypercharge, 1 super, even to somebody that's a shotgun brawler like Shelly who should ultimately counter that. Sometimes it's enough. If Sands and Zar are still in the mix as well, like we're seeing here in this game number 2, once those dimensional doors are up in place, Sands can sit back, relax. Zar has the range to kind of deal with the opposition. And sure, we saw some Melody pop-offs from Zulan with those musical notes and the 3 super, but it's just not enough. STMN playing that composition just so well.
I mean, we got our answer about the Shelly versus Rosa matchup because it looked like Godzilla versus King Kong out there. Both of them pop their hypercharges and they're both just throwing haymakers at each other. And somehow Rosa is able to withstand Tyrant's damage. Shelly is running away as she's reloading. She's like, I'm good. I've used all my ammunition. And this freaking Rosa is still alive. Yeah, huge amounts of damage done by Tribe Gaming. But Sands with 425 DPS, that is filthy. Let's go to Gem Fort here, our 3rd set with STMN leading 2-0.
Immediately, the duo that comes to mind is going to be Sandy and Max. If anybody is allowed to grab a comp like that on this particular map, I think it's going to be lethal. I think Sandy is just so strong right now. The hypercharge and swift wins has made that brawler so darn good. And historically, it's a brawler that does great on this map, especially alongside Max. You're going to see things like Jesse pop up here, Pam pop up here. Larry Laurie is, though not as strong as they used to be, a very common option here for North America specifically. So I'm kind of looking out for all those names here in our ban/draft stage.
We've seen Rico, I think, be very, very strong. That was something that we, got to see a lot from our winners over in the APAC region. Response on the Rico was really impressive when he was able to take some control. STMN say, no, thank you, we're good. We don't need to see that here. We know how strong it is. Sandy, though, also a great pick. And, you know, the map just seems curiously perfectly sized for that super to be covering the entirety of the action zone. The fort itself, Zar more than happy to snap up this ball early.
And on the other end, Tribe Gaming are going to snatch up Max. They don't want him to get them both because that would be absolutely crazy. But the most picked brawler of the weekend, once again, going to be just enough to escape the ban stage, but definitely good enough to be a steal here on this 2-3 turn. And a surge alongside it, that's one that I definitely didn't see coming.
Again, you know, I'm not sure what the thinking is here for Tyrant. Why do you sort of prio surge if you had to put yourself in Tyrant's shoes here?
You know, it might be into a Sandy matchup. It might be for the jumps over the walls. I think Surge has popped up a little bit more recently, but traditionally on these more maybe bushy maps, anticipating tanks as an option for STMN too. It's a pretty direct answer to that. Really curious to see how they play this out. I do like this Jesse selection as well. I think it can be a great answer in the mid, especially with those little L-shaped indestructible walls. You can place a turret down. A Mega Scrappy with that hypercharge is super threatening, and alongside the healing station from Pam, it can just be a lot to deal with. They're going to go with something that can pierce through all of that, though.
Okay, so you do get Sandy and Jesse if you're STMN, two of the most hotly contested brawlers on this map, and the Pam. The Max and Sandy would have been devastating, so I'm not surprised to see Tribe having picked that up. And we do have a very aggressive draft from Tribe. You know, the Carl really wants to try and close the gap. Does need to be aware, of course, of the Sandy gadget. You get stopped in your tracks as Carl, and yeah, you are absolutely done. The Pam is crucial, right? I think really here they're trying to set up around some of the more static elements that this composition has, like the turret, of course, from the Jesse. Let's see how it plays out. We're jumping in now to Gem Ford as STMN are on match point.
Tribe Gaming on their last legs here. One set away from another early exit. Back-to-back months of possibly going down in the opening round to two titans of teams, but nonetheless, North America does not show any mercy in the bracket stage. For now, though, they are going to establish some control of this mid. They have to deal with Bobby, the tailspin coming out, a big takedown there, but now Zar moving in as well to try and capture some big tags on his Livy here.
Zar, nice footwork, but in a bit of a precarious position. Probably knows he needs to get some damn gems at this point. STMN still with 0 to their name entirely, as Livy's been able to rack up 6 of them so far, but that's a nice little bounce on that Zar shot. That'll pick up Tyrant for free, essentially. Sands has to move away from Zulan, but now you can super down on this top left corner. You can heal up a little bit. Zulan can't really get close, not for the time being anyway.
So much visibility being brought and so much invisibility for the side of STMN. It's what can make Sandy so threatening alongside that speed gear in these bushes. Sandy's going to be able to travel up that map very, very quickly. Tyrant as Livy once again trying to establish a little bit of control by the gym mine, though. Bobby throwing down that healing station right behind that indestructible wall. Such a threat. He's just going to be able to passively heal while firing shots down this right-hand lane in the mid, whatever that looks like. And it's going to allow him to pick up the 6th gem.
STMN now have a good fallback position in the bottom right corner of the fort itself. That's where the healing turret is. Tyrant can't really afford to go and deal with that necessarily. Zar needs to be careful, taking far too much poke damage, hoping to cross here to that healing zone, and he gets there. But here comes Zulan again. I said aggression, the name of the game here for the side of Tribe. But Zar has a hypercharge that they don't expect. Again, you need to hypercharge then deploy the turret, so Zar doesn't get a supercharged turret, but the raw stats is enough here for Jessie to be able to hold her own. We are 10-0 here. Sands takes his Livy down, scoops up all those gems, but is very, very low. This countdown likely will have to be reset once more, but STMN still have 10 to their name. With 3 seconds left, there's not enough time for Tribe to equalize, and they've realized it just now.
So close, but yeah, just a couple seconds off there. They got the kill that they needed to at least get the gems back in their pockets, but all have been too late to make a comeback. Bobby and his teammates doing a great job here. Loved how once they established that control, they got some pivotal takedowns as well. Towards that end game when it was just Max. Ultimately, Max is just a support brawler. It's really hard for Max to solo, let alone go into 2 brawlers at once. It's just not what Max is built to do. It's there to be a support brawler, to aid the allies here. So Tyrant and Zulan have a lot of work cut out for him and are instrumental if Tribe want to get a win here.
Sands in trouble once more, though. Generally outranged by the surge, and yeah, doesn't want Zulan to get too many of those hits and start to power up. Bobby, even with the healing turret, can't really hang. Zar doesn't even dare to pick up gems here. He's going to allow his Livy to take those, try and stay invisible. Phase shift to use by his Livy to reposition now out of danger. Sands wants to move up, use the healing turret, but as Livy's wise to it, gives him plenty of room, and now the Sandy's stranded with less than 1,000 HP. Yeah, short-winded approach for STMN.
Huge win there for Tyrant. Getting that takedown, stealing all of these gyms has given them an 8-0 lead. And they still have Tyrant and his Livy hunkered down in the mid. They're trying to make a little bit of a comeback here. Love the dive there from Tyrant as Sands is going to be able to keep up with the distance of these two brawlers. As Livy encroaching on this gym line once again. A hypercharge even going down, and they're all the way up to 9.
Yeah, this doesn't look particularly good from STMN at all. Surge has been a problem for them. As exploitable as Surge can be, Zulan has been a real issue. A thorn in their side here, playing that right-hand side of the map perfectly. As Livy gets away with 6 gems here, but Tyrant, okay, 3 gems on a Carl. That's dangerous. Tyrant can't be feeling comfortable about that. Would love to get picked off maybe on his own side of the map here and give those gems over to Livy, but it's still 9 in total for Tribe. They're just going to have to play more defensively, a little more carefully. Tyrant wants to fight though, knows he can beat Bobby in the 1-to-1, and Zar can't do a thing about it. Those gems are dropped too, and Tribe are so far ahead, there's no catching him.
Incredible play there from Tyrant to know even with the Scrap Sucker, that tailspin is still going to go down. And now Tribe sitting pretty. A little extra super speed, and Tyrant knows he can't really play this super aggressively. They're going to let Zulon be the gatekeeper here as they hold on to these gyms. A match point halted for now as Tribe Gaming looks to extend.
Yeah, and one of the first times in the series we've really seen Tribe get to, I guess, play to their outs and find success. Saw it earlier on in the series, maybe in that first set, but since then they've been a little quiet. That was a much better look for them, though. Seemed very, very hard for Sands to have great impact. Really felt like that Sandy was kept at arm's length for most of the round. Didn't really see any impactful supers, if at all, from Sands, who really needs to build some. Triple tapping Zulan is a good start, but still the Surge remains aggressive on the left.
Great point there. No Sandstorms makes things much tougher for STMN. Tyrant, a nice victory on that right-hand lane, dueling against Pam and getting a crucial win. Sands still fighting with Zulon. It looks like that range from Surge is just too much even for Sands. But the good news is they did finally charge up that super. The takedown just in time, though. They're not going to be able to utilize any invisibility. Tyrant, tail spinning, dives in, gets out, and even though Zar takes him down, damage may already be done as Livy's able to pick up a 7th.
Sands has to use the super to try and take control of the left-hand side. All that just to force Zulan away. That's how oppressive the Surge has felt for STMN so far. 7 gems to 1. Tribe have such a massive lead here. As Livy's been dominating Zar, Bobby has not found any success against his Carl either. Every time there's an all-in engagement from the Carl, it's one-sided. Sands here again. Zulan just dodging away for the shot. Sands down to 1,000. Maybe there's a trade here, but Bobby can't even finish the kill on Carl. STMN need to go up another gear or they're going to be dropping this set.
This Jesse turret and healing station combination is going to be so good for them, though. It's making things much more difficult for Tribe Gaming. A slowdown going in as well as Tyrant pops a super and realizes it's not going to be enough. He has to back away. Wasted utility there as Zar's going to be able to tie things up. This is a huge comeback opportunity now, and if you're Tribe Gaming, you have to take a deep breath. Things are getting out of hand quickly.
STMN playing it slow. They don't want to give up this part of the map. Eventually, Tribe have to step up and make something of it. Zar does not have a super available, rather, but there is a turret down, dropped on top of the healing one, so that's a dangerous part of the map to be. Sands with a gadget, catches as Livy. Oh, it's going to be a phase shifter away to keep the gems in hand, but it's 10 now for STMN, and with the max so low, Tribe have to give all this ground. It's to Zulan now that can pressure, but he's got his fight his way through a sandstorm, and as Livy has no choice but to dive in head first. Cowabunga, he says, and drops every last one of Tribe's gems. STMN are advancing to the semis, knocking out old rivals Tribe. This team are hungry for glory. They need a W this month. The race is on for the World Finals, and STMN up for the challenge.
Insane victory right there. And honestly, a 3-0 feels almost wrong, Uber. I feel like Tribe Gaming did significantly better than what that scorecard is going to show. But nevertheless, history is written by the victors in STMN today. A major quarterfinal win. This leaderboard is going to be absolutely shook, especially considering that Tribe Gaming has fallen, the #1 team currently in our leaderboard going to this month, and we lost our second place one in the winner of last month's entire monthly finals earlier today.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Tribe were at 217 circuit points, only one ahead of Pioneers, by the way, in first, so that was by no means a comfortable spot to be in. But now I think they come out of this month with only 35 points, so they are definitely primed for a bit of a leapfrogging. The thing is that STMN, even if they win, they might only just get over Tribe. And by win, I mean win it all here. Those 100 circuit points would be massive. But whichever way you slice it, this race is still going to be very, very close at the top. But this is what SCMN want. I think Bobby tweeted out saying, like, these monthly qualifiers, they're brutal. Like, we're seeing so many great teams just not make it, and we are already, you know, struggling in the race for LCQ, let alone World Finals. We really need to find something now. I'm paraphrasing this, of course, maybe editorializing, but SCMN have done just that here. Yeah, I don't blame him for being happy. Bobby as well, making sure his Legion of fans knows that he got the dub straight away. Phone in hand. It's a generational thing, don't worry about it. It's a dub for SCMN though, and they'll be advancing.
I mean, Tyrant, 12 kills. First thing that stands out to me here, it felt like he was getting a lot of lane matchup victories. It's just game number 3. Once he used that super and no longer could push forward, realizing that it was going to cost him his life, kind of dove away, and I felt like the momentum was just halted at that point. Zulon, Tyrant, both doing a great job. It's not really his Livy's role to pick up these kills, so I think just being a solid gym carrier with those phase shifters, powering them up with speed, all of that well and good, but a safe combo, a combo that's been proven to work. We've got Jesse, Sandy, and Pam all doing pretty even work, I would say.
No doubt about it. Once they get their supers online, they get to set up, they're in good shape. Bobby, going to be your MVP for this series. A great showing. I think Bobby was on the Pam in that last set, so had a tough time. I think had to face Tyrant on that Carl constantly and getting supered on. Not a fun experience, but you got to hand it to STMN. They played a cool, calm, collected. They played a slower composition that needed setup time that often started the round at a disadvantage, and they're able to claw it back each time. Something you cannot do unless you're the kind of team that can bring some serious composure into the game.
Incredible victory for these guys. I mean, again, we've had a quarterfinals matchup that could have very well been grand finals caliber. To your point about Bobby's tweet, it really is a very competitive region. Every year I feel like NA is getting better, but the game itself and all of the competition is so good right now.
I mean, great to see STM advance, though. We've been missing them a little bit. And, of course, we got the rematch against Tribe. Just didn't end up being quite as close as we'd maybe hoped. Anyway, we're headed to a break. We're coming back with our semi-finals on the other side of it, so don't go too far. This is your Brawl Stars Championship for NA, your May monthly finals.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Mike's soda.
My headshot. My headshot.
Spy Mike's soda.
right, baby, it's semi-finals time in our last Brawl Stars Championship show of the month. That's right, we leave the best for last as North America is playing out. Perhaps not the way we expected it to, though. Some of our predictions are looking better than others, I might just say, but it's been the way the games themselves have gone that has surprised us. We just saw STMN topple Tribe in a 3-0. The first time these two not bitter rivals. These two old rivals have played each other this year, and it was a solid showing from STMN. We've already seen Luminosity with extremely one-sided win over West Coast, so it sets up some pretty exciting semi-finals for us. Kenny, good to have you back in the booth now as well. Getting a chance to check on what was happening elsewhere. Heading into this game, we have Motomama's FA going up against CT Esports. Motomama's FA, who dominated this Pioneers roster in that first quarterfinal.
Yeah, very awesome matchup to kind of see. Motomames versus Pioneers. It really felt like Motomames were in the driver's seat the entire time. Awesome matchup there. And then we'd love to hear from Reddy how the CT Esports match went.
Yeah, that one was a clean sweep for CT Esports. I like the drafts a lot better for CT Esports in particular. I looked to set number 3, honestly, as a great display of skill from the guys. We saw very aggro play on a map that usually doesn't really favor it. It was New Horizons, and we saw a max comp from CT Esports that completely shut things down, a more control-based comp from the enemy side.
Right, let's talk predictions once more. We're going to keep track of these as the day goes on because it's given us some interesting results so far. We all had Pioneers winning, so already a little bit of a goose egg for us, but I think that's a fair prediction to make. I don't know if there's any reason we should think that they would get booted out in the quarterfinals in a 0-3 after they literally won last month. But I digress. Homeless fell to CT Esports. We all had that one. Luminosity over West Coast was, man, it was one-sided. Shockingly so. Some of the quickest brawl we've ever seen. And then, of course, the STMN Tribe game is always going to divide us. It's always going to split us down the middle. But heading into this game, we all feel like Motomamas are the team to watch here. And for me, it's really just what they're able to do to this one Carlos roster. They're able to brutalize them so badly. I don't think they're going to have too many issues, Kenny, until they start to get to the STMNs, the Luminosities of the world.
I mean, I'm shocked. Pioneers looked fantastic last month. Obviously, won Carlos' team then, and a huge signing this month, but definitely a devastating result there, especially after such a high as winning a grand finals, and now just an early exit in the first round is really going to shake things up.
Let's jump into this game. Let's put these two teams under the microscope just a little bit more, folks. It's Motomama's FA going up against CT Esports. Remember, this Motomama's team, this is a former R7 roster, right? Making some changes and bringing RBM into the roster, of course, who was on that SSG team. Very, very good player. Really highly regarded when it comes to the tanks, especially RBM, a force to be reckoned with here. And again, they've already showed us why that SSG core was so respected. You know, combining that with R7, who remaining 7 will always as well, like a fixture in these monthly finals. So just because they have FA in the name doesn't mean you should have lowered expectations of this team. And I think we've had that proven to us now, Ready Set, because again, this was a pretty one-sided game against the likes of Pain, Juan Carlos, and second best, which is shocking.
Look, I'm tempted to attribute some of this to Pioneers playing in a Matcherino tournament last night with of commentating, and I saw actually some strong resemblances between what they ran in those Matcherino games to what they ran today. And I think, honestly, what happened, this is my headcanon, if you will. I think that their bans and their picks were leaked. They just decided they were going to go the same comps as they did yesterday and ended up biting them.
So, looking across the divide here, CT Esports, of course, that's Zeus on your screen. Motomama's FA. CT Esports, we have Fade and Tooney, two members of that ill-fated Space Station NA roster, who have added Evex to the team. I don't know anything about this player personally, but this team, crucially, they inherit the points of Space Station. So they are still well within a chance here to make a run. And you know, they're in the same facility. We saw Fade bust in on the STMN practice facility earlier here. So they are also set up to succeed. Kenny, what should we be expecting from this team? Because this is not a random bunch of players coming up through the qualifiers. These are known quantities. These are serious contenders. It's really this new addition, this extra player that CT have added, is a bit of a question mark for many of us.
I think this just entire team, to be honest with you, a little bit of a question mark. I mean, we were very familiar with Fade. Fade has been playing a lot, started with that SSG roster, like you said, but Tooney was on the bench for that team. We haven't really seen him in a starting lineup in a little bit here. Evex, a very good player as well, somebody that's been in the North America scene for a while now, finally with an opportunity to kind of showcase what he's got. I think all three of these players are very good. We just haven't really seen them come together yet.
Great to see that Evex now no longer able to be disqualified for being too young. So that's great. That's what you want. Now you can legitimately compete here in the BSC. So Motomamas FA, CT Esports, both rosters, although maybe some names, some team names that you're less familiar with, these are players that we have seen run around and around through the NA region for quite some time here. I mean, and again, it makes me question my prediction a little bit, but this Motomamas team is looked very, very good in that first game. And you're right, you raise the question of like, what does Tooney have to show us here in this CT Esports roster? Someone who was warming the bench a little bit for that space station team, now thrust back into the spotlight in a semi-final. That is a big deal in terms of those circuit points, because I think CT have 131, so they do maintain, I think, because they got 50 points in the March monthly final by sort of making it to those semis. And then oddly enough, that back in April, that SSG team were controversially absent. But having 131 points to work with is still very, very big. I mean, they take a win here. They take 100 monthly points from this tournament. That puts them back into the top 2, top 3 pretty comfortably. And then all of a sudden, it's like they hadn't missed a monthly final at all. Ready, set, we're going to be jumping into this one in just a moment here. The practice facility definitely getting filled here with Brawl Stars players. You know all about that, I suppose, since I'm pretty sure you might be hosting some pro players at the moment.
Whoa, okay, so that's a crazy rumor. I can't spread misinformation.
It's salacious rumor, yeah.
On the airwaves, actually staggering.
Is that all you have to say for yourself? Well, we'll circle back to that in just a moment, guys. We're jumping in. Hard Rock Miners, Gem Grab to start. It's going to be Kenny and Reddy on the mic in this first semi-final. Motomamas FA versus CT Esports.
Should be a good one here. Event.brawlstars.com, where everybody's making their predictions, including the three of us on the desk. It looks like the people are agreeing with us already. It's going to be Motomames, who have 63%, and that feels about right to me. I don't know. I'm thinking 70, 80%. I don't know. They were just looking so strong. I had the opportunity to watch Sunny and Semantic on the B stream to kind of go over this match. It felt like the drafts were going well, according to Coach Semantic, whose opinion I definitely trust in terms of the draft setting. The skills and mechanics looked good. I feel like this could be a possibility for them to make a good run here to a grand finals.
No doubt. I think CT Esports, I'm excited to see what they have to show for themselves, given that it's a good group of 3 players.
For sure.
Evex being a brand new face in Brawl Esports. If we, conveniently forget that he qualified for the monthly final with Octos last year and then was thereafter immediately booted for being 15 instead of the 16 that you were required to be to participate in Brawl Esports. Let's check out these drafts. First of all, the Rico pick from Motomames FA. This is just a very storied selection. You see Rico's often banned here. He always has been a great brawler on Hard Rock Mine. Now, the counter to Rico is often to completely ignore him. I don't think that's the approach that CT will be taking here, as they've picked the Sandy and the Buster. These are 2 brawlers that can kind of get shut down by Rico on those sidelines, but maybe they'll opt to just not play the lane versus him at all.
Well, in return, they're going to pick up an 8-bit here. A very solid mid in general, especially due to that teleportation, right? He is slow. He's just a big old arcade machine, but he packs a punch, and the teleportation away to get a little more aggressive, maybe to grab a gym to get more offensive, whatever it may be. You get 3 to 4 get out of jail free cards every single game, which is so important, while 8-bit, even to this day in Brawl Stars, still gets selected here on Hard Rock Mine.
I question CT Esports not choosing a mid just yet, unless they decide that they're going to have Sandy run the mid, which is I don't believe his strong point. Both of these brawlers that they've selected so far are going to be making use of speed gear inside those bushes. So maybe what CT Esports goes for as a last pick is something like a Bell. Here's the Ashe. Ashe, in theory, like on paper, should shut down that Buster. The reason is, as I've said many times, Buster struggles into stuff that he doesn't 3-shot, and Ashe is not going to get 3-shot by the Buster, especially if he converts his rage into healing. He'll be able to outrange Buster as well. So I look to that interaction to be pretty profitable for Motomames FA. RBM is also a brawler kind of famous for, or rather a player kind of famous for playing Ashe.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm kind of excited. This is a little bit of an iconic brawler with also a very solid matchup alongside that. CT Esports are definitely going to have some things to think about here, but they better act quick. The response going to be the Buzz. So in fairness, this mid is going to be a really interesting choice for them. They might almost be forced to use Sandy at this point. I'll add 2 up until the NA monthly finals. The other 3 regions, Sandy banned a lot, but when played, 77% win rate so far this week, and that is a huge win rate. But when we look at this draft composition on paper, I'm a little shakier on CT Esports, to be honest with you.
Let me drop some math on you, and this is something that I know from Fade, because Fade is a big Buzz player. He's also a big Buster player. We'll see him here on that Buster. Buzz, with the long stun, is actually able to do really well onto Ashe. We'll see him, even without the stun, just using a gadget, is still able to get that takedown. Still a trade, though, as Zeus gets a kill onto Toonie. CT Esports have the gems for now. It looks like they'll have Buster be their mid here. He is able to fend off a lot of the shots using Montage, his super. So maybe that's his defensive option.
In terms of HP, going to be one of the higher ones, of course, in the team, especially when compared to Sandy. In terms of range, yeah, it's about the same looking shot. I mean, that kind of makes sense that they would at least have a super that can reflect bullets from 8-bit. I think it might be their best bet. They're just going to go with maybe a less aggressive version of Fade on that Buster, and instead they're going to leave that work to Buzz here. He's going to dive in, get this stun on RBM. The tag team there enough as EVEX goes forward as well. Zeus going to be forced away. Luffy falls, and CT Esports popping off right now.
They're in for a rough ride, though, because this turret has been placed on the side of Motomami's FA. CT Esports still needs some supers here. One from Toonie, one from EVEX would be massively valuable. EVEX tries to close in versus RBM, but it's not made easy. RBM's trying to keep him at range. He risks getting pinched by Zeus as well. The super in from Toonie creates an avenue for Fade to push forward. He creates the perfect distance to take down Luffy. Only needs one more gem to start this countdown.
I can't believe RBM survived that, giving his team at least some kind of an outside chance here. It's going to take Zeus a long time to get up this map. EVEX going to be dropping the hypercharge here, as well as Luffy looks for an angle. RBM in hot pursuit. The reflections going down as Sandy looks to assist here. There's one takedown. Fade, low HP. They get the shot off in time, though, and we will see a reset.
This might even be safer on the Sandy, though, with just 12 seconds left to make it all the way to CT Esports' side of the map. It's not looking good for Motomami's FA. RBM tries to charge in, those shots being blocked by Fade. Massive damage for Luffy. Now he's got to be on the hunt to take down Toonie, but he's safe and sound all the way as EVEX also clears all of the opponents to generate a Game 1 win.
I love that for CT. Opening debut here on broadcast. They go with Unorthodox, and Unorthodox is winning right now. Awesome gameplay right there. Seeing all of these really good tank players kind of come together in one set as well. Something we don't normally get to see. I mean, 3 tanks in one draft. Pretty crazy, alongside Sandy, who's a powerful brawler. Zeus being on this 8-bit, a long-time player on this map. And then Luffy, of course, running the Rico. Rico on this map, a tale as old as time. Just seeing the old and the new kind of coming together. Such an awesome performance there.
I'm just seeing good pinches between CT Esports on the right. I mean, you have a lot of CC to work with. Every single one of these brawlers on CT has some form of stun. And Motomami's FA don't really have anything to deal with that. Zeus does have a teleport away, but that's the best he gets. Fade gonna reflect some of that damage so that he and his teammates don't get tapped up too hard. Motomami's FA try to charge these back lines. Fade with a slow-mo replay, still no kill onto RBM. He healed up, but EVEX gets the kill. These gems are now safe and sound on CT Esports' side. Really the only brawler from Motomami's that can take those gems is in fact going to be Ashe, and he has to get all the way there to begin with. CT still have the lead. Fade actually will opt to pick up these gems, taking a bunch of damage from both Luffy and Zeus, who look for the pinch. It's good. EVEX still looks for some damage, but nothing. Nada onto Luffy as they get a team wipe.
Phenomenal game sense there from Zeus to buy his time. They had the reflection looking right, and instead of rushing it, bided just enough time to be able to back away, get his teammates these gems, and now 10 in the pockets of Motomami's a dive in as well, though. The aggression starting up with 5 seconds to go. They need to move forward. Zeus on the back lines, hanging out comfortably. RBM just enough HP alongside that gadget, and Luffy closes things out. Tie ball game here in set number 1.
A worthy effort. I think what happened there was we simply saw CT Esports fall back too quickly. They ended up getting pinched between that Rico and the 8-bit, and the rest is history. They got pushed back to their backlines. The Ashe was creating constant momentum for it that they had to react to, and with Rico and 8-bit consistently being so safely out of range, it was tough for them to get up there and make some actual action happen. Another thing that I notice is EVEX is struggling to get these real supers here, the ones that actually stun. He gets one now, which will be useful impactful for taking down RBM, but note that he's not running the long stun. He's actually running Eyes Sharp to charge his super from a longer radius.
Great observation from you there, and I think a very important one as we get into this game number 3. All these little interactions are going to matter as RBM gets taken down. Rico responding though, Evax going to fall. Fade forced to take to the back lines here, hiding on this little 3-pronged wall from Zeus and Luffy's long range. Forced to run away now, dropping a super, but RBM piercing right through that as he drops a super of his own. Tooney scrambling to grab these gems. Another dive in, a connection, and they will hold on to 2. But Motomame's complete positioning of this map, and certainly in the driver's seat right now.
Different positioning of 8-Bit as well. They've placed it much more aggressively. It gives them more room to back up if they need to, which they do now, as a Sandstorm has now been activated. Fade tries to push in. They're going for a supremely aggressive push. RBM fends off Fade, but Evex still remains alive on the right side, looking for something versus Zeus. He has a hypercharge and the super. Zeus momentarily silenced, but still safe and sound. Evex gets a takedown of the turret as well. He's going to go for a big move onto Luffy. The takedown, Fade with a slow-mo replay. Evex to finish it off. A whole heist of the gems as CT Esports run it back.
And they've got plenty of escape opportunity here. A gadget being popped by Evax, and they're going to need to find at least 1 kill here. The 2 ideal. Evax falling low. That's okay. Tooney, the one that's most important. If either of these 2 somehow went down, it would end. But CT Esports had plenty in their pockets. What a pop-off performance from them in set number 1.
That Buzz Super was a spearhead of that entire charge. Evex found himself on that right lane. He was able to stun the 8-Bit, and that's how it all began. Well, okay, first, I'll back it up a little bit. He actually managed to take down the turret, and then that is how the entire charge got started. I think that is very wise. I loved the amount of stuns that they were able to run. Stuns are remarkably powerful. You can, try and get yourself out of a pinch, but you cannot unstun yourself. All you can do is get yourself to a less punishing position by trying to keep that control at mid. They left themselves kind of vulnerable to that. I think quite intelligent here from the CT Esports, but I don't mean to take too much away from Motomame's. That game number 2 actually looked very, very good for them, particularly Luffy, I will add.
This is looking like a slugfest. I mean, all 3 of those games were incredible. In that game number 1, CT Esports came out swinging, but one thing that really changed as we progressed. In game number 2, things played out a little more normally. Motomames are going to be able to get to their back lines here, hang on, hold on to these 10 gems, get the proper flanks. But this is the first real game where we saw those gems be dropped early from CT Esports, and Buster was able to let loose. Sandy was able to hold on to these gems, not necessarily looking to be their most aggressive player. Instead, they're going to leave into Eve X, who had an absolutely phenomenal set, 10 kills there. Fade got to let loose a little bit, play more of that tank role, get up in the enemy's faces, and Luffy with 12, man. I mean, Motomame still look good there, and I think the stats show it as well.
I'm glad my MVP senses are still properly calibrated. Seeing Luffy getting so many kills here, seeing Evex also, as I said earlier, spearheading the charge, really paving the way for the remainder of his team to get in there, make some actual action happen. It seems to be reflected in the stats. Lots of kills for these guys. We saw moments where Luffy effectively fended off Evex, and we saw also moments where Luffy actually kind of camped these guys in their spawn, which is probably owing to his staggering DPS.
I have mad respect for the Rico gameplay there. I mean, a good Rico on that map is so impossible to deal with. Just a really fun set overall, too, which is, again, shown in those DPS numbers, right? Nobody was cowering in their spawn. Everybody was willing to fight, get up in each other's faces. Even somebody like 8-Bit was firing away at enemies, despite them being those more tanky brawlers. I think this is just looking like a fun set, man. Neither of these 2 teams are clearly afraid to go against the grain. Those picks were not traditional. We don't see Ash from a lot of teams there. We don't see a Buzz Buster Sandy composition with no traditional mid often. They're doing it their own way, and it's a blast to watch.
I think they're also playing to their strengths. I mean, Buzz is an Evex brawler. A lot of aggro brawlers are Evex brawlers, if you want to call them that way. Tooney is a great tank player. Fade, Buster is just one of his best brawlers. Everyone is on something comfortable, and I think that is for both sides. I mean, RBM on the Ash needs no introduction here in the NA game. We'll get into Goldarm Gulch, another reintroduction to the map pool. This one really plays right to left. We'll see the Gene selection. This is a very strong selection on this map, and it was left open by Motomame's FA, so clearly this is deliberate.
And RT going to be on my mind here for sure, especially considering how the meta's played out on this map. Another early selection of a thrower here. It's going to be Tick, a very popular brawler in a lot of scrims that I've seen more recently. We even saw it earlier today go in that first/second pick kind of category. I think, you know, gone are the days, at least for this month, where it's all sharpshooters here. You don't have to go those Pipers and Bells of the world, two brawlers that were insanely popular last month. Things have really changed up here with the hyper charges being established from brawlers like Gene and Max, who traditionally do really well into the sharpshooters. So a lot of people have just kind of had to zigzag here, and as a result, we're going to get brawlers like Tick and RT kind of reappearing in this meta.
Yeah, and we talk about hypercharges too. Tick got a hypercharge fairly recently, like within the last couple of months, and that has propelled him towards the forefront of the meta. Just to point out the super in particular, you're guaranteed to get a hypercharge, okay? You're playing Tick. Yeah, Shelly is going to be here to break down the walls. I was wondering when that was going to arrive. We needed some way of breaking walls from CT Esports, because Moto Mommies benefit massively from the walls, not only to deal with that Gene, but also to keep that Tick nice and safe and sound. 8-Bit is usually like on Gym Grab, a counter to Gene. I've seen this just a little bit more often. We saw it actually with Stamina versus Tribe earlier, where we saw how powerful that 8-Bit boosted booster can be for a sharpshooter. RT is an example of a sharpshooter that could benefit a ton from it.
Well, I'm super pumped to see the Gene, Max, and Selly combination. I mean, the shotgun blast alongside a pull, one of my favorite duos in Brawl Stars. And on the other end, 8-Bit on knockout. Something that still surprised me a little bit. I mean, I understand the matchups, and like you mentioned, we did see it a little bit earlier today, but I'm just really not used to seeing the big man on something like KO.
It's just one of those things where someone said, I'm just going to try this, and then it started working, and then people took notice, and now more people are running it. I think it really does get as simple as that. Pairing up the 8-Bit turret with a sharpshooter like RT, you already have the mark for damage boost for subsequent shots. Then you also have 8-Bit, who's going to boost your damage by 50%, provided, of course, that he is running boosted booster. We're still going to have to chill for a little bit before we find that out for certain. For now, though, really the big development to wait for is to see when Luffy gets his hypercharge, how quickly he's going to get it. If he gets it before the end of this round, then it could very well lead to a round victory for Moto Mommies.
They established that super, but a lot of damage going down. The Tickhead connecting, though. Monomami sweeping through the opposition there in the closing moments. Nicely played there. I was honestly a little bit nervous on that bottom-hand side where the fog was closing in. I thought 8-Bit might be facing some doom, but nonetheless, Zeus getting a nice pop-off there.
Could be the case now that Moto Mommy's FA have been shoved back into their spawn. This is where Gene really profits. This is what Gene is quite effective at, is keeping brawlers back in their spawn, but Luffy's actually going to be the one to lead the charge on the right side as they begin to scout out the right lane. This is where Evex plans to get most of his value. We're going to see some of these bushes broken up as well. Evex just has to tank one to the face, and all of Moto Mommy's managed to find themselves on this right lane once more.
He takes one to the face, but I think even arguably more importantly, gets a perfect placement for that Tickhead. It's going to cut off that entire section of grass right there. Can be much less sneaky, which won't matter too much if it's a 3v2 situation. This is certainly favoring the blue side right now. Beautiful shot coming in, though. Evex with an opportunity now for his team. Luffy solo HP, tries to drop a gadget. A super as well, though. What a reversal. Big play from RBM as he drops a double. And that did not go the way I thought it was going to go.
Not at all. We saw Fade go completely idle there at the end, too. Must have been acutely aware that this one was already over. As soon as I saw the jagged dotted circle circling the Tick there, I already knew that this one was going to be over. There's just not much you can do into the hypercharged Tick super. It's fast, it comes out faster, and very importantly, it drops these mines that deal about 3k damage when it explodes, and it drops 6 of them. There's just no getting away from it if you're playing at mid. So CT Esports, this time they're taking a much different approach. They're not playing the East versus West that they typically would. Zeus is taking a lot of damage and almost went down early just a moment ago.
I love the attempt, though. Just an early aggression and kind of changing things up, right? There is a little bit of mind games, I would say, that goes in this map. Traditionally, everybody goes left. You're going to play that left to right battle that you mentioned. But this time around, CT Esports space the floor a little bit and just try and get a fight up close and personal to these guys. Somebody like Luffy not necessarily going to handle that super well. But Moto Mommies were well equipped, prepared, did their scouting report on the left-hand side of the bush. And as a result, CT Esports once again going to be at a deficit here.
Tooney has that speed for Fade, but Fade doesn't have a super, so it's basically a non-starter. We'll see what Motomami's do on the right side. Really, they just want to farm up their super as well. There's a kill onto Zeus. He still got significant damage onto Toonie, but still, they remain alive. With the poison closing things in, it's looking quite dangerous. There's a kill first onto Toonie. Now it's Fade versus the world. RBM's going to heal up more health than Fade can actually chew through, but at least he has a super for round number 2. This has been a pretty clean path for Motomami so far. They haven't conceded a round just yet, and CT Esports need to stop them here and now.
Free scouting report from that tickhead as well. Nobody left side, unfortunately, so it's going to be taken down in the mid there. But Eve X and Fade have supers. If they can get the 1-2 punch, the Gene Pool and the Shelly super, it's all but over for one Motomami's brawler.
I've always called this strategy the yank and spank. Fade gets the yank and Eve X lays down the spank. That's how it's going to work, but they need to get that super attached to someone first. Toonie could aid this greatly if he had a super of his own, which no doubt he's running around attempting to get for free, using the star power that gives you supercharge while you're running. Big hypercharge, and Zeus is magnetized to this right side, but Fade was a little too eager. Evex from the top side helps get a double kill with Fade, and RBM just runs away, tries not to feed the super for Evex. Fade's super would also be massively important. Yep, into the poison, not a single shred of supercharge fed.
There we go. CT Esports putting one on the board there. People forget Shelly's got that long range capability too. Popping that gadget, taking some sharpshooter shots from that shotgun. Awesome stuff to see. And there's a hypercharge in Toonie's back pocket as well. That's going to be a big deal as we progress here. However, because they used all those supers in that round number 2, Fade and Evex going to have to establish some more. Fade getting one very early though. That's a huge deal for them. On the other end though, Motomami's can hunker down if they need be. They've got an RBM super. They've got Luffy's hypercharge and super as well. This one I believe is going to unfold in the final moments. Ready?
It has to, but see, Luffy is able to counter that. He has the hypercharge and the super. If he pops this in the final few moments, it's almost guaranteed to work. Everyone stacks from CT Esports running to the opposing side. Big pull, but Fade completely misses. If anything, it gets rid of the hypercharge tick super. But even still, it's a 2v3 with CT Esports desperately behind. Fade being chased down by every single member of the opposing team, and they generate a kill. Toonie versus the world. And there it is, a set victory for Motomami's.
You saw the tears streaming down Toonie's face, middle of that end there of just an emote of sadness. It felt like it was well under control for the most part. Sure, CT Esports ended up grabbing a set, but a very rare 8-bit pick with a 0% win rate in our monthly qualifiers, I might add. Nighttime Clasher, a wonderful stats man, let us know that he was picked 3 times, 0% win rate. And on the other end, Shelly, 11 and 100%. So we're just mixing things up here in the monthly finals. A little craziness and mayhem, but that's back-to-back drafts that I think were a lot of fun and very different, which I certainly appreciate.
Picked 11 times and won every single time for a 100% win rate is actually crazy. So you know what? Just we reduced the win rate. Easy peasy. You know, wonderful stuff. It's now down to like 92% win rate. Thanks a lot, CT Esports. But seriously, you gotta appreciate some creativity here. It looks like that wall break didn't really help them because RBM and of course Zeus on the RT and 8-bit respectively still made great use of the presence of walls. It didn't seem like that aggression that Toonie was here to offer on that max was good enough, I suppose, to shut these guys down.
Just seeing the highlights too, such a unique set. Again, not used to seeing somebody like 8-bit and Shelly on this map, but I love that you mentioned it earlier. They're playing to their strengths. Sometimes that's what it's all about, and I think honestly that's sometimes bold as well. It seems like these two teams are pretty evenly matched. We came into this with question marks for CT Esports. Been a while since we've seen Toonie on the big stage. Evex, first real moment on the big broadcast to show what he's got, and I feel like these guys still haven't wavered from that. They're showing that they can compete, but Motomami's are fierce opponents. They add RBM, who's a fantastic player, a long-time player in this region, to the core of Zeus, Luffy, and Killer. And it's an awesome combination there. RBM, the main man on the left-hand side, 6 kills.
Remarkable, honestly, for Motomami's. The RT was so strong. Didn't even really need that 8-bit to make him that much better. And one of the main reasons that we see RT around these days, or at least the reason we've seen such an uptick in RT presence, was not even put on display. Has a gadget now that is able to give you your super instantly. And I believe it's called Out of Line, sort of mocking inline, maybe the worst gadget in the game he had previously. And now he's able to become Jackie and then go back to being a sharpshooter. basically whenever he wants. Not present here was using the instant damage gadget, as we typically saw from our team many times before. Wound up working out for them, so good stuff for Motomamis. I think a really safe comp from them. They got a good arrangement of brawlers, and I would say the same for CT Esports, but there is such thing, as I love to say, as having a lot of good pieces and not making good puzzle.
That's a great point. I will say it felt like the Shelly might have been a little preemptive. I mean, it did have an 100% win rate, so what do I know ultimately? But it's still a little bit shocking to kind of see that come out. Maybe just knowing the opponents trying to prevent that tankier pick, because Motomamis are certainly pulling that up their sleeves. Now, Sneaky Field's ready. This is a map where at 1-1 overall, this is set 3, a very important tone setter for the rest of this match. We've seen some unique drafts, and Sneaky Fields is no stranger to some crazy tanky picks. I can only imagine what these guys are going to come up with.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, it might be in your imagination for now, but it's soon going to become a reality. Even your wildest dreams can happen on Sneaky Fields. This bush map just brings all the wackiness out of how geography can so greatly influence the brawler picks that are the most meta at the moment. This is where, honestly, a Shelly would not surprise me at all, even if it appears like before that final pick, because you can break down the walls and you can get like good super cycles out. You use Shell Shock, you use Clay Pigeons, you basically tap auto aim, you get your super back for free, you cycle it out, blah 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 blah, like typical Shelly stuff. It's so good here. We don't see it banned on either side, so be on the lookout for a Shelly in the bush. You always should, by the way. Here's a Cordelius for a selection. This is a very good brawler right now. I think a little slept on at the moment, which is strange to say because he is still really good, but I think that he hasn't been getting as much attention recently, maybe because of just the shock of some of the other really good brawlers right now.
I think that's very true. Cordelius is still somebody that's very prevalent and very strong. I mean, just having the ability to remove somebody from the map, drag them to the Shadow Realm where Cordelius has that natural advantage is a big deal. It's the ultimate super stopper, hypercharge button, whatever it may be. Surge was somebody I'm honestly was kind of looking for in that ban stage, considering that both these teams love those aggressive, tankier picks, and especially considering that there's not a lot of them on this map for tank counters. The stock on those brawlers is typically really high. We're going to see brawlers like Ims who don't always make an appearance because of how well they do in the tanks. Gale, another example, honestly show up in the pick or ban stage quite frequently. So the fact that Cord gets slept through and Surge kind of surprises me a little bit.
I honestly think that Gale could be pretty good into the Surge, at least in the early game. Is able to outrange the Surge, keep him slow, maybe try and deny some super. Aside from that, though, you know, I don't see, with Sandy banned out, why the Gale would be picked, but I still think that it could be quite useful. We'll see the Buster as well. That's just a good fade brawler, and we saw it played by him earlier, so it wouldn't shock me too much. I just look to what are they going to do into this Surge. It's going to be quite difficult. Crow can scout out some of these bushes, sure, with the walls broken open, or excuse me, with those bushes broken open by Amber. I also think that that could diminish some of the value of some of these brawlers that usually find most of their use in the bushes. I just don't really know what's going to happen for Surge here. I think he's going to get a super quite early, basically just straight line down one of these lanes in the bushes, you know, pop the shield, get his ammo back, and then profit.
Looks like 3 great matchups for Surge, and especially considering not a lot of wall break, none at all, in fact. I mean, it's going to be pretty easy for him to cycle those supers, kind of make the jumps that he needs, and I don't think Crow or Cordelius are really going to be able to keep up on those lanes necessarily, and traditionally Surge is going to do really well in the tank, so I think on paper, Surge could have a heyday here. We do love to see Amber getting in the mix here too, a very powerful brawler, and I am never upset with an NA Classic and an RBM Ashe.
Not at all. And it doesn't look like things have shifted on the other side, though. So maybe it's fate that'll be running this Cordelius on the side of CT Esports. Of course, still time to swap out these brawlers. We'll see who is on which brawler. It looks like Fate has been apt to take the Buster over here on the Luffy lane as well. This is going to be quite tough. He can feed the super to Luffy very easily, and that can completely shift the tide of the game. Already, they're getting shoved back. Fade with double kill on the left side, but Luffy gets to walk this one in. Still, Fade is apt not to feed any super to Luffy.
I think a good call, too. I mean, the goal was inevitable. They may as well just keep Luffy on that stage 1 as Evex is going to drag him down to the Shadow Realm here. A fight up top between Zeus, RBM, and the other side. Fade getting burned to the ground. Evex just holding him hostage there below, but Luffy going to get a big victory there. Evex falling low. All 3 brawlers from Motomamis walking forward. Luffy scooping up this ball with 6k HP and a wide open net. Motomamis with a speed run in game number 1.
They just get to run it down is the problem. The Crow wasn't really able to do that much. Everyone simply groups up, becomes a big ball of death, and walks it right down mid, or really wherever they please. If they want to go down a lane to make benefit of some of that speed gear, then so be it. But they have so much health to work with. And CT Esports are forced to back away. Zeus on this Amber can simply hold down the auto-aim and deal so much damage to them. Different lane loadout this time, though. Evex might look for the mute. No, instead he's running the jump Luffy with that shield, and this one could already be a goal. A pass up to RBM would secure it.
10,800 HP is unstoppable for somebody like Tooney. Evex would need is super much quicker, and it's just not going to happen. This draft so far, thriving for Motomamis. I mean, CT haven't even had an opportunity to really progress up the map.
Well, at least we can finally see a super here from Evex. He's going to snag one of these mushrooms, and it might avail some play. He managed to get Amber out of the mix, but it still did not create anything for Tooney on that left side. Pass over to Evex, who's going to try and pocket this, but it's him versus the world. Even a jump over that ball just to stay out of the way. Luffy now is ready for his level 3, but he doesn't even need it. He's in such close range that he can just opt to jump on top of someone. Fade looks for the slow-mo replay to keep him away from the ball. No one respawning in time. That's going to be an incredibly quick game victory.
Golly, I mean, tough stuff there. We've seen such an even matchup the whole way through, but this Motomami's draft is just looking impossible to deal with for the other end. Again, Surge on paper to us looked like they were going to be so strong into the rest of those brawlers, and we never really saw them let off the gas pedal. I think that was just a draft from CT that wasn't clicking.
No, like not really at all. I think the best stuff on Sneaky Fields was made available to Motomamis. They picked it, and we saw a reaction from CT, but even then, it just was not quite enough. They didn't manage to slow things down. They didn't have enough damage to shrug this off. It is the typical run it down. We are going to have a lot of health. We are going to get close to you, try and do something about it. And this is pretty much the same as we saw from Luminosity earlier here on Sneaky Fields with, yeah, we're just going to like run a surge. It is going to run at you. It is going to pop the shield. You are going to shoot it because what is your other option? To just let it run at you, score a goal? I think not. He gets his ammo back, you lose. It really, I think, is that simple sometimes.
This is another great example of how powerful Surge can be on this map. And sure, Surge not great everywhere in 3v3, but this map is certainly an exception to that rule. I mean, they just kind of walked their way through all of this. There weren't really a lot of takedowns for CT Esports. I'm honestly a little bit nervous in the stats category of how one-sided this is going to end up being, especially considering how fast this went down. The Crow in combination too, I just don't really see how Crow's really going to be able to take down any of these brawlers. Sure, he can get that slow down maybe for a little momentum swing, but yeah, Fade with a couple kills, and other than that, I mean, it's clearly one-sided as we saw in that set.
I think one of the things with Crows, like maybe it's a reaction to Amber. Maybe we can slow down the Amber. I still think that it gets shut down by RBM on this Ashe and Luffy on the Surge. They're able to make benefit of these bushes. That's the deal with these brawlers like Surge. What is really the biggest thing holding back Surge? I mean, let's not pretend like Surge at level 3 or level 4 is one of the best brawlers in the game. The problem is that at level 1 and level 2, he's one of the worst brawlers in the game. So once you're in those bushes and your enemies have to scout you, you know, maybe they miss you or you're able to misdirect them, and you have that speed gear making you move more quickly through the bushes, that is why Surge finds value on a map like Sneaky Fields in particular. And the same rules apply to a tank, really. When you're facing a tank that's running at you, every single shot is going to count. The only thing that really holds you back is your reload speed and how much damage each shot does. And if you miss one or two because you're trying to scout that enemy, they're going to take full advantage of that and just walk that one right down into the goal.
Well, I hope some of the folks at home learned from that and are fully realizing how good Surge can truly be on that, whether you're playing some ranked or just some ladder at home. Definitely push some Surge for me out there. Very fun brawler as well. I enjoyed getting that bro title for sure. But on the other end, I think if you're CT Esports in terms of momentum here, you're down 2-1. Not great, right? I mean, that is a huge get there for Motomamis. And honestly, a semi-free one, it kind of felt like. But the good news is, outside of that set, CT Esports have been right there with them the whole time. They had a very even matchup up into that point, and I think they can definitely bounce out back here. A couple just tougher sets for them, I would say, but nonetheless, you know, they're down 2-1. I don't think this is impossible for them to even out here and drag us to a set 5. I think this team is clearly talented, doing some good stuff. I think that just particular set wasn't theirs today.
I also just look to the draft to diagnose any time a team loses, like what was going on. Anytime a team wins, you know, we look at the draft. It's about like 80-20. Yes, you can outskill your opponents, but the draft is the most important part. You have to have good equipment to get a good result over here. On Open Business, we've seen this one played already today. I look to stuff like Angela, like Melody, Sandy, these things to be played. Amber, another one that definitely grabs my attention just for how strong she is right now, how good she is in the current meta. You might have tanky brawlers that are constantly running at the hot zone, because keep in mind, it's not necessarily important to have control as much as it is to get bodies on the point and have your enemy not on that point. Now, you can interpret that as control if you wish, but I think a brawler like Sam would beg to differ.
Brawler that's shown up a lot here too in practices for me has been Barley, somebody that was noted. Stu, another really popular one outside of the more, I guess, stereotypical ones, like you mentioned, you know, the Melodies, the Angels of the world. I think Amber, certainly a good shout. I'm right there with you. Amber, a very powerful brawler in this meta, and obviously kind of hitting those shots, not necessarily the hardest thing in the world, right? I mean, you're literally just pressing down a button and running a flamethrower that semi-auto aims for you. I think at a professional level, if they've got the right movement speed, proper positioning, I mean, they're going to be able to thrive with a brawler like that.
Okay, I see this Jessie ban from CT Esports. That's going to allow Pam to run amok, but keep in mind that Pam is basically the main benefit of her is that she has a ton of health. She gets good sustain. Now, the unfortunate side effect of that is that you can feed supers quite easily since you're, you know, pretty apt to take damage. I don't see Sandy banned anywhere, and typically Amber can be pretty good into the Sandy. So we'll see if CT Esports opt to pick up a Sandy here to run it down a lane. You can see it's a very popular ban here as well. So maybe the Sandy here. We also see that Stu that I think can keep Sandy at range quite effectively. Also able to break down walls to diminish the amount of value that he's able to bring to this brawl.
Gonna have to deal with this Stu for sure. It's a brawler that can pop off in the right hands, and definitely something that needs to be addressed. There's the Barley that I mentioned, which I don't really think addresses the Stu. I mean, historically, I feel like Stu does pretty well in the Barley. If you get some indestructible walls in the mix, it's a little bit harder for Luffy or whoever ends up playing this brawler from to climb up the map. Not gonna be easy for Pam to make those tags necessarily, so they might be relying on somebody like Buster to be up in the faces of the enemy, while somebody like Fade on that Barley could be stepping back behind those walls, lobbing up shots and giving him a little coverage.
I want to see, you know, what the percentage... Oh, here we go. Here's the Mortis. I want to see what the percentage of presence is for Buster for CT Esports by the end of this. Let's talk about this Barley. I mean, this is a very similar draft to what we saw for Luminosity earlier. We saw West Coast pick that Barley, and instantly it was just Mortis, Mortis. I want to run the Mortis. I want to run at the Barley. Barley is going to do a fairly good job of making sure that that Pam doesn't keep the turret up quite often. That takes away most of her value as a brawler. Now, that there is a catch to this. Barley has to actually get in range of the turret. And yeah, RBM on this Mortis, sending you back to the respawn, can guarantee a pretty large distance between the Barley and the Pam turret.
Good news for Zeus too is they do have that speed zone established. So they're going to be able to climb up the map a little bit faster on those resets when going back to spawn. And already up in the faces, Motomami's coming out swinging. Team wipe right off the rip, and now they're well established on this hot zone.
Luffy's ready to get some kind of takedown onto Fade, who's actually not on the Buster this time. He's going to be playing the Barley. Now, Barley finds a lot of value here from the use of that healing herbal tonic, which does keep him alive here, even after a pretty deadly Mortis attack. It only took down Evex here, but it still kept Motomami's FA in the driver's seat of this game. Luffy now with another charge in, and now CT Esports get to run forward. With the main damage dealer, the main assassin of their roster gone, at least for now, Motomami's FA are completely shoved off.
They have to rely on positioning. It's just what Barley and Amber have to be. I mean, once Luffy's up in their face, Zeus is dashing around. It's nearly impossible for them to deal with. They're relying on their bodyguard and Eve, but it's just not enough. Zeus and RBM able to reestablish this control. Fade dropping a super as RBM hunkers down alongside that healing station. Even throughout the burn, will be slowly healed up enough to probably survive this. Wow. As Luffy grabs another one. Tooney throwing down a gadget, but it's just not enough to play defense here. A runaway right now for the blue side.
Fade could put that super down, but he didn't get it out in time. Evex trying to get RBM down. Zeus keeping himself alive with the gas to heal and getting a kill in the midst. Just one more game to victory for this team.
Only about a minute and a half on that first game. They're speed running their way through these last couple sets. Things getting it very out of hand. Momentum riding with Motomami's right now. We're looking to make a grand finals here. It's a big broadcast debut for this new roster on our right-hand side, and they're going to have to find a way to deal with these brawlers punching them in the mouth early.
Luffy still looking for his first meal. Maybe Tooney's on the menu. Fade, Evex looking kind of scrumptious over here. Luffy, no, taken down as he sucked back by that gadget from Evex. A kill on the Fade, however, generated by Zeus. RBM looks like he's going to go down from the fire, but he still manages to drag someone down to the grave with him. Luffy cleans things up on the point, and the only one to contest is Fade. He's going to go for it, but it's a total bait. 28 health remain, which he can dash away from, but he's seriously weakened. We'll see another healing herbal tonic thrown down by Fade as CT Esports try to establish control at this point. It looks good so far as they've already gotten 2 kills.
That gadget for Tooney is just so darn good. Anytime there's a brawler getting aggressive on you, it's a great defensive mechanism to use. Control established for CT here as Luffy looks to dive in. A nice takedown there. I mean, they're doing a good job compared to game number 1 of just focusing on these aggressive brawlers, working it one at a time, and it's allowed them to get up to 80% here.
Ooh, that was almost a big play by Luffy, but Evex had him ready with the slow-mo replay. He still has at least one more in the tank, but it doesn't even look like he'll need to expend it. CT Esports now approached 95%. Another takedown onto Luffy. He keeps on running straight at them, but folks, it has stopped working. They're gonna have to find another route.
Back-to-back games of dominance. Complete change up there as CT look to prolong this match. One more game win for them, and it'll be a set 5, but on the other end, Motomame's on match point could push us all the way here and become our first grand finalist of the day. Be a huge accomplishment for this roster that just picked up RBM.
Early takedown onto Fade after he throws down the crucial herbal tonic. Luffy also taken down. Wow! Tooney and Evex clear out this point with RBM and Zeus, the last ones to fall. CT Esports approach 25% capture now. We see the speed zone down, availing a quicker rollout. Fade makes short work of it. We see Luffy trying to get in here, probably trying to bait out some of this gadget usage from Evex. Evex missed that gadget, but still they managed to combine to get the kill. I think CT Esports have done a better job of stockpiling their ammo to deal with that Mortis once it goes for an assault.
They've been insanely calculated. Look at this, just playing as a unit in sheer perfection. So many matchups on paper that should be going their way, but nonetheless, after getting destroyed in game number 1, have somehow found a way to make it work. A great hero's effort here from Motomame's, though, who are looking to put a halt to this for now. 86%. They were down 70% upon this takedown, and they're going to need darn near perfection the rest of the way in this set.
It's actually going to be quite difficult for them to get in here. Fade is out of gadgets, and that's one of the biggest things about Barley. The second biggest, his super, now occupying so much of this point. RBM and Zeus with the sustain, as this turret on the right keeps him alive. Fade needs to find some kind of rotation over there to take it down, which he eventually will. Another super. This guy's been hitting all of his shots. Luffy looking for a big play, but Evex gets the takedown. They still can't be too hasty. Need to see a kill on a Zeus or an RBM. Zeus hitting himself and dying, and the Barley shot now approaching 100%. For CT Esports with a final kill onto Luffy. They go to set 5.
I'll keep it a stack with you, ready. At opening game number 3, I was shaking my head. I thought Mortis was going to have a clean sweep there. I thought it was over. No siree. CT right there with them. What a turnaround. That game number 1 was not going their way in the slightest, but the adjustments, the conservation of ammo, the focusing on individual members of the opposition, so good from them. This is clearly a demonstration of how good these two teams can be. Motomame swept through their first opponent, the grand finalist winners of last month, and they have somehow stumbled into an opponent here in CT who's right there with them, dragging him to a set 5 in their opening debut for this monthly finals.
It is so wild to me that CT Esports have taken it this far versus Motomame's, who I did predict to win. As much as I am a believer in the talents of Tooney, Evex, and Fade, I fully expected this to be a victory for Motomame's FA, and certainly not a set number 5, but I can't say I'm not impressed. Look at the way that they adapted. They took what they had and managed to make it work into a brawler that gave them a remarkably tough time in game number 1. I think really what it looked like the main difference from game 1 to game 2 and 3, what went right for CT Esports is they just had the ammo ready to go for Luffy. And Luffy also started to, we saw some emergent strategy from Luffy as well on this Mortis. We saw him dash in and out versus Evex on at least one occasion and actually baited a gadget out of Evex that gave Evex no value at all. Check out some of these stats. Luffy, the leader in kills for Motomami's FA, but CT Esports absolutely stellar. Check out Tuni over here with 519 DPS. That is absolutely incredible.
That might be an all-time record for at least what I've seen in Brawl Esports. 519 is unbelievable, and alongside it 12 kills. It's not like he wasn't getting them himself. I mean, just dealing death everywhere. Luffy with 8, Zeus with 6. I mean, some good stuff on this left-hand side. And game number 1, like we mentioned, a runaway, but I love how CT came together. I'm sure the comms had to be on point there. Who are we focusing? Making sure that we're recycling that ammo properly, making every single shot count. And after 2 perfect games from them, we're on a final set number 5 here to determine our first grand finalists, and it's going to be on Safe Zone.
Draft gets pretty interesting here. We have brawlers that are banned out like 90% of the time. The Chuck is such a commonly banned brawler, but sometimes you see some interesting ones where Chuck is deliberately left open, and then the approach from the enemy team or whichever team decide not to ban that Chuck is to base race. That's when we see the Colt come out. Colt is also a very commonly banned brawler here on Safe Zone, but we also have to welcome sort of the typical stuff. Melody absolutely busted on any heist map. You just run counterclockwise, sort of skipping around the safe, dealing incredible DPS. You have remarkable mobility as well. Pop the shield. You can even chain it together if you're pretty slick with it. This stuff is definitely going to be banned out.
You're totally right. I mean, Melody very strong. Angelo still a sharpshooter, going to be used here from time to time and in that ban stage for sure. Colette, somebody I'm on the lookout for. Eve, a brawler that into all these single shot brawlers and sharpshooters does make appearances here. Not necessarily as popular in North America compared to some of the other regions that I've seen, but still nonetheless a good shout out here. Looks like this is not going to be one of those games where Chuck's left open. I believe the ban rate in the monthly qualifiers was unbelievably high as well, so it's going to be no exception here. Colette going to be the first overall selection for the red side.
Colette's a pretty strong brawler. It could avail CT Esports the 8-bit if they would like. Motomami's FA are going to have to think of a way that they're going to break some of these walls. Piper wouldn't be a bad way to do it. Amber will keep them from being run at too aggressively. Let's look at some of these bans. We'll see Motomami's FA have gotten rid of basically the best brawlers here. Chuck, look at a 92% win rate is absolutely remarkable. 82%, 73% for the other 2 brawlers that they've banned, as we can see it right before our very eyes in the center of your screen. They basically didn't have any other options, which is left really the good stuff for CT Esports.
Kind of a 5-head ban of the Cordelius for C2 at that first overall selection. If they didn't end up banning Chuck and Cordelius is banned, they would have had, I mean, not necessarily a freebie, but I mean, it would have been pretty nice. That's a huge way to deal with Chuck. So I think a 5-head kind of move there from them, just tempting Motomamis, almost forcing that ban button there. Love the Eve matchup into somebody like Colette with all those extra spawners on the ground. It's something that they can struggle with, and they're going to go back to their roots here. It's going to be some aggression coming out on this 4th pick. Sam does not mind being the faces of either of these brawlers.
I think Tooney's going to mind if he's the one who ends up playing this Colette. He's definitely going to mind Fade feeding this Eve repeatedly and giving it so many babies, because that is, I think, probably what's going to happen. Another crucial thing for the Sam here is to have this wall available. There's a 2x2 wall. Brock is here to make sure that it doesn't get broken open by a Brock, I suppose. There are other methods to do so. I wouldn't really sneer at a Griff selection at this stage, given that it's not banned out. And I've seen it in a few scrims.
Griff's a good shout here. I mean, I don't mind the angle you're kind of coming at here. I think it makes a lot of sense. The high DPS into somebody like Sam could be an option too. That mid-range engagement. I mean, it's not like they've got a ton of sharpshooter choices on the other end. Sure, Brock, but instead they're going to go with the 8-bit here. I don't think I mind this either. I mean, 8-bit historically very good on this map. High damage dealing into that Colette matchup can be a little bit tough, but the one thing I will say, it's going to be really hard for Motomamis to win unless they just dominate in the control category, because once 8-bit's kind of overrun, Eve, somebody that can do damage on that high safe, but not necessarily a ton, kind of relying on those spawners to get the allies up. Amber, of course, can shred through it, but again, kind of has to get to the other end.
I mean, I just have to wonder, like, where is this 8-bit turret going to go? It's going to have to go behind the Indestructibles, or it's going to have to be put in a pretty vulnerable position. Now, once 8-bit loses position and he has his turret, the turret usually is there to follow, but placing it in a safe position is often ideal. We'll see Evex on the Sam over here on the left side, completely trying to run down this Amber. Not able to exhaust all the ammo, but still gets that kill onto the Amber. Luffy tries to approach from the left side. It looks like a bit unorthodox as an 8-bit, but it's not too crazy. We'll see also a trade on the right side. Evex now attempting to run it down at mid. We'll see Fade trying to distract RBM. A kill onto Luffy, and Evex now manages to punch through with those gauntlets on the left side, now becoming an issue on the bottom left.
Breakaway for him is going to allow some chaos, so Zeus and RBM gonna have to just trust in their teammate or just go for a pure base race, and it looks like base race is the option that they want. 8-bit moving forward, damage going down for both sides. Just lone Sam going to keep pummeling away at this heist safe while Fade and Toonie plays defense, and I'll say successfully at that as well. Looks like a strong conversion there for the red roster.
Oh, so much damage in here from the hypercharges on the right side. Evex laying down those final punches. We'll go on to a match point for CT Esports. This is remarkable. Them getting this far is not necessarily insane, but was far beyond my expectations for this, you could say at this point, I suppose, rejuvenated roster.
Both of these teams are a little bit of an underdog story. I mean, Toonie, like I said, a player that's been great for a long time, been on a lot of powerful rosters, but this is kind of the first time we've seen him in a hot second be a starting lineup member. Evex making his real first debut, and this roster coming together here, and what truly is kind of their first month, at least as a unit here, with a possibility of going to a grand final. Some takedowns on both ends here, but they're simply one away. Love the call there, too, on when to go for that base racing game number one. Just showing some great veteran decision-making.
Okay, 10%. That's the first 10% as well from Toonie on the right side on this Colette. RBM just holding down that auto aim, even getting the damage on Fade too. Little bit of wall break, but I think Fade was looking for more of a kill confirm than anything on Zeus. It wasn't successful. Meanwhile, though, Sam is barely chipping away at this safe. We see Evex taken down by Luffy, who is made to throw down the boosted booster on his side. RBM also popped the Dancing Flames to get some additional damage onto the safe. Luffy remains alive. Someone's got to defend him, but Zeus is ready for the pinch from the left side. We could see Fade take down this turret quite easily, but RBM and Luffy are a priority. There's the takedown of some of the walls, but CT Esports is safe, is now at 47%.
RBM just trying to keep marching forward, and he's doing so successfully for now. Zeus forced to hop away. Eve going to be low HP as Luffy gets the final blow. Luffy back in action here with 10,000 HP. That is a tough brawler to bring down. They've got a turret down. It's more defensive at the moment here, but certainly an option to give them a little extra power on defense, which they're going to need right now as CT approaches.
This could be the end of days for Motomami's FA. I'm looking at 2 hypercharges. RBM, though, manages to charge right through Toonie. Here it is. Also the super down from Luffy. Possibly the kill shot as we see this now drop to just 1% to 0. Motomami's FA take us to a double match point.
2 underdog teams with an opportunity to show why they deserve to be in a grand finals. Motomami's often forgotten about, but last year they were right there in the mix for LCQ. They've added in a strong player in RBM who joins this squad, is looking for a grand finals appearance. CT proving what they've got as well, and it's all going to come down to one final game.
The end of game 2 was a crucial turnaround from Motomami's FA. Had they not killed Toonie there, then they definitely would have gone down. Toonie had a hypercharge, and he was just trying to get a super before he could properly charge in. We'll see Motomami's FA now shrugging off that first charge in from CT Esports very successfully. Luffy already has that turret up, the boosted booster giving an additional 50% in damage. Evex now tries to go over to this right lane. A bit of a different approach, but it enables Zeus also to get that super up on the right side. Pretty good so far for Motomami's FA.
The takedown category not nearly as high as last time. Each side approaching this very slowly. No mistakes can be afforded as Zeus and Luffy start climbing up the map. A super going down from Fade and the barrage of rockets. Not enough to deter Motomami's. A great connection there as Luffy gets pulled, but Eve has to get in there somehow. Runs it up, and Zeus helps focus this down as Luffy survives. Fade flanking right. Toonie takedown mid. RBM trying to deal with it from the long range and will survive. Map possession still in the blue side's favor.
Evex running it down, trying to get the kill on Luffy. It's good. Will he fall to this damage from the Eve-Pets? Appears to be so. Zeus laying down that final bit of damage. We'll see Toonie also taken down by the long-range flames from RBM. He has the hypercharge and he has the super. He's supposed to be the counter to 8-Bit, but he's getting repeatedly shut down by this Amber. RBM repeatedly running it at him. We'll see lots of damage come in from Luffy and Zeus combined. A big kill for Toonie. They might finally be able to push things to the side of Momomomi's FA, but they don't have much time. They've taken 52% already, and they only have 45 seconds on the clock to somehow surpass that.
Time running low. In possession of the map, clearly on the blue side's favor. Toonie forced to use a hypercharge here for defense, but the damage may already be done. Luffy firing down, Zeus with the flank, and Motomames shut down any idea of a comeback here. They're going to be the first to advance to the North American Grand Finals.
A remarkably close matchup here for Motomomi's FA. A little bit too close for comfort. CT Esports, though, have definitely, if anything, left their mark in our memories as almost taking down this very storied team that we've seen make it pretty deep into the monthly finals many, many times before, not just as remaining 7, but as Motomomi's this year and last year. They'll be going on to the grand finals to possibly finally put a cherry on top of this run and get their first monthly final win.
A lot of credit to both these teams, to be honest with you. Coming into this month, when kind of doing our scouting reports, right, we see Tribe versus STMN. We see a huge opportunity for LG versus one of those two teams who ended up being STMN in the semifinal number 2. But you know what? The best match of the day so far has turned out to be Motomomi's FA and CT Esports fighting for their lives out here. This game number 1 was awesome just to see CT rush down this map, but Motomomi's hunkered down and take care of business here. They make a really smart decision on this base race, and they end up just committing, and it works out so well for them. They know they can get the damage, the defense not enough, and they do it once again here in game number 3, which is a little more dominant, I would say. One of the stronger performances from them, I think, today.
Can certainly seem like a bit of a paradox here as well, as the team that ends up running it down even more effectively is the one with literally the slowest brawler in the game without using the star power that makes him a decently movable brawler, if we choose to put it that way. We've seen that same mobility in game number 1 come game number 2 and 3 wasn't really even able to get out of spawn. I think RBM was the biggest issue for CT Esports to deal with. Him on his Amber was something else. Even though he's not really leading with kills, he's certainly leading in damage. A lot of that finding its way onto Toonie, who in many cases had that hypercharge and super ready to go, but was not able to get it onto the safe in honestly the entirety of game number 3. Could not even get out of spawn as RBM kept on taking him down.
Amber had a 70% win rate in our monthly qualifiers across the globe, and I mean, that was no exception here. Pretty clear why that brawler can be so strong. Zeus even getting some kills in there. Luffy with 10 in our first match of the day that isn't a donut on the scoreboard ready. It was quite the thriller. Motomomi's FA. Even though it says FA in the name, don't forget about them. These guys have been around for a long time. Pretty awesome to see them make another grand finals as a unit. And the people at home have spoken. It is going to be Luffy for MVP.
Man, Motomomi's FA, and it really honestly should just say like FA for now. Luffy, I mean, what an incredible player that we saw. I think shut down most of what CT Esports' win condition was in that previous round. The Amber was simply remarkable. I think CT Esports honestly had a real shot at winning that one in game number 2. We saw Toonie approach their safe with the hypercharge, with the super, well, kind of in the wings. He wasn't able to charge it up, and that cost them, I think, the entire match. The fact that they just didn't get that last bit of damage in, and Luffy completely denied the Colette.
Tough go there for them. I mean, an incredible match, though. We had quite the barn burner in semifinal number 1. We've already had El Clasico today and a reestablished rivalry here to come. STMN versus Luminosity Gaming in semifinal number 2 right after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everybody, after a banger first semi-final. Motomomi's FA advancing to the grand final. It was an epic 5-set affair. And looking around the corner, we might have a similarly epic clash ahead of us. It's Luminosity versus STMN, two teams who currently sit outside of that 4th place buffer. So not even in the running necessarily for LCQ. Now, making it to the semi-finals is a big deal, right? That's 50 circuit points. Maybe now that situation has changed. But Kenny, both of these teams are looking much higher than just making semis. They want it all. They want 100 circuit points and the lion's share of the prize money this month. It's fun. We just got an STMN Tribe matchup. Now we get them against LG. What are your intuitions telling you just looking at this matchup?
Oh man, there's so much familiarity between these two teams. We got an NA West version showdown of what we got last year, and now we get them in semifinal 2 in a very important month, Uber. Both of these teams know how important this is, knocking down the other. Both of these teams, world finalist kinds of teams last year, getting a victory here, pushing them down the leaderboard while moving yourself up. A huge get if either of these two teams can get a victory.
Ready, set, of course, we saw both of these teams representing North America at the World Finals, and STMN surprised us all by being the best placing NA squad. We were split on our predictions when it came to Tribe going up against STMN. How do you feel about this one? Are you leaning towards the Luminosity players?
I'm leaning towards Luminosity this time, personally. I don't know what has overcome me, but I just feel like they could take it. And let's not forget that their run at the World Finals was also pretty good as well. They ended up falling to the team that took it all. They went down to Zeta Division in a pretty close match.
Kenny, we both have been on the same boat. We've both predicted STMN to win their matches, this one included here. We didn't get to see much from Tribe. That is to say that STMN kind of made short work of them over the course of that series. These guys look terrifying, already dispatching a top contender with relative ease in those quarterfinals.
Luminosity did the same too, but just the fact that STMN made quick work of Tribe Gaming, I think really goes to show how much they're firing on all cylinders today. They are a strong team. Both of these teams are. The rivalry for these online series in the monthly finals last year were incredible. Some of the best Brawl Stars we could watch every single month was Luminosity Gaming playing against STMN. This one's just another one where I'm kind of just going with my gut, to be honest with you. If Luminosity came out on top here, wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. They made it to all the way to the grand finals in month number 1. They're probably due one too. They're an insanely talented roster, but I don't know, something about this STMN team being so close last month and just being the kind of team I feel like every year that somehow claw their way back, get the victories necessary, and in times of desperation just always come out on top. And I guess today I'm just riding with that, and I'm making this no exception.
In March, it was Tribe Gaming to take down NA. Then in April, it was Pioneers. This month, no matter what, there will be a new winner for 2024. We're going to jump now straight into Gem Grab, folks. It's going to be the last stop, and of course, we'll be allowing Kenny to step aside, take a breather, and be rejoining us for that grand final. I am so hungry to jump into the draft here because both of these teams, Ready Set, look like they navigated that phase of the game extremely well in their previous games. Luminosity were allowing these very powerful picks over to West Coast and still playing around them. Still understanding that, leaving, Melody, for example, up, that would cause problems. They were more than happy to try and play around it to counter it to some degree. And I expect that to be no different here.
I don't know about y'all, but I swear I saw a safe in the middle of that map fly through on top of the gym mine. Maybe it was just me, but I swear there was a safe there. To your point, though, Uber, yes, I do think, though, that this was them concealing their selections for their later matches. I think both Luminosity and STMN were preparing for a difficult semifinals match. Now, STMN, they were facing Tribe Gaming, so there's a decent possibility that they were, letting it all out on stage there, but I think that these two kind of expected to face each other in the semifinals, have concealed everything up until this point. We'll see some typical stuff banned out by the team that has the last pick. This is simply how the meta goes. Angelo, Sandy, Melody, and Amber. These are the top 4 brawlers right now. You're going to be banning basically 3 of the 4 if you have last pick.
We again get a Crow pick here, something that we saw from Luminosity on Heist, just because that incredible amount of safe damage offered to you with that star power was enough to outweigh the fact that in the neutral or at medium to longer ranges, Crow felt a little bit weaker, and Patchy, frankly, was feeding just to try and, generate that ultimate or maybe connect with someone with some poison damage, shut down some healing. Patchy here looking real deep for draft strats. Real deep. Like, dusting them off out of the closet, I think, and Carl has been what he's come up with.
Yeah, this is interesting. Usually Carl is here to punish something like a tank pick towards the end. Or, excuse me, not punish a tank pick, to punish a thrower selection towards the end. We'll see, however, what exactly it fulfills here in terms of
Gale.
Chino over here on the left side is going to try and clip these corners versus Zar. Charles also looking for the pinch. Of course, Bobby is a major concern. We'll see him try and sap away some of this ammo from Charles, getting the phase shifter out here. And then, of course, see that speed as well onto Chino. Sands has won this right lane as well. He's aided by the help of all these bushes, along with the speed gear. He's able to run it straight down at the Crow.
Zar very well equipped to deal with the Carl. Full dive. Obviously, using that super to try and get on. The Gale will be difficult. If Gale himself has that super, can force you away. Sands collapses here. We've split the map again, east to west with the victory of the Amber on that side lane. And this allows Bobby to step forward. Charles here with a speed boost, looking to get Patchy involved here. But again, that Crow looks a little underwhelming, especially up against the Amber. Bobby sprays down. Yes, slowing toxin does connect, but they're inside that healing turret. So Sands and Bobby quite happy to sit here. The gadget for Amber, we see it come up a couple of times. It's been quite impactful when the enemy wants to get in your face.
Patchy now getting blown back by that Gale, but still it only actually aids him in getting towards these back lines where they plan to encircle Bobby and Sands. And it looks like Sands going to come to the rescue. Now he has the super ready to go. Charles tries to dash away, and it is a success. He has a hypercharge, though. He's got to be only moments away from getting a good old-fashioned super. Here it is. And some value as well on Patchy. The jump forward, big kill. Needs to get another super if he wants to get out of here. Sands, the savior, with a kill, but nothing on a Charles as Luminosity run it back.
It's wild. They can spend the entire round losing, having this Crow struggling to have impact. But it doesn't matter. As soon as you get a super, with that hypercharge behind it, Patchy can go in and cause all sorts of problems. A come from behind victory here for Luminosity in that first round. You love to see it. Again, we did not see that coming, but the pressure on Bobby started to mount. He had to give up ground. He used the super early, and that's when Patchy pounced.
They had this last-minute aggression that was so crucial. I mean, who needs control for the entire game? As long as you're able just to snatch it all back there in the end. Pro with a hypercharge jump forward. It really did come in just the nick of time, however. They were about to let this go to 10 gems for STMN before they were able to go forward. Chino also has that kind of aggression. If they want to steal the gems back at the last moment, Sands, massive value on the right and on the left. Another takedown of the Charles, and Chino soon to fall. But Zar gets taken down, surprisingly. We'll see Chino opt to take the usual position of Bobby and the shots from behind as well as 3 gems tumble onto the ground for Sands to pick up.
Okay, they can get Chino. Zar might have to use a super here against Charles. He does, but of course there's no stun aspect to it. So Charles is able to step up and get 5 gems. Zar already able to scoop one up after Bobby had given STMN a good start off the back of Sands, just dominating these lane assignments. Now, though, another slowing toxin use means that the Amber is effectively neutralized. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade as Chino goes down on the left.
Charles now up to 7 gems versus Stamina's 2. Soon to become 3 with Bobby standing firmly on this point, but Patchy's ready with the super in. Gonna try and take down Sands. The slow and then encircling him. Sands falls, but Charles helps pick up that kill in the Chino. Now in with the super, slowed down by Zar with the slowing star power. Bobby looks for the kill on the Charles, who escapes. He has that hypercharge and the super ready to go. The jump in from Patchy, kill on the Pam, and almost a team wipe as Sands, the last remnant, is taken down by Chino's flying pickaxe.
Nothing you can do, at least once around, you can guarantee that the Crow is going to have a hypercharge. And if you are remotely low on HP, forget about it. You're handing all those gems over. Good money after bad over the way of Luminosity, who take away this first set. Beautiful stuff. I mean, this time, again, the slowing toxin gadget's being used a little bit more liberally by Patchy to really try and shut Sands down, who is a menace on that Amber. But elsewhere, Reddy, it doesn't feel like Stamina's composition was particularly strong, and I'm pointing the finger at Gale there, who really didn't seem to have the impact he was hoping to.
I mean, I think Gale could have been good here if the Gale counters were at play. And that's really the deal. You have to play this Gale. You have to play a brawler that's like, yeah, he's pretty good just in the stuff that he counters. You have to take that so the enemy doesn't get the stuff that he counters, which is just way more strong. So this was a tough responsibility, I think, for Zar, which he can often be the pop-off player from Stamina. I actually looked to Sands from this last set to be the guy who popped off most frequently. On the right lane, he ran down those bushes, got double kills at times. But when Luminosity split apart and then converged all on one single target, that is when they shone most. You had Chino here on that Carl with the gadget in, with the super as well, versus enemies that had 0 counters versus him. They didn't have any way to stun him except for that Gale, who was already out of the question by the time he went for any sort of play.
Sands absolutely dominant. 11 eliminations here. Huge amounts of damage. Again, every time Patchy tried to step up, they were blown to smithereens. There was a 1v2 at the start of that second round for Sands, and that was huge. It allows Bobby to step into the middle of the map, take position, take the gems that, spawn on the other side of the well. Very important that you can be set up by the NM, but eventually you start to give a bit of ground. You take a little too much damage. I think Bobby deployed a healing turret on the left-hand side of the map, and it didn't quite work out for them there. So 1/3 of their comp was good. The rest seemed to struggle. STMN like those slow and steady setups today, but Luminosity have the raw skill to punish them. We're headed over to Parallel Plays. It's time for Hot Zone. We'll see if STMN can bounce back from what should have been a good first set.
Parallel Plays is one of those that I've always loved to watch, even though it's one of those that's actually remarkably difficult to watch, since there's action taking place on two sides of the map at once. Even Heist, I think, doesn't have as disjointed gameplay as this map can often have. Parallel Plays, also in my discussions with players, can be one of the wildest draft maps ever, because the bans basically determine how this draft is going to go. We'll see some unusual things come out here, particularly the Nita. She's good, but worthy of a ban, not all the time, mostly only on something like Brawl, a bush map over there. Yeah, definitely one of those memories that we have from APAC.
Yeah, that was pretty powerful there, of course, with that hypercharge on the bear. Very good. We're not going to see it for the time being, though, of course. The Bizarre, a very common pick for Zar, loves a bit of Sandy action. Here, of course, you can play Sandy quite effectively around those indestructible boxes, and Angelo will allow you to impact the fight from across the map. Not someone who deals well with all in, but again, as time goes on, Bobby is sharpshooter extraordinaire. Will be able to find opportunities to disrupt. And then Chuck comes in from Luminosity. I love this. It's not Heist, but Chuck still has a place here, able to be almost everywhere at once, it seems.
That's pretty much what it is. I mean, Parallel Plays, the plays are going on in parallel, but that doesn't stop Chuck from, stopping interrupts and going from one zone to the other. He can cross the entire map if he wishes, but I think more importantly, he's able to get out of spawn really quickly. We'll see what setup Luminosity decide to go for here. Regrettably, it's not one that I've seen in scrims that often. It seems to be banned out a lot of the time. Here comes the Barley as well from Luminosity. This is one that can be punished quite easily by stamina. The question is whether they are willing to go for that sort of punish. Something like a Carl could get great mobility onto the enemy point. We'll see the Lily selection.
Whoa!
New Brawler.
Okay.
This is basically the only place that you see her played, and I'll tell you why. Because similar to Cordelius and also Buzz, but since she's in the same trio as Cordelius, it just makes sense. She gets an auto supercharge, and she gets crazy mobility, but the biggest thing is that she gets to temporarily go into the Shadow Realm for a few seconds and pop up in an unexpected place. So team communication is essential. When you are playing Lily, you need teammates calling out where the enemy is so that you can spawn on them.
Yeah, Lily devastating, but must close the gap on you. Again, that resembles a pretty effective pick against the Barley. Definitely a brawler who looks to try and leap upon him if possible. Curious to see how this plays out here. Being able to vanish, very important. All right, Sands wants to step up here. Dar looking to pressure down Chino. We'll have to play at home for the time being, but Chuck, of course, has plans elsewhere. Patchy, though, going to be low. Down to another shot here from Bobby. In the meantime, Zar holding his own now, jumping into the Shadow Realm for enough time to buy an opportunity for STMN to return.
Patchy over here, we saw he actually threw down an additional post over towards the enemy side. Wonder what he's planning on doing with that. There's a possibility he's running the gadget that allows you to effectively eat one of your posts and get your super back. For now, though, it seems like he's just trying to get out of spawn quickly. Luminosity have the capture percentage so far. Zar with a big...
Oh my
possibly
God.
Another onto Charles, who has to run for the hills all the way to the enemy side. But this is a very efficient method of getting to the enemy point for Patchy. He's probably going to cap this one before STMN does.
Looks to be the case here. Nicely done. All right, Luminosity in a good position now. Yeah, they take their home base first, but they can focus all of their attention over here now. No need to play defense. Zar also realizes that he needs to be getting eliminations here. His Lily can't just be milling around the map, capturing objectives. Patchy down. Bobby eventually answers the threat of that Chuck, but he'll be back soon enough. Zar comes back off respawn. Now another elimination for Bobby. Sands needs capture percentage here. Does get slowed down briefly. Patchy always a nuisance. Zar has to get so close and actually loses out to the damage of the Chuck.
Just a little bit more capture here on the back right point. Patchy now getting the kill. Chino pop the hypercharge because why not? They're counting up to 100% as game one going to Luminosity. Let me point out something that just occurred to me is that, yes, I remarked that Cordelius and Lily are both in the trio. They're in that Enchanted Forest trio. And also, they do both go into the Shadow Realm, which means that
Is it
Lily...
the same Shadow Realm?
Yes, it is the same Shadow Realm.
Oh, okay, that's a fun interaction.
Yeah, only one Shadow Realm that you both have to share. Possibility of them getting some 2v1 action in there. Kind of unlikely, if you ask me, but it's certainly something that they could leverage to their advantage. We'll see Zar pop out of the Shadow Realm versus Charles for what looked to be an easy kill at a distance, but ended up actually just being a trade since Barley is running the slowing gadget.
Chino here, though, will always lose out to Sandy if she's got shots to fire. Patchy again doing his thing. Been an absolute nuisance so far. Zara actually takes damage from the post here. Oh my goodness, that is brutal. Okay, all of a sudden, Chuck acting like a bit more of a thrower there. Zara almost getting brought down. That's scary now, to be fair, to play around that home base if you are STMN. Chino here once again wants to move up. Sands aggressing. Notice that capture percentage of Luminosity is good because Charles has been chilling at home right now, getting a lot of percentage there. Sandstorm thrown up. Charles can play from outside of it though.
See what he does. Charles needs this kill onto Zar. There's a teleport. No kill onto Charles, however. Zar now charges forward. Bobby waiting, maybe. Chino needs to get out of this Shadow Realm first. He's trying to make a beeline for the enemy side, getting good damage on Sands. Patchy now in on the right side. Sands trying to clip him around these corners. Bobby just barely alive inside of the Sandstorm. Let off one of these arrows, get a kill. There's one for Sands. Still scouting out Charles. It's good! Wow. The sort of sixth sense indicating the position of the enemy there. Looks like Stamina might be able to count up the percentage and take this game.
Yeah, they're in a great spot. They obviously had most of their catch percentage split between two zones, which meant that they couldn't just focus on the, excuse me, on the one, but it doesn't matter. They're able to come back to that home point, take it down. Bobby absolutely ripping them to shreds. Playing through the middle part of the map here, but connecting shot after shot. That bush shot on Charles was beautiful.
Biggest difference maker for me was watching where the play was for Stamina. They played more towards the mid. They also had Sandy on defense more often. The benefit of that, well, you're going to be farming the supers off of Patchy. He leverages his health in order to get that capture percentage, but it just doesn't work into a brawler like Sandy, who's going to get his primary value off of repeatedly going for those supers. We'll see Zar go for some value, still taken down by Chino, who sends Bobby to the realm, gets taken down in the realm, it looked like as well. Bobby had that shot ready to go. Possibly a misplay, I think, for Chino. He definitely could have stayed there and continued to capture. The issue, however, was that he would have been giving capture percentage to Bobby. In the end, it ended up just not working out for Luminosity. We'll see Charles go for some value here. Gets one kill. Zar now into the realm. It's a mind game now. Charles throws down that slowing gadget, and Zar emerges victorious.
Yeah, pretty tough to do much about Lily. Star power means that after teleporting to an enemy, you're hitting for another 1k or so damage. Basically guarantees you that assassination. Charles will have to play from behind the wall here, and geez, this is so powerful against the thrower. That Sandstorm means that Sands can't be spotted out. Patchy again doing his thing. Very much just rinse and repeat play here for the Chuck, but STMN are so damn far ahead. They basically have home base already capped. They had away taken care of, and they come out on top. They pick the Lily. It is beautiful to see. Zar makes it look absolutely easy out there, but it is anything but in reality. And they're able to play around the Chuck. They answer the threat there being offered constantly by Patchy. They take away the second set.
The Lily was simply too strong. She had a bunch of damage. She was getting those supers for free. Into something like that Barley, you're able to go to the Shadow Realm, play some mind games. Just pray that you get that 50-50 chance, that guess correct. Maybe try and get in your enemy's head a little bit about where they're going to decide to hide. And we saw the counterplay for Barley was simply just pray. Please do not let this Lily spawn on my side. And if she spawns with a super, then, you know, count your seconds, man, because you are going down quickly.
Absolutely. So look back at some of these moments, you can see Bobby more than happy to play up close when he has to. That's a huge 2K that really frees things up for Sands and Zard to go to work. See, again, the Chuck is annoying. Don't get me wrong. Very, very good at pressuring that away zone. But STMN were actually able to play on two sides of the map simultaneously really effectively. I mean, that is exactly what, you know, Chuck is trying to do. They just left Sands at home a lot of the time, who's more than strong enough to beat Chuck in a 1-to-1.
What stood out to me in Game 3 was a couple of things. Firstly, the Lily gameplay from Zar was remarkable. I think it was exactly what we needed to see. Not only was it effective into the Barley, but it was also actually quite good into the Cordelius. We see Bobby pick up a lot of kills. That's really the second half of the equation here, is Bobby always ready with the arrows for Patchy, who's feeding him those supers. And yes, like Angelo, it has received a nerf, I think like a month ago, to how much poison damage he gets from his super.
Inside
but still,
super, yeah.
it's going to chew through so much of Chuck's health with a single shot. And he has plenty of time to charge that by the time that Chuck finds time to respawn and get all the way to the enemy point.
Yeah, it has a lot of utility, especially when you're getting pressured, you know, on the map. That healing is massive. Bobby as well was able to make some great predictive shots. You know, that's very, very threatening when Charles at times, who normally, like throwers don't normally have to deal with sharp shooters, but on parallel plays, you have to come out into the map, especially if you want to pressure that away base. There were times where Charles could use walls, yeah, fair enough, but in general, there aren't a ton of safe places to play as Barley, while also having enough of an impact on the battlefield to justify the Barley pick in the first place.
It's really a tough one.
Hey, what's an STMN cat doing in the background of that? This guy, hello?
Are they rooting for the other team, possibly?
What's wrong with this picture, huh? Damn, LG management in shambles.
See, it seems like maybe it's not their room that they're playing from. That's just a theory.
Crazy. My goodness, Patchy here, looking like he's willing to turn code at any moment. Anyway, Brawl Ball comes up next. Center stage will be our arena of choice. And we are tied up in this series. STMN with a great start in that first set on Gem Grab. Made it look really, really good. Really leaning on the Sandy play quite often. Zars looked very, very good there. Luminosity, excuse me, rather, take the second set. Luminosity were the problem children in the first. The Lily Cordelius, we had all the Enchanted Forest Brawlers in parallel plays. And that was fun to see. Now we're looking at the Brawl Ball draft here. Center stage, of course. Going to be a curious one, as one of these teams looks to try and break away here in set number 3.
Center stage, a map that we are already familiar with. However, we have, taken some time to get even more familiar with what is going to be played here. Melody being left open for a first selection is deliberate by LG. And Stamina are going to take the bait. And perhaps it's not even a bait. They just had the confidence that no matter what Luminosity runs, they'll still be able to take the cake with this brawler. Cordelius is a reaction from Luminosity. If you ask me, this is the #1 counter to Melody. Once you send her to the Shadow Realm, she loses all of those notes that he has from the main realm.
Yeah, and loses that mobility, right?
Yes.
You can't super inside the Shadow Realm, which is kind of troll, if I'm honest with you. So that means that Melody doesn't do a whole lot. She can't necessarily get a ton of impact from those notes. The Jackie gets picked up here, pretty often banned on this very map. She gets on you awfully quick, and that Hypercharge is scary. Speaking of which, though, Shelly also boasts a lot of fantastic anti-tank potential, and that Hypercharge makes her even more of a threat to be respected. So decent drafting here for STMN so far. They do need to get big value from that Melody. The Rico will round out their comp.
Rico's pretty strong. I think that the threat here is that Shelly could possibly butt heads with the Rico, as it will break down the walls that Rico needs to survive.
Bit of a non-go.
Yes, and Luminosity going for this Jackie early on, I think, is an indicator that they want the gray. So we'll see if they end up going for that gray. It's a pretty classic combination for Luminosity. It's also very strong. Here's another deal is Jackie is just such a patchy brawler. I don't see really any way that this is not successful for them, but this is going to be quite difficult for the Shelly now facing into a thrower. It's going to be difficult for that Shelly. It's also going to be quite difficult, I believe, for the Rico. But for the Melody, once she gets a super, it should be a much more easy matchup.
Well, now that STMN have not demonstrated any dive or all-in potential, seems like Luminosity feels like the gate is open to bring a thrower in to round out their composition. Rico, though, the #1 most banned brawler on this map. In a side lane, he is absolutely horrifying. So maybe we see Charles play into him, or at least the Larry and Laurie, to sort of avoid most of that direct damage and try and pressure Bobby from a distance. But yeah, I'm looking at the Rico here to be a big role player.
Bouncing those shots off the walls, as predicted, as is typical here on center stage. We'll see Charles maybe swap over to this left lane, looking for damage on his sands. You generate so much as Larry and Laurie. The kill for Chino. Patchy now charges forward. Got to see it pass up to the guy, but he doesn't want to feed Sands, who pops a Clay Pigeons. Now takedown for Charles, and the first goal for Luminosity.
That Shadow Realm feels like it came up instantly for Cordelius there. Chino straight away drags down to his neck of the woods, and it's not a friendly neighborhood for pop stars, I'll tell you that much. Dark here now needs to try to find a way back into the game. So far, Sands is causing a lot of problems, and here comes Melody. Doesn't quite have the damage though. Charles now using the gadget here, bit of an extra heal. Gonna be on his lonesome now, as the Shelly and Rico pressure forces LG back, but they have a goal to their favor already. And now Sands dragged down in the Shadow Realm. You're not getting out of that one alive.
Wonderful there for Chino with a kill on Shelly, but he needs another super up to deal with Melody once she gets her super and charges in. We see Bobby on the right side, actually taken down by Chino as the entire LG roster survives. The Shadow Realm, Sands is locked in. A super for Patchy, and Luminosity take game one.
I think Cordelia is way too good at this map. Honestly, that is ridiculous. We kind of got to see a bit of everything, right? First of all, neutralizing the Melody, pretty important. Kind of able to fight any brawler. I think that he just fought the Shelly straight up in the Shadow Realm the first time. Then he jumps over, blows up the Rico, drags the Shelly into the Shadow Realm again, makes it a 3v1 in terms of numbers and an easy goal. Yeah, he kind of does it all on this map.
Game two is upon us. Chino once more looking for value on the Shelly or on the Melody. Well, Melody has a super.
Oh, come on!
Patchy doesn't even matter. The guy has so much health. This is the thing with Cordelia's. It can counter basically any brawler with that Shadow Realm because you literally remove them from the game. That's why the single brawler counters just straight up don't matter when you're facing a Cordelia's, because once your counter is out of the mix, then you're screwed.
Lucky to be alive there. Oh dear, Patchy with the super, drags into, and Bobby knows this round is all but done. Okay, I like the idea, multiple launcher used there, but no, that is going to be it. Luminosity drag them kicking and screaming across the town square and out of Brawl Ball. What a showing from Luminosity. The Cordelius was absolutely terrifying. The Larry and Laurie had great impact in general, and of course the Jackie for Patchy was enough to seal the deal with a big super to catch two.
I don't believe we've seen a single Brawl Ball set that hasn't been like a 2-0 and also happened over the course of less than 3 minutes. They've been so efficient today. Every single Brawl Ball set has gone this quickly. This is a great draft for Luminosity. We saw the Cordelius. Not only is it good into the Melody, but it was good into that Shelly that was actually picked up later in the draft than Cordelius by STMN. So I suppose a lesson learned, but a costly one at that, since it cost them a set. Look at Chino, absolute monster into both the Melody, but primarily into Sands. Sand was basically the medicine to deal with the illness that was Patchy from Luminosity, and it simply didn't exist in the time it was needed most.
Yeah, I mean, again, Patchy with that super there just avoids the Shelly damage entirely. He says, okay, well, I can affect you on the other side of this wall, so come on in, stay for a while. See, yeah, very, very excited, of course, Luminosity are to be on the precipice of heading into the grand final. And this would be a great way. You talk about antidotes, this would be a great way to fix their woes about being, what, 6th right now on the leaderboard in North America. Patchy obviously had to spend a month away from the game, just a little unwell in the finals last time. But now he's back, and he's back with a vengeance here. Looks like order seems soon to be restored to North America.
Well, it's certainly going to cause some disorder on the side of STMN. I mean, keep in mind, these are 2 of the 3 teams that we saw represent North America at Worlds last year, and both of them have been missing for a monthly final this year so far, and there's a possibility of Luminosity going all the way to the grand finals, which we also saw was the case for STMN in a previous month. However, they were shut down in the end by Juan Carlos' team just last month. Luminosity will finally get their chance, if they can finish it out here, to go all the way and almost equalize the points that they have stacked up against STMN.
Yeah, it's a crucial factor. Finding a win against a team that is only 3 points ahead of you, very, very important. And even if STMN right now aren't up at the top of the leaderboard, Luminosity know that with 2 more monthly finals after this one, there's plenty of chance for them to get there. So keeping them under the boot for as long as possible definitely seems like something they value. Here we go, though, it's bounty time. STMN, you know they're going to be looking for some sharpshooters here. We've seen Bobby go as far down as Mandy when Piper had to be banned by them as they had 2nd pick. So they will go deep into the annals of long-range brawlers to find just the one they're looking for. I will say that, you know, Bell was not all that heavily contested in APAC, right? So we're only picked on a couple of occasions here. That is obviously an option. You know, getting to take map control and set up a bunch of nest eggs to guarantee more stars and more kills for you is very powerful.
And I think I blame Byron, honestly, for the fall from grace of Bell. Like, she's still good, but she's not as good as Byron, who's actually been wisely banned out by Luminosity. Tick made available to STMN. That's their first selection here as well. We already know the benefits of playing Tick. You're basically guaranteed to get the hypercharge because that's just kind of how Tick plays. You're always getting damage. You're just not really getting kills. You're gradually weakening down enemies. Max selection here from Luminosity. The ban of Byron didn't deter them from selecting the Max here, which is a combo that we've actually seen quite a bit over the last month with Byron re-entering the meta, becoming so strong, is enabling the Max to push into the enemy side. Jean, I think I like as a selection. You're able to pull the Tick so long as he doesn't have a super to block things. And the Max and Jean is a combo that needs no introduction. Yes.
No, it's so good. I mean, we've seen teams do everything in their power to try and split these two brawlers up, either by banning or taking one of them here. But STMN valued the Tick pick so high that they've allowed both those to get through. Luminosity know exactly where they want to be in terms of this composition. There's a ton of options still available, right? We've seen Carl picked up on this map. We've seen a lot of 8-bit, right? We saw this earlier from STMN. Set up in a safe part of the map here, you know, create that safe zone. It wasn't on hideout necessarily, but yeah, play around the damage amp, play around as much healing as you possibly can, and just make it impossible to take the lead off STMN once they get it. Thing is, when STMN didn't get the blue star against Tribe, that's where they looked awkward. They had to use this comp more aggressively, which didn't seem to suit it at all.
Yeah, we need to see this blue star go to STMN because it looks like what they're running so far is going to favor more of this defensive play. If they go for like a sharpshooter or something here, then I would be maybe like a little surprised in the Max, but alongside that 8-bit, there we go, there's the Bell. We talked about this earlier. Bell has the benefit of being very effective against 8-bit since 8-bit wants to be close to his turret and you can bounce that off of 8-bit. The other benefit is that you have a mark that can work its way onto 8-bit. Mortis again, I mean, these guys are in
so
Bells.
good
Yeah,
here.
sure, run it. Into the Tick, I mean, you could bait out the gadget. Into the Bell, yes, I think so. Bell just kind of dies to stupid stuff compared to other sharpshooters because she doesn't have any way to escape, so I favor it there. Into the 8-bit, maybe not so much.
Again, the question is, how do you stave off this Mortis? Well, you have last hurrah for Zar. Sans more likely, I mean, I imagine going to be using the plug-in, right? I don't know if we're going to see you know, the teleport necessarily on this kind of map. So, yeah, when Mortis comes at you, you're going to hope you have some nest eggs set up as well. That's going to be why Bobby needs to think a lot about how he takes map control and how he shuts down some of these routes of approach, because Gino's already starting to get into their pantry here, pushing up against STMN, and we've split east-west again.
Charles from the top side trying to close things in. Kill on a Bobby. Flips the favor to Luminosity. Charles takes that last hurrah from Zar. What a play. He still gets caught by Sans. A pull from Patchy and the teleport from Sans. What a play. What? He ended up getting a kill, but it was still a trade with Patchy taking things down. What? That was honestly just straight up bizarre.
It's not the first time we've seen him do that. That's the thing. He did the same thing in the Tribe series. He teleported to follow his damage amp to try and start a fight. Now, I can't assume that's because he thought it was him getting hooked, but either way, he goes in straight after it. STMN are ahead by just the blue star and nothing more here. Zar has that super available. Good way to put pressure down on a Mortis who wants to run it up on you. And Bobby has a couple of those nest eggs set up here to shut down Chino.
Chino might want to even trip one of these intentionally. He's getting grazed by the Bell on the left side. With this boosted booster safely set up, there's not really any clear way for Luminosity to push in. They could get the speed on Apache, but he doesn't even have a super yet. They might have no other choice. The clock's starting to tick down. They have 30 seconds left. Time to move. Patchy charges through some of these tick mines on the right. Chino on the left. Pops a gadget. He's going to wait for the cooldown on that one. Here's a tick super out, and it's going for Chino. He has to either tank this or get away. Takes half of his health in damage in order to exchange. STMN still ahead by just 1 star. A single kill for Luminosity would make all the difference.
But those nest eggs are still up. Chino has to go the long way around them. That gives Bobby plenty of opportunity to find a hypercharge. Super connection. Mark up that Mortis. Chino now going to be taking the extra bit of damage. Sans gets caught by the magic hand, able to teleport away though. That's why you bring that gadget on in. And we will see STMN take that first round. In the end, the Mortis wasn't able to be nearly effective enough to put real pressure down. Bobby on a sharpshooter, always a recipe for magic. This round, no exception.
My question this time is, like, how difficult is it going to be to hang on to that blue star? Mortis basically gets the blue star for free. Chino's going to go for it, 2 swipes to the left, but he's going to choose not to get it. Instead, maybe hoping for Zar to go down to the middle and try and get it that way. Charles, actually, with that blue star, definitely a safer brawler to have it on. You have Chino create the pressure, and then Charles, he has phase shifters, he has speed, he's able to get back quite effectively. Now STMN are in the driver's seat, they're going to have to get this aggression forward, and Zar is getting tons and tons of damage. Charles is trying to influence him to put those shots behind him so he can maybe push up, but Sans is ready already at Zar's rear to sort of protect him from any sort of aggression.
Chino here has to take some form of damage, but he baits out a last hurrah. That's one of them gone. Ooh. Now wants to dive in, but Bobby's a little bit too sharp on the shot. We do see Bobby fall eventually. Sans able to stay alive though and develop that damage amplifier.
Looks like Patchy could honestly go for a pull onto Sans if he's not too afraid of Sans going backwards. You missed pull for Patchy, but it was very close to connecting. See Chino on the left, influencing that teleport backwards from 8-Bit, and using a gadget in the process. He just doesn't have many of those per game. Has to use them wisely. We've already seen him use 2, I believe.
Crucially, Chino dies in a dive. It'll still be Luminosity with the lead. He only has 2 stars, and neither of them are the blue one. Patchy, though, needs to be careful. They can only afford to lose one of the 2, and Patchy looks like he was going to give himself up there. Goes Chino, dives in, but it's going to be traded back. STMN maintain the lead, even if the blue star has changed hands. We're down into the last 30 seconds. Ready, set.
We saw Sans get a double kill there as well. He is the guy to take down. He is public enemy number 1. 20 seconds left. Charles needs to hold on to this blue star and the 3 stars that he has already, but he's going to have to go for a play. Is he close to a super? Is what I want to know. With 10 seconds left, he's forced to play aggro. He must not have one. Takedown onto Charles. Chino needs to go for a big play, but it's just not even possible. A pull for Patchy maybe, but there's no way he's taking down any of these targets. A pull onto Zar with the last hurrah active. And we see Stamina push this to a set 5.
Very nice. Yes, this is exactly what we wanted out of a matchup like this one. The Bell, 8-Bit, and Tick composition for STMN worked like a treat. They knew they were giving up the Max and Gene composition to Luminosity. They were ready to accept that. They've dealt with that, you know, in even sets earlier on today. They know where their bread is buttered. They knew they potentially even have to face down a Mortis, but they had so much to defend themselves with. Not only the nest eggs, of course, but the mobility that 8-Bit has, of course, being able to dash back to the damage amplifier and the constant pressure that Tick provides over the course of a round. Not to mention the last hurrah, just in case things get a little hot and heavy. Beautiful stuff for STMN. This was wild. Sans actually TPing forward there is forever going to be crazy to me.
The only thing that took him down actually was a pretty shrewd gadget there from the Gene. The Vengeful Spirits were the things that ended up claiming his life. We saw in the final moments there, I mean, potential for getting some kills, but Luminosity had been pretty far behind STMN this entire time. We saw the opening moments of the round where Charles got that blue star each time, but even then, Stamina, despite 8-Bit being such a sluggish brawler and only having boosted booster, no extra speed available to him, that damage was so valuable at just gradually pushing Luminosity back into their spawn and eventually getting a single kill before they opt to play defensively again.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple times, right? Boosted booster being preferred over plugged in, you know, more than once even just today. And it seems the lack of mobility doesn't bother Sans too much. I mean, literally the slowest brawler in the game, right? But the damage that you have available to you, especially if you want to play more statically, more than makes up for what you lose in mobility. And there's just so much to protect the 8-Bit here. You know, not only the terrain, but also Bobby playing quite proactively, Zar zoning very effectively here. Yeah, the Tick is 0 kills, but look at the DPS. Pretty wild. And it was the sole reason that Charles doesn't get to just run up on Sans and start to put pressure down at close range, or that Chino has 49 DPS over the course of the entire set.
Remarkable, honestly. These are kind of the stats that we expected to see from STM in particular. Zar getting a lot of DPS, but not getting any kills. That's simply how the Tick works. And it was a good deterrent, I think, also for Mortis going in. Now, keep in mind, Mortis was the last selection from Luminosity. They knew the risks. We all knew the risks of picking Mortis here. He ended up getting a single kill, so that meant something, I guess. Created pressure on the left side both games so that Charles could get the blue star. That's all it really amounted to. I think, honestly, there weren't many good selections for them to go there, since 8-Bit across the way is just a remarkably difficult brawler to push into. We've seen it pop up in Bounty, in Knockout lately for good reasons. He's just simply so strong, has so much health, and is a good support for his teammates.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Luminosity here. Got to be feeling a little frustrated there. You know, we don't often see teams that are able to pick up that sort of max and gene composition struggle so much to pick the fights that we're looking to. But there was a missed hand here or there, right? Like, you know, we've got to, you know, call it out if we see it. Patchy wasn't able to always connect. That being said, it wasn't because he was looking at an 8-bit. No, it was a much more mobile opponent that he was trying to snarl up and catch. But Flaring Phoenix will be the battlefield for our final set in this series. It's going to be knockout, make no mistake. Let's see now with our bans. Tick actually getting banned away and Meg instantly scooped up here. So powerful for knockout.
It's got to be a deterrent as well for some sharpshooters down the line. Note the RT ban, and yes, you pointed out that Tick ban. I think Tick is just straight up one of the strongest brawlers on this map. Charlie selection over here from Luminosity. I think that Charlie is actually a brawler that Meg can be pretty good into sometimes, so maybe they just don't want STMN to have that one. Though Meg is able to swipe those spiders quite easily. She still has to get her super in order to deal with it. Barley also going to be a strong option. However, this is quite early to take a thrower. This is obviously calculated by Luminosity. If some kind of big thrower counter comes out for STMN, then Luminosity have the chance to get a 6 pick into it. And we'll see the Buster as well. This is another brawler that's pretty good into Charlie. Of course, you're able to stun her and you can sit behind the Indestructibles for much of the game. But most importantly, since you have a piercing shot, you're able to get rid of the spiders. The counter thrower, it appears to be Larry and Laurie, which is not what I anticipated. But I think really the math here was Luminosity picking a thrower earlier. That way they could actually get a double thrower pick versus STMN, which STMN is trying to shut down.
Can they shut it down? That's the question. Shelly now. We're rounding things out. I do like to see, the Buster allows you to play for a little bit later on. Kind of mentioned that the Meg is basically has 2 lives, even if the second is far less exciting than the first. And of course, Larry and Laurie, oppressive as always here. Charles, just a general nuisance and very, very frightening when you're able to close the gap, break down some of these walls. Flaring Phoenix is an odd map. It has a lot of those sort of jagged wall structures here that, you know, do offer opportunities for these throwers to play from behind them with a relative degree of comfort. And obviously, Patchy can throw this yo-yo and duck back behind these boxes.
I think that's going to be much of the matchup as well. Let's check out this matchup on the right. We see the Larry into Barley. My main criticism of Larry is really just that he's not generally that good into other throwers. He does outrange Barley, but his shots don't have as much sustain on the ground as Barley's. Look at this riveting matchup on the right side of Charles and Czar running forward, administering their shot, and then doing the same thing over and over and over again. This is going to be one of those game modes, one of those rounds that all the action takes place in the final few moments, but Chino's still equipping himself readily for that last moment as he's just trying to get his super. Now, intelligently, STMN are backing away, trying not to feed him his super and making him waste a gadget.
Czar playing it safe. Charles doing much the same thing. These two throwers just exchanging. Czar trying to step ahead of some of this damage here as Bobby steps up. Now here's Sands trying to take control of the middle part of the map. They're ready for Patchy on the left though. Slow-mo replay works out. They suck Chino in and they take him down. Sands more than happy to give up the mech here, but Czar's under a lot of pressure, still able to win against Patchy. Now in the 2v1, Charles heads into the gas, and he's able to survive. What a shot! The 1v2, 1 tick away from certain death. Ridiculous.
Sometimes your best move is just to get out of there. You'll take less damage going into the poison than you will standing there, standing your ground, trying to take down enemies within their own sight lines. What a round win for Luminosity. Holy clutch here for Charles. STMN still waiting for their chance to get a round of their own. But more importantly, we got to see Patchy get a super. It appears we see a lane rotation over to the left. There's Chino headed towards the left side. He has his super at the ready. Now, he won't be able to shoot through the indestructible walls over here, but he can slip around the left side once STMN decide that they want to push in. Bobby is probably also running Kevlar Vest, meaning he'll be immune to the stun. Both of these brawlers have a lot of health to work with, but Chino has to be running Shell Shock to get that slow, and then pop a Clay Pigeons to get his super back and cycle once the poison closes in and forces everyone into a convenient area for him to cycle a super.
The way that last round went doesn't really change anything for STMN. The game plan is going to be the same. Get Bobby close, slow-mo replay to guarantee a pick. Spiderlings could be an issue. Bobby trying to run over Patchy. It's going to be the healing tonic here for Luminosity. They're able to withstand so much of this damage. And try as he might, Czar can't stay alive long enough. And now Patchy and Sands are the 1 versus 1. And the Meg is demech'd. Nothing you can do about it. That's big. First game in this last set snatched up by Luminosity. Relatively straightforward.
It's a match point in favor of Luminosity. As close as this match has gotten, it all could come down to just this one game. If Luminosity bring it all the way to the finish line here, what a stellar play in round number 1 for Luminosity, and just good old-fashioned business in round number 2. Now, it helps that they already had those supers charged up, sort of, by the beginning of round number 2. We'll see what Stamina is able to do this time. They're going to have to take a different approach because clearly waiting for the final moments just did not work. It may have been a sample size of only 2, but it still worked for them 0% of the time.
I feel like they're priced into this game plan, though, based on this comp ready set. Doesn't seem like they have another option. They just have to hope that they can execute their game plan before Luminosity build up a bunch of these supers, because getting cocooned while you're trying to all-in your opponents, especially if it's the Meg getting caught up, very, very frightening. Then you're in a 2v3 without your, your largest source of damage in play.
Okay, here's a stealthy lane switch. Patchy now going over to the right. Wonder if STMN anticipated this. Well, looks like they backed away, so they prevented themselves from that. Keep in mind, Charlie has to hit 7 shots now in order to get a cocoon. Cheetah's going to try and force him over to the right side. Some shots blocked as well by that reloading toolbox. Big damage onto Zara. Take down maybe another onto Chino. He had that super, but he couldn't get it down. Charles with the super. Mutually assured destruction, but only 200 health to keep Bobby in the game.
Only just ready set. It doesn't get much closer than that. 200 HP left for Bobby. Really banking on his high health pool to keep him protected as the gas comes in. And maybe now Luminosity realize, hang on, waiting for the gas to come in might not be an option. Chino has super, as does Patchy. There is a cocoon ready to go. STMN have to know that they're running into an unfavored situation if Charlie can't hit that super.
Chino on the left side is equipped with his super. Sands gradually pushing him back. Now that he was able to get beyond the indestructibles, almost a kill onto Sands. It's blocked by Bobby, but he had to expend a super for that. We could see Patchy go for the cocoon. It's a miss! He's gonna have to get it back. 7 entire shots in order to get that super back, for the final moments are soon approaching.
Sands has super swing. Bobby trying to build up that montage as quickly as humanly possible, so sticking close to the Meg. Dar again, the loose end. Also a loose cannon potentially if they take their eyes off him. That Larry and Laurie can start to hit pretty hard. God forbid a super gets built up for that thrower. Dar taking a ton of poke though, losing out big time. Here's the last call. Bobby looking to try and step up here, but the slow was huge on Sands. He can't get involved in the fight, and yet he makes it. The swing was good from the Meg. Patchy, 400 HP in a dream. It's not enough, and again, by the slimmest of margins, STMN even up the set. He doesn't get any better than this.
Double match point. The match that we wanted earlier on, we saw STMN versus Tribe. It went to a 3-0 in favor of STMN. These are the close matches that we live for. Remarkable. Let's see how it pans out. If this early game changes at all. The big story was Patchy needed to hit these cocoons. They were not successful. Whether it was the pressure mounting, whether it was STMN effectively baiting them out, we don't really know for sure. We do know, though, is that he needs to be making contact over here. Same loadout as before as well, with Chino on the left side on this Shelly, just waiting for his chance with the Clay Pigeons to get a free super. Bobby's already equipped with that montage. Maybe STMN go for an early push. They know what value they can avail themselves with the Meg if she gets that swipe, if she's able to push things back early on.
One last run around here. It is this game that will decide the set. And our second grand final competitor. Going to push back there on Charles. Zar, though, again, taking a lot of that damage here. Or rather, giving a lot of that damage to Zar. Bobby's ready to go. Oh, the double pull is beautiful. It's just that easy, folks. Bobby able to step up there. Way to make all the difference. Sam's got D-Mech, though. Chino would catch it up, but in a 1 versus 3, you just don't win these. And he knows it too. Back into the gas to run it back one more time.
If anything, though, Shelly does have this super for the final moments. Zara also, after all that mayhem, might be close to having his super, which is practically like having another brawler on the map. Could be a huge issue for Patchy. Charlie has a tough time at dealing with any kind of spawnables. And also for Barley, who's not that great in close range. Chino, though, he's sitting high and dry. He's exactly where he wants to be, aside from the fact that they're down by 1 round at a double match point. He has his super ready to go.
Same start as usual. This time, though, LG very cagey about getting caught in that Buster Gadget. That was a jackpot for Bobby. And again, not something you see every round, every day, but something that STMN were happy to capitalize on to get them here to match point. Slow and steady again is the plan. Luminosity know that as the gas converges, they're going to have to do this again. Chino will wait for that moment, most likely, and hold the super for just such an occasion. A devastating knockback plus good close range damage against these tanks could be crucial. They spot Chino. He actually breaks open the wall. It gets blocked up a little bit there by Sands, rather. The toolbox deployed, but now 2 versus 3 make a 1v3 with the Cocoon in play. And Luminosity, oh yeah, we're going all the way. Wouldn't have it any other way. Bobby's still alive somehow. The gas could be an issue. Can't step up to Charles, though. Almost a comeback there for STMN, but Bobby can't quite swing it.
And it looked like Luminosity were actually opening the gates, not damaging opponents so that Patchy could get his super back. You saw just how important that Cocoon was, how much it changed that interaction. Shockingly, it did come down to a 1v1 in the end, just between Bobby and Charles. Now, back to a 3v3 once more. This time, new factors at play. Zar has the Lari to his Larry ready to move. Chino has the hypercharge and the super ready to go at a moment's notice. And Bobby has a slow-mo replay in order to stun some people, bring them back if necessary. We saw some lane changes. But folks, it's all going to come down to when that poison forces these brawlers to interact. All down to one round. A grand finals. All down to a single round of knockout.
The Lori here for Saar could be huge. That gas is about to appear here. You see it encroach on the top part of the map. Spiderlings easily dealt with. Barely a nuisance here for STMN. Chino, hypercharge coming forward. Sands knocked back into the gas team mech. Bobby, though, still having the montage in play. Sands is low, but Laurie's going to work in the backline. Bobby, 200 HP, and Zar now in a 1v2. And oh man, heartbreak. It is heartbreak for STMN. It was not to be today. They had their backs against the wall. They had to go up against Tribe. And they had to go up against LG. It's so much to ask for them. And they will fall valiantly here in the semi-finals. Frustration apparent here for a team that is still in the running, still chasing a chance at LCQ or Worlds. And you can see the relief here for Luminosity. They dodged a bullet there. They know it. They are extremely pleased about this. So they should be. Cameras getting knocked aside. Group hug on the bed. All things you love to see in Brawl Stars. It's not just a team, it's a brotherhood. And LG bounced back in the biggest way.
Across the way, it has now sort of fallen off, but the devastation on Bobby's face, how crucial, how important this was after making it to a grand final previously, but not being able to finish it there. A second grand final for Luminosity, only one monthly finals miss, puts them ahead of Stamina at this stage, ahead of them in the race for a world finals or even maybe just a LCQ qualification. Absolute cinema here for Luminosity, and folks, it just doesn't get closer than that. What a match.
Yeah, incredible. This is what we were hoping for from these clashes, you know, between our top teams in this region. We didn't get it from STMN and Tribe. It just wasn't particularly close. This one, though, went all the way in every conceivable way, and both teams had a very clear game plan. STMN were really hoping to use the Buster gadget to draw them in and just overwhelm at the end of the round. The Luminosity has so many tools, defensive options, the Cocoon, Chino being able to knock back, the healing tonic from the Barley, the constant pressure that he can provide. And we got to see these ideas come clashing together in this marketplace. And it was Luminosity to win, but only by the slimmest of margins. It takes a lot to play at this level, and it takes a lot to play, again, with these very, very thin margins. You can see the amount of times STMN win a round with like 200 HP on one of their players. That is crazy stuff. I had predicted STMN to win this. I'm not mad. I do worry about their chances, though, of Worlds and LCQ respectively, because for them, I don't know if they're going to be satisfied with just 50 points coming out of this month. And here it is. Sands 11, Charles 10 on the Barley. Beautiful stuff.
Stellar, honestly. Yeah, Sands picking up a ton of kills. Charles, wow, what work this guy was doing on the Barley with the supers as well, creating so much pressure. As everything began to close in, as long as Barley was equipped with a super, you're guaranteed to do a ton of damage, but I did not expect that to generate 10 kills total. Because yes, in the final melee, you're going to have a bunch of brawlers in there, but for Charles the Throw, the one who's actually most vulnerable in those moments to take most of the kills, is remarkable.
Patchy going to be your MVP today, returning to the squad for this monthly finals and providing just that little extra push they needed to make it all the way to the grand final. We talk, about Stamina having their backs up against the wall, and that's not a, unfair interpretation to make. But Luminosity were even further behind them in the race. again, with a win in the grand finals here, they'd go from 149 to 249. That's quick maths for you folks. That would put them pretty easily in the top 3. I would say they'd be able to leapfrog Pioneers after they got eliminated so early on. So that's massive. It doesn't guarantee World Finals, but this team are good enough to go to an LCQ and to be one of the teams that advance to get one of those golden tickets. So they know they can believe themselves to enough of a degree that they're online for Worlds no matter what. Event.brawlstars.com. Hope you're joining us over there. We've got us, of course, I think Sunny and Semantic are casting on the B stream, so make sure you go and show them a little bit of love. We'll see you on the other side of this break for the grand finals of our May monthly finals for North America.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Sorry, Paula. Maybe we can try again if we get more comments.
It's happening!
What the? Yeah, so I was thinking at least chicken, and then chicken, and then...
I want barbarian. Barbarian.
Sure, that works. Oh, hey, look at this. The buttons are here. We should maybe...
Take it easy.
No.
Let's take it easy.
Oh, okay. Okay. Where were we? Chicken,
Barbarian.
barbarian.
Come on, Ilka, you can do it! Yes, do it. Press it. No, not that one. Yes! Oh, Squad Busters is going global!
All right, folks, it is time for our final series of the month. That's right, we're concluding here with North America. And our grand final is Motomami's FA versus Luminosity. Both teams having to triumph in very long series to get here. We had back-to-back 5-set affairs, some incredible Brawl Stars to bring it up to this point. And now we have it laid out for you. Kenny, great to have you here. Banger game, for sure, to sort of be able to watch from the sidelines there. Is incredible stuff for Luminosity, but a tough beat for STMN, who have to bow out here in the semis, only getting themselves 50 circuit points this month.
A brutal bracket for him. I mean, as much credit as we got to give him for beating Tribe Gaming, Luminosity Gaming went all the way with him, the most dramatic fashion as well. Got to be such a heartbreaking loss, and just seeing that on Bobby's face, I could feel it for them. A really tough one. They get 50 points, sure, but they were already at 5th coming into this month. That's only going to put them at 201 points. That's still not going to get them top 4 placement, which is something they desperately need if they want to make a run, even at something like an LCQ.
Yeah, pretty painful stuff. Let's move over to predictions here. Luminosity, our predictions for this grand final here. But again, I tell you what, I already said spin on one. He's been on one, right? He makes that tribe call. Doesn't quite work out for him here, but he's obviously correct on that LG selection. So we are going to come out of this month even, this show, even on our predictions. It's been a tough region to call. I think that's the takeaway here, for God's sake. Motomami's, of course, with 182 circuit points coming into this game. So very, very strong team. Obviously one that, looks to make a huge impact here, I think, in this kind of game. The Luminosity look a little bit different. They just constructed alternately. What we saw from STMN, it's hard to doubt these guys. Motomami's really had to fight their way through to get here. Zeus, RBM, of course, the more recent addition, and Luffy has turned this team into an absolute powerhouse in the North American region.
Maybe RBM was just this secret sauce that they needed to take them over the top. They dominated their opening match on the B stream, a 3-0 sweep, which is something I certainly did not expect, going against Pioneers, of course, the recently signed Juan Carlos team that won last month's monthly finals. And to see them go down to 3-0 like that, we knew immediately this was a team we had to take seriously.
No doubt about it. That was an absolute drubbing. And then they go up against this CT Esports roster after the fact, and we really aren't sure how to call it, because obviously CT Esports have a pretty comfortable time. They've inherited all of SSG's circuit points, so they're in a pretty good spot in general. Couldn't have been much closer, and this is quite a way to conclude a series. A race that Motomami's were just well and truly ahead of for much of that round here. So a great series, really compelling one. They've had a chance now to sit aside and watch Luminosity, who have had to slog their way here. First, they take on their mates West Coast, a team really well known to them. They win that 3-0. So both these teams have had the same road, a 3-0 and then a 3-2. So they get there. They look pretty darn good. Paxi with some MVP performances over the course of the day. And this was one of the shortest series I've ever seen. Brawl Ball basically didn't exist. This was the final moments of Heist, where they played that BB Crow comp, and we saw how powerful that hypercharge for Crow can be.
And then they went on to play STMN, tried and tested rivalry, and of course, some good friends alongside it as well. These moments right here, insane. Down to the absolute wire. Look at this 1v3 situation. And somehow Charles comes through. I was losing my mind on the sideline at some of these in-games here, Uber. It's moments like that could change an entire series, and we saw that live as Luminosity took a very clutch victory in the final round there to get here.
That's an instant classic series, that one. I mean, if we had a series of that caliber at like a World Finals level event, it would probably have gone down as one of the greatest of all time, just on virtue of having been there. We've had some great games at World Finals, but they're not. I have not seen too many games that go quite this close. You can see this was there was some frustration for Luminosity sort of early on in that series. They sort of struggled to get going. We were trading sets a fair bit. STMN had some very effective drafts, some strategies that were very strong. Now Luminosity, all they've got to do here after a bit of an up and down start to the year is land the plane. That is the plan, folks. And we're heading over to Kaboom Canyon. Heist is up first on our Grand Finals docket. And 76% of you over at event.brawlstars.com have Luminosity taking it away. We, as our broadcast talent, are in agreement. Let's see if that holds.
Yeah, last time I questioned Mr. Brawl Esports Twitter page, made a post, was 3 for 3 so far on monthly finalist victors, and for some reason, I decided to go against the script and picked STMN, which was insanely close, so I'm going to give myself at least a little bit of credit there, but I'm not doing it again. I'm also riding with the people at home, going LG here as we approach Kaboom Canyon. Seeing the Gale bans, something that surprised me a little bit, but that launchpad has been pesky in the past. Instead, it's going to be another LG Crow selection for Heist.
I mean, it's so good. Just the amount of damage you can do to the safe. You can bide your time for the entire round and then just come alive in the last few seconds and surprise your opponents. The Lola here, pretty oppressive, especially when that ego is deployed. You can also always freeze frame to, you know, have a defensive window to play around. But G in general is just a very good mid to longer range brawler. Combine it with a Carl for that all-in potential, the ability to cross the map with flying hook, and you've got yourself a pretty decent start to your comp.
A lot of damage potential here between Lola and Carl. Of course, Carl with plenty of mobility as well with that flying hook, with the tail spin. A lot of great options there. I don't see Colette banned here, so that's something that's on my mind for sure. Colette, somebody that can do an insane amount of damage. The most picked in things like practices, and historically is very played on this map, and for good reason. I mean, with that hypercharge, you can get upwards of 15% roughly on that high safe with just a simple swoop in and out. It's very, very good for matters like that. And of course, Crow going to be somebody that can scout out the bushes in the mid here for a little visibility. Do like this Colette selection again. Into somebody like Lola with the spawner may not be the best, but into somebody like Carl can do really well. And just for the game mode itself, the damage output it does is just ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. She was already very powerful with just using a super to get free safe damage. Now the hypercharge makes it hit that much harder. And pretty easy to sort of snowball multiple supers if you can actually catch defenders in the path of that time to collect. So that's something to keep an eye out for. Amber has been so hotly contested here in North America this month. She is incredibly oppressive. We've seen a number of 1v2 situations from the Amber player in general. Again, like your most picked brawlers on this map, Colette is absolutely one of them. You know, we do see sharpshooters, right? Colt, Brock, Byron here being snapped up now for Motomami's. Pretty strong composition. And again, that Carl's going to have to get within, you know, harm's reach here to have impact. And RBM, they're hoping he can keep Zeus in the game.
Byron's a bold call here, I think. I mean, I kind of understand it when synergize with somebody like Carl. You know, you're going to send in your more aggressive brawler and pair with somebody like Byron, who has that long distance and also can kind of poke some heals towards Carl. But there's a lot of good brawlers on the board here that I think would have had some pretty solid matchups. I mean, Colt, somebody that is picked here all the time, does a ton of damage, could have been pretty solid into some of these. I think even somebody like a Piper or a longer ranged option to Colette to kind of go for that counterplay could have been good too. I mean, Byron's going to be able to keep up with somebody like Chino as well, so maybe that works as well. But I definitely think it's an interesting choice for their 6th pick.
Chino there, able to heal up off the gadget, presumably. Gets brought down eventually by Luffy. Charles here. Ah, that's cheeky. Yeah. Step up with the gadget. Fair enough. Able to pick off foes behind walls. Very powerful. Chino has that super available, but RBM's going to make it a little hard to get to the safe at the moment. Chino going to go in. Time to collect. Catches onto 2. The shield with the extra durability does eat a super from Byron, but hey, Chino says, I'm going to go get some free safe damage, and he still gets out alive. I don't think even he expected that.
I didn't expect it, and you got a free 10% off it as well. Immediate lead here for LG. Pops another goes for more. What's another 8K? What a life, man. Incredible stuff there as he got so much value with that 20%.
Patchy also. A little bit of a tough situation. Yeah, he was hoping Luffy wouldn't have predicted that shot. Chino has hyper available though, just needs to build the super. But now we might have to shift to defense as Motomami can very quickly equalize the damage done here. Patchy big dive in though, that super connects. Only 8% separate these two in RBM. I think Charles realizes I can't really get rid of the Carl easily here. Have to use that super. Still puts Luminosity just ahead. Chino now, there he goes. Hypercharged super hits the safe like a Mack truck. He's able to back away to safety.
Well, it was close, and then Colette decided to walk to the safe. 55% all that remains for that Motomami's heist safe. Charles, Patchy, and Chino all together here in the mid. Well, we're all together in the mid. A nice elimination there for RBM as Charles activates those dancing flames to try and get a little space for his teammates. RBM low. Patchy shredded through by Zeus, who does narrowly end up surviving that interaction. Chino getting a kill as well. All of these frags going down for both sides as RBM just tries to keep things a little bit closer.
Patchy's going to take this damage from Luffy just to make sure that safe Luminosity stays fairly healthy. It's 19% right now they lead by. That can dwindle awfully quick though. They've lost Patchy. Here come the shots. Poison damage ticking on the safe, and all of a sudden Motomami's threaten to go into the lead, and so they do by just the 1%. Zeus gets a good matchup. Charles is obviously a big problem for Lola as he can cut through the ego, but Patchy can't really get through it as easily. Hyper on the save. This is big. Look at the numbers. 48 now down, 47 and ticking. Patchy able to get enough damage, but hang on. That was ridiculous. The burst from the Crow on that save was good for what, like 30%? Disgusting.
It was insane. So much damage, just the ceiling between Colette's hypercharge and Crow's hypercharge is unreal. And the nice benefit that they have is they don't really need to have control for the entire match. They can kind of go in and out, right? If they're giving up lives, it's okay. As long as you get that 10 to 20% with a big swing, that's what you're looking for. The big swing potential. You don't have to be winning the entire set. You just got to win a couple key moments.
Once again, tough for Colette here against brawlers like Lola. Carl doesn't really do well against when the 1 versus 1s as it is. Luffy very low off that one though. Super thrown in. Patchy able to get some access here. RBM's in trouble. Free super from the Colette onto the safe. Gives that early lead to Luminosity again.
Nightmare matchup for Zeus here. Even if he had Lola's ego, it wouldn't really matter. Amber shreds through it all. Chino activating gadget, a perfect matchup here into RBM for them, and the red roster just taking advantage. A swipe through, and now 3 Luminosity brawlers on this high save. Dancing Flames, a Crow jump. Why not? Sub 50% now for Motomames.
RBM's going to make something happen here, but by the time he gets to the middle of the map, Luminosity have respawned and they're ready to run back the same strategy. Chino has that hypercharge up. We know exactly what that does to saves. It's an immense amount of damage. And Patchy here as well will keep Luffy at arm's length. Luminosity though need to find a way out of this sort of game state. They're kind of trapped inside their spawn here. Slowing Toxin doesn't give them access to Zeus. They freeze framed that ego, and here comes RBM looking to try and equalize here. This might be Motomami's tipping their hand a little bit, but look at the damage. No, they don't get into the lead, but they've done well to make use of that map control. But there's a sneak on the right-hand side of the map. Charles steps up. Luffy about to get burned to a crisp here as the Dancing Flames go to work on the safe.
And a lot of 400 shots piling up there. RBM now trying to give his team a little bit of space to work with. Chino, though,
big damage.
Charge goes in. Only 5% remaining, but Motomami survive. They're going to have to make an epic comeback here if they want a chance at the set.
All Patchy needs to do is get a super here. He's got it. Doesn't quite have the opportunity to use it, though. RBM might well burn down. Not quite. Chino needs to come forward. That'll do it. Yeah. Collect super to end the set. Luminosity. Quite a tussle there through the middle of the map on Kaboom Canyon, but they come out on top. Sometimes it's as simple as picking really effective brawlers to safely pressure down the opponent's objective. In that case, it's Colette.
I'm really surprised that both Colette and Amber kind of slid through to the Luminosity side. That's something you're not going to see too frequently. I feel like a more unique draft coming in from Motomamis there. You know, I like Carl. I like Lola. Good damage. I think the Byron 6th pick, you know, in that game number 2, it worked out pretty well. I think I can kind of see the vision in Byron, somebody that's been pretty good as of recent, but I feel like there were maybe other opportunities there for somebody that doesn't necessarily tickle the high safe and go for that more big boom potential like the Crows and the Colettes of the world. Sometimes in heist, you just got to play the objective and really just go for gold, and that's just something that Byron doesn't really bring to the table.
Oh, he got shoved off that lane time and time again. I think that was half the issue, right? You can't really generate a ton of pressure when Byron has to stand on his own 2 feet. Apache ignores him here for good reason. That save went from 50 to nothing in the blink of an eye. But again, like there were some situations where he's got to fight an Amber. Even the Colette is like kind of annoying for him to deal with. This was a beautiful time to collect there. You clear out, you know, you clear out an ego. You do get 2 eliminations there. You allow for a lot of free damage. Really the little things for Luminosity, and a very good all-round draft is what gives them the edge here. Lola is frightening, but Amber's such a good answer to her.
A really good performance there. Amber, of course, going to be able to get through any of those egos that Lola could throw down. Keeps up with good range, and Byron can do a scouting report in the grass alongside somebody like Crow. Just so much added visibility, damage alongside it. All 3 brawlers can just tear apart a high save, and I think that's what made the Luminosity comp so powerful here. The kill category, sure, it's even, but when we look at the objective, as we look at how those sets played out, it was pretty clear that Luminosity were the victors.
Oh, it's yet another situation in which Patchy is picking Crow for the hypercharge, virtually. At least that's how it seems to us, right? There's some situations where he's like, okay, maybe I can get a pick here with a slowing Toxin, you know, make someone easy to jump upon, and then he looks at the rest of his team and is like, oh, we don't really do that here. That's not a thing. So eventually, though, he's able to sneak up, get good damage on the safe, and you know, the rest is history. Beach Ball coming up next, folks. Brawl Ball will be our second game type. And a real shift in playstyle here, I'm quite sure. And I see those crows maybe stowed away for a bounty or something similar. Don't need them right now.
Yeah, Hypercharge's not going to do you much good here for Crow on this map in particular. Much more looking for things like Max Sandy combinations. Throwers are going to make an appearance here. Larry Laurie, I think the more popular one, but I will shout out Barley, who does make some sneaky appearances here as well. And Nita, somebody that's risen the meta that does well in the past on this map, and now with that Hypercharge is even more special. Obviously, there's stereotypical brawlers like Melody, Angelo that you don't want to see, but I do notice that our Devilish Rockstar is not in that ban stage.
And Melody gets snapped up straight away. Pretty, strong position to be in here to be able to get that early Melody. There are ways, obviously, to shut her down. We've seen teams attempt to use things like Gale and stuff for that. Probably not amazing. Jackie gets picked up here. Counter Crush going to be important. Melody does need to close the gap to get those damage spikes. And obviously, this is a patchy favorite.
LG love themselves some Jackie. It's a lot of fun to watch, too. Just the hyper aggression that you get out of it. They're going to pair it with Nita as well, which would have been one of the best counter opportunities into somebody like Jackie. Spawners typically do great into tanks. Somebody like Jackie, it's going to take several shots to try and deal with somebody like Bruce the Bear, who bolsters about 10,000 HP once you get him up. But I will say, the ultimate goalkeeper and a great tank counter is going to be Gale. I think this is going to be a tough matchup, at least in a one-on-one scenario for somebody like Jackie. And Gale can keep up with the range of Nita. Getting those supers just got a little bit harder for Luminosity.
Oh, the thrower in the mix as well. There's definitely a real question about how Luminosity put any pressure whatsoever on the Barley when they're being held at bay constantly by the Gale. He will hit you hard and knock you back, and they're still going to go for the mortars regardless. How risky is this really?
Honestly, there's just so much HP on that Luminosity side, and they pick Barley in this 4-5 turn. Melody up in the faces of other people. You know, she's gonna have those musical notes, sure, but her regular shot only does about 900 something damage, I believe, right? I mean, they could get overwhelmed pretty quickly. Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of this. I mean, Luminosity, to play their cards right, I think it just steamrolled this.
I mean, last time we saw them play Brawl Ball, we did because the map was over before we even got into spectate. So worth bearing that in mind. Gino says, I'll take the 1-for-1, but Luffy is looking scary. In fact, really, though, doesn't look to hang around. Maybe fear of the Jackie. I understand that. He's going to have to face his demons one way or another, though. And here is the Nita. Charles getting outranged a little bit by Luffy, even if it's only small amounts of damage. Oh, Gino! No! That's illegal! Bro!
They just don't care, Uber. I'm telling you,
He's
it
1v3.
doesn't matter. It just walks it in. Even though Motomamis are winning this kill category, it doesn't matter. Positioning is all Luminosity. They're just cycling brawlers in and out, body after body. As long as they get that ball in the net, it doesn't matter. 1-0 lead for LG, and the first signs of life coming in for Motomamis as they pick up the ball.
All right, well, that's not supposed to happen. We're going to have to move on. No other choice. Chino goes on in. Luffy here. Another use of that shield gadget. He's running low on those. Maybe one left. Patchy with hypercharge up. It has to be defensive for the time being. Here it comes. Hardly bothers Luffy there. Going to give up his life for it. Chino now going to cross the ball the other side of the map. RBM task here. We're trying to move it up, but that's nicely done defensively. Charles, though, under too much pressure, and Motomamis can walk it in.
Fantastic response from them. Super available for Charles, though, in dealing with a big Bruce the Bear. Going to be troublesome for somebody like Zeus, who's going to have to time those shots, waste them on them. And then when you've got a big-bodied Patchy on the other end, you've got an aggressor in Mortis. You're going to have to use those shots very carefully. The stun not connecting there. Luffy taking off here. Rockstar connection, and now Chino and Patchy just going to have to back away. Defense a little bit tougher than them compared to the offensive side of things.
I don't think that was faux fur for the Nita this time around here. So less durability for Bruce. Fair enough, I guess. You value the stun, but kind of easy to pick off that Bear at longer ranges. Charles here gets the ball and a face full of damage for his trouble. Going to be knocked out of his grasp here because of that Gale super. Chino dodging away from this Barley damage sees Luffy, but that's not an easy prospect. Well, they steal a goal away, but I think LG are about to get pummeled here. Patchy under a lot of pressure. Brought down now as Chino uses that invulnerability frame to cross some of this damage, but Luffy does not care. The Melody is a little... she's a little busted. Oh my goodness, she's strong.
Overtime scenario is going to be a nightmare for the side of Luminosity, especially as that ball is pinned top left-hand side. They've got a takedown now, too, with 4 seconds to go before these walls come down. Chino needs to give his team some kind of advantage. Luffy creeping forward, a big playmaker capability, but ran out of supers, and it went right into Charles's hands. One away from that possibly being a goal.
Dangerous now for Zeus. Nothing to hide behind here. This is not where throwers normally want to be. Trying to keep Patchy at arm's length, but Chino.
Oh, no.
Blood in the water. Here we come. Chino looking to walk it in. It's easily done. Luminosity have to work for it. They take this first game in the set. A good showing on Brawl Ball. Not nearly as straightforward for them as last time we saw Mortis on a Brawl Ball map for them.
Looks like something may have gone funky there for RBM2. Just wasn't really moving, and Spawn had definitely respawned in time too. Hopefully all is good in terms of internet connection and everything for him. Hate to see things go down that way, but nonetheless well earned for Luminosity here as Patchy, Charles, Chino are going to respawn. We'll see if they swing for the fences once again or try and take a little more of a defensive stance. I think Motomami's much more prepared this time, but it won't matter. Chino is simply lethal.
Yeah, didn't have a chance though to part ways with the super. Sending the ball over to RBM, whose Gale Force takes Charles down to a desperate 200 points of health. Ball's going to be cornered for the time being, but Charles doesn't want this game to end up in a stalemate. Chino dives in, Luffy in trouble, but able to use a super to scoop up Charles. Chino, does he have the mobility? The answer is no. Melody taunts him from behind the boxes.
Melody, just the biggest playmaker you can possibly imagine. Every time you get one super, you're going to get 3 super shot attempts if you really want it. Luffy can travel down that map so quickly, and that's just something that's going to make Melody so special in a mode like Brawl Ball, where big plays are everything. Bruce the Bear once again going to terrorize the other end. The stun not going to do any good here, but they have to deliberate what to do with this ball. Chino hovering over it, now diving in.
Damage, oh my!
Second, take a third. Chino claims them all, and Luminosity will have a free score here in game number 2.
That is dirty stuff. Bruce the Bear, not really a big factor, but once Chino can dive in, and I'm pretty sure there was a healing tonic thrown to the ground there by Zeus. That wasn't nearly enough. Chino burst them down, hit that super onto 3 players. It's basically an unkillable Mortis. You're seeing the very best of what that brawler can offer in moments on this map. Here comes Luffy though, healthy as you like, and with a shield to boot, that is 2 at least of those charges having been used. And hey, nicely done by Patchy, keeping Charles alive. Here's the hypercharged Bruce coming in though. That is scary. 10k plus points of health charging at Motomami's, taking all the map control back for Luminosity. A desperate Gale Force to hold Chino away, but he won't be denied. Jumps in, finds Zeus. Patchy there, hypercharged super, catches RBM and Luffy up, but doesn't find elimination. Charles is very healthy though. Luminosity with all the momentum.
They can take their time a little bit here. Motomamis do not want to deal with the defensive end here. Chino once again off to the races. It's a 2v1. They narrowly survive, and Zeus will progress this ball forward as RBM gets a big pickup here. Breakaway down the mid, but 2 brawlers respawning now for Luminosity Gaming. With 15 to go, they need to find some big connections. A pushback there. Zeus trying to grab the ball, but a kick backwards in the time as Charles can put this in the corner. Luffy does have supers available. Now runs out of them though, and just not enough time on the clock. Luminosity will survive.
Look at that. Drink up, fellas. You are 1 step away from becoming our monthly champions. Luminosity looking to reach for the glory of yesteryear. They're very much still capable of grasping it for themselves. Resignation on the face there of Zeus. Motomami struggling again on Brawl Ball to deal with the Mortis. They had the tools. The Gale is there, the disengage potential. They have a strong thrower in the Barley, but as soon as you let Patchy in, as soon as you give him a sniff of the cheese, he will take the entire patisserie. Nicely done. And that is 2-0 now, heading into our 3rd set. A successful Brawl Ball outing once more for LG.
LG with a few big moments there too. We saw the Chino pop off plays, and there was a game scenario there where Jackie only had 7 HP remaining. If she had gone down, very possibly could have been a goal for Motomami's there in game number 2. It's those little things that add up. I love just the confidence and aggression from Luminosity. They end up picking Mortis and Jackie. That's not something you're gonna see all the time. They just all in it. In the face of something like a Gale, they just go for it. Even in overtime here, they get the pick necessary. Something funky had to have gone down there with RBM. I mean, he had a super available. I think he certainly at least would have made an effort there. But nonetheless, in this game number 2, once again, Luminosity sticking to their guns, same strategy, get a walk in here early and an in-game takeover as well. I'm really impressed with this squad. I mean, this might just be their month.
I mean, they're looking very, very good. This is a Motomami's FA that looked really dominant up until this point. But realistically, Luminosity have these years of experience, these veterans, this ex-Dog Walkers team at the start of last year have really come into their own, since the start of 2023, and they're showing no signs of slowing down. That is a disgusting scoreline for Luffy. That is just how good Melody is.
Melody is a top-tier brawler. 20 kills in a set is unbelievable. Keep in mind, that wasn't even a 3rd game set. That had 2 games. That is unreal. 501 DPS on top of that. She's such a strong brawler, but nonetheless, Patchy, Chino, and Charles prevail. A strong squad here trying to claim a monthly finals victory. They're one set away from doing so. If my math's correct, I think Motomamis are now sitting at 252 points, but if Luminosity Gaming win this, they came into the day with a lot already on their plate on the outside looking in, but I believe they'd be at 249 if they ended up winning this grand finals. They would be in that top two contention, assuming Kenny's math is right, which
yeah, it's good math.
Down on,
no, I mean,
100%.
Motomamis at 182 before this. They take 70 for a second place here, whereas Luminosity would take 100. So I think your math is good so far, providing that that's not counting like the 35 points already being allocated to them just by making it into the top 8. So depends on what leaderboard you're looking at, I guess. Either way, this would put Luminosity, back where they need to be, and all they'd have to do is kind of just hold serve. With Tribe Gaming having a very difficult month, they will be like 3rd, 4th, still very much in the picture. But your West Coast, who didn't really get off to a good start, your Pioneers, who didn't do too much, they're going to start to fall out of that bracket. All it takes is one stumble. That is just how competitive it is over in North America. I will say EMEA is possibly even more ridiculous in how close the teams are. There are like 4 teams within 29 points of each other. Yeah. Thankfully, that region gets 3 guaranteed world spots, right? Plus 3 LCQ ones. So 3 chances LCQ. So, yeah, I mean, that region kind of cracked. But America, looking very, very good as well. This NA region showing us the very best of, what a lot of these teams of old, like your Tribes, your Luminosity, your STMNs, your West Coast, who's been around for so long. And then, of course, these underdogs, Juan Carlos's team, who were an underdog until they absolutely weren't. Motomamis, another squad who has impressed us greatly and will very much be in contention here for the top spots in the region. There can only be 4, or rather 2 that go to Worlds, 2 that go to LCQ. But we've seen North American teams find great success at LCQ in the past. Remember, I think last time it was 4 teams took the golden ticket, so lots of opportunities to get out of there and get into Worlds. Time for Gem 4 once more. Gem Grab comes up. We've seen Surge hotly contested here. We saw that pick from Tribe, I think. It worked until it didn't, I suppose. Whereas the Sandy also really coveted by a lot of the teams who get that first pick.
Surge was definitely a standout, and I just think Sandy's pretty much a must ban here, right? I mean, we talked about it earlier when we got to watch this map, but I think the Sandstorm just perfectly covering that midsection, the invisibility it can bring to your team, and the visibility it adds to your opponents. A little bit of chip damage in there, and that hypercharge is so strong right now. It makes sense to me on Motomami's ban side, seeing Amber, Sandy, and Jesse, which makes me think Luminosity, of course, is going to have that first overall pick. And you know what? Getting Angelo as a consolation prize, really not that bad.
Yep, very safe mid here. A lot of durability. You can always sort of get out of trouble. You might even take the flight gadget here just for that extra degree of safety. But Motomamis get that Melody pick once more. It was 503 DPS and 20 eliminations for Zeus on that pick on the previous set, and it still wasn't enough. So very powerful, but you need more with her. Surge will be picked once more. One of our most picked brawlers of this month.
He's back once again. I mean, he's been impressive when he's shown up too in sneaky fields. He's a huge threat on this map. Earlier, I was really impressed when Tribe Gaming tried to pilot it. This is an interesting call on the other end, though. Colonel Ruff's somebody we haven't seen as much today, but I think an opportunity here with the take cover gadget maybe is some sandbags into Melody and Surge if they elect to do so. Powering up allies as well for extra damage and HP. Somebody like Buster could certainly benefit from that. I think we get a little bit of everything from this Luminosity composition. Now Motomamis are going to have a tough decision here as they make their final selection.
Interesting. Some incentive to play a little closer together, at least in terms of Buster getting that montage online. Again, an ability that directly answers the threat of Surge and Melody until, of course, the latter closes the gap. In which case, though, you have access to slow-mo replay to yank someone out of position and guarantee yourself a pick. So this feels like a pretty strong composition from Luminosity, but one that's quite safe. Whereas Motomamis want to be the aggressors here. I think they've established that through even just these 2 picks, well and truly.
It's going to come down to this final one here. It's going to be Buzz.
Wow, right. They are the aggressors. Holy they are looking to dive.
I love a little aggression, though. I mean, I'm not against this in terms of fun factor for sure. I think Buzz can kind of work here, though, to be honest with you. Up in the face of somebody like Colonel Ruff's advantage Buzz. Up in the faces of somebody like Buster. I like that matchup for Buzz, too.
It's RPM on Buzz, man.
Yeah.
This is frightening.
It's some scary proposition for sure. But it could be Luminosity's last set. One more, and it could be grand finalists. But I know Motomamis are not going to go down without swinging.
Man, this map plays so well to RBM's sort of supercharge radius. My goodness, he's just chilling. Yeah, he has that one up already. No need to make use of a gadget there. Into the back. Here goes Melody. Already, the hatch is getting battened here. Charles under pressure. The sandbags covering a bit of that damage. And a 2v1 scenario for Luminosity. They win that out, and Zeus is trundling home with his metaphorical tail between his legs.
Strong start for Luminosity here. Already up 6-0 as RBM creeps along this right-hand side. They're going to drop some sandbags as cover, but it won't matter. The connection going through. Immediately eliminated, though, as Patchy throws up the shield. Luffy trying to make some more pop-outs with this brawler. Gets the first takedown, doesn't find the second, though. And it's just a Power 1 Zeus in the mid. A Power 1 Surge is not a good brawler, Uber. Zeus has got to find some shots here.
Yeah, at some point, Zeus needs to be able to do something. I think quoted it as Reddy called it the worst brawler in the game at level 1. So you probably want something a little more powerful to be your mid-chin. What the heck was that from Chino? Okay, just walked up, wasn't ready for the bus to come in. This is dangerous. This is a disaster for Luminosity. RBM runs roughshod over them. And Motomami's walk away with 12 gems.
Well, good thing he's at tier 2 now. I mean, could have been really bad for him otherwise. RBM, though, can afford to play some defense here. They don't have to worry about the gems on his head. It's simply Luffy and Zeus they have to worry about. Chino trying to get closer. Zeus with a takedown, and Chino can only target one at a time. Not going to be enough here. What a big theft and a tough freeze cam for my
boy. That's
you can tell he's pretty excited.
Again, yeah, kind of pogging, I think he was.
Yep.
There was a big misstep there. I'm not sure what happened. Angelo just walked up in the mid very aggressively and then just got dove on. Yeah, uncharacteristic for Luminosity to make a misstep like that, but they had a good start. See if they can maintain dominance throughout the course of the round.
It was a strong showing, to say the least. I mean, maybe a little mistake or two there for sure, but Luminosity don't make those often. I'm sure they won't repeat the same things. The biggest thing last time was it took Zeus a really long time to match the range of somebody like Chino and get that super, and now they've already gotten it early on. They're going to converge on this point, but Patchy pops off. It's just Luffy standing, and Chino not afraid of this, going to dive in knowing he has a way out.
Yeah, that was nice from Chino. Some calculated aggression there to secure the gem. Chino now going to top himself up. RBM, yeah, going to beat Buster basically 10 out of 10 times. He needs the damage of Chino there, who's now retreated to the very rear of the map. Luffy can get out with all these gems. Love that slow-mo replay, and still he gets out. Oh, yes, thumbs up. Melody, extremely balanced and fair, is able to get out with 4 gems.
Oh, man. I mean, the fact that Angelo and Melody are both being played in this set is pretty wild to me, to be honest with you. That's a huge takedown, though, as Luffy is now going to have to go for these with low HP. Alexa just play it safe, doesn't go for this final one. Good thing he didn't get going.
Watch out!
RBM looks to dive in. Tough matchup. Patchy survives, though. Zeus now back in the mid here, too, as they continue this strong lead and pick up their 9th gem.
LG behind by a landslide here. Motomami's 1 gem away from getting it done. RBM charging on in. Patchy comes out on top. They're going to be pressured down by Luffy. That's the trade secured. Now 10 gems for Motomami's. And Luffy, he's under 0 pressure whatsoever. This is going to be a little bit of an anticlimactic finish at this rate. Luffy does take an Angelo hit, but is hiding a long way away as RBM runs interference. Can you get rid of this Melody? Absolutely bloody not. Outdrafted entirely. As Motomami's FA stay alive in this series. A very convincing showing on Gem Grab. I think that is very safe to say.
Fantastic response from them, too. I mean, things were looking bleak in that game number 1 as well. Luminosity just make one little mistake there. I think you pointed it out, and I'm sure we'll see it in replays, but Angelo kind of just approaching in a really aggressive stance. I guess didn't know that Buzz was there, and it goes down, and as a result, Melody's able to pop off. They get some highway robbery going with all those gems. Really impressive stuff from Motomami's here, especially in a moment that is make or break. They're literally going home if they lose that set, and instead they prevail, get a nice win, and now they're dragging us to a set number 4.
I mean, both these teams are going home at the end of this one. It really depends on how much coinage is in your pockets. I think that's what these guys are thinking about, plus those circuit points. Buzz, very powerful brawler. Generally wins those 1v1s against Buster, right? Unless there's some help elsewhere. And RBM, incredible tank player in general. Once again, I thought we saw Luffy have a great performance. Just be a little stronger by the numbers than a lot of these opponents, right? Can really bully Colonel Ruffs, for example, who's more supportive in nature. Zeus as well eventually started to get cracking there right at the end of the round. He finally gets to level 4, is able to do something, but Surge pays off in the end there. And yeah, LG like, oh, we shouldn't be losing those guys. Like we need to tighten things up a little bit. That one probably could have stayed in the drafts, if you know what I mean.
Tough to say. Yeah, I think Surge is somebody that, again, gets a victory. It didn't start strong, but I'm really impressed with Surge in general. I think it's a brawler that I'm certainly underestimating. It's somebody even in scrims that I really haven't seen too frequently. I mean, you'll see some bans here and there on things like Sneaky Fields, but it's clear that Surge is more than just a one-trick pony. I mean, he's shown up on several maps here.
Yep, absolutely. Very powerful, and again, like there's, you know, a lot of options. I remember when they changed his gadget. He used to have like the blink gadget, which was pretty wild. Now, of course, the shield gadget that returns ammunition, it can be quite powerful if you're able to make use of it properly. In general, he does get stronger over a longer game, which is something that you definitely covet over Gem Grab. Canal Grande is the side of our next battle. Of course, Bounty, a map characterized by a big old river running straight up the middle. Throwers very powerful here. Eve also, you know, coveted. I think Angelo will be for the same reason.
This one's always a tricky map to play. Looking for brawlers like Gene to be a major threat here. Got a hypercharge. Those pulls can be massive shifts in play. And also just the poke damage you can get in the scouting you can do into the grass is very valuable. We see a couple throwers being banned on that right-hand end, which makes me think that Luminosity will end up having this first selection. And it's RT that they're going to go with. No Tick, no Barley, no Larry. Clearly they have something in mind on the Luminosity side.
Yeah, look, I mean, you basically have to ban the Angelo and Eve here. Get them out of the way early. They're just far too flexible on a map like this. The river is really designed here to force you to play a certain way, and they ignore that. So Motor Armies might have themselves like a Max Gene here, if they should want it. Instead, they're going to have the Kyle. Still offers them that level of all-in potential. They feel like they don't need the Max here. RT, obviously, someone you don't always want to be diving. So Zeus will have to be on the lookout for that.
And Sandy going to be available. I think it would be more likely that the left-hand side takes it just because Gene can kind of do that poke damage, see through the invisibility. And our man is back in action. Coming into the monthly finals for NA specifically, Surgeon only been played 6 times. We might be matching that just in this region alone.
Oh, how is she available still? What on earth? Melody here, this time going over to Luminosity. She has just been very oppressive. Each time Motor Armies have been able to secure her through the drafts. You see Luminosity ban out all throwers, so yes, that one has been allowed through. Now we think about how to round out this composition, right? You have, you know, good poke. The vision gear on Gene obviously is really annoying if you're like someone who's trying to close the gap a little bit or make use of the bushes. Basically, Luffy makes that, or Gene rather, makes that impossible in that particular configuration. Who will it be to round things out? See, Max is available. You do have, you do have some throwers that you can still go for. Sprout, God forbid, is still available. Can go that way. We've seen teams try and play Jackie, other tanks. Charlie, makes sense. Very powerful brawler right now and pretty darn good in Bounty.
Can't go wrong with the Charlie. You also get those spiders that can be spawners and play into something like Surge or Melody. RT, a single shot brawler too. I was thinking maybe a possibility of somebody like Eve here. I know Surge can kind of get up in her face at times if they play it right, but that's out of the question. So I think it's a toughie there with the last selections, and that's ultimately what they go with. And when in doubt, just pick a good brawler.
All right, here comes Spiderlings. Again, a lot of single shot brawlers on Luminosity's side of things. All of them, in fact. Backing away is Charles, able to avoid the flying hook. Meanwhile, RBM blown up. Patchy able to use that super to win at close range. Now Luminosity have strong positioning. Patchy is still split from his legs, so Charles definitely has to defend that to some degree. Patchy's like, thanks, bro. Pretty scary, obviously, to have RT be able to operate on this particular axis of modality, but eventually has to return to his feet. Spiderlings again, they're a real nuisance.
Motomame's 4-star lead here. Charles can get into action at any moment, though. That's super,
he's level 4?
So threatening, and Chino already there. I think it was, yes, it's power 3. I believe it was alongside that gadget they was able to get the extra bonus there.
I
now
see,
that he's
for a
at
time.
that stage, he's going to be pretty threatening here, too. I think the ability to leap across the pond as well is a nice little surprise attack that they could save in their back pockets, too.
And Chino getting some early level 3, and getting it for reals. RBM have to respect this. Charles goes in, only one music note for the time being. Luffy rejoins the rest of his team. They're all grouped up here. Magic Puffs makes it so hard to do any of that damage, and Chino got caught unawares here. Charles has no choice but to fully commit, and Spiderlings will eventually tear him down. Motor Armies have a 6-gem lead right now. As Patchy and Chino have to pick up the pieces.
Back down to tier 2 there for Surge. Patchy, low HP, gonna have to retreat for now as Melody tries to charge those musical notes back up. Luffy throwing...
Oh, buddy.
It's another strong connection. These guys aren't missing right now. RBM and Zeus with 4 apiece on their noggins, and with 15 to go, LG have to respond.
Yeah, we are running out of time, though. I mean, Luminosity need to get rid of Zeus and RBM. Just Luffy, not enough. Here we go. In goes Charles. No gadget use there, maybe not available. Charles is going to throw himself in there, and my goodness, that was a rough one there for Luminosity. And slowly but steadily, Motomamis are putting together this comeback. One game at a time.
These fellas are locked in right now. An opportunity to extend our match another one. LG got to tighten up. We saw it in set number 3. The cracks started to show some great gameplay once again. Heck, I think an opportunity maybe even to close out. Another unfortunate, I think, start here, though. Looks like RBM might be having some more connection issues, which we saw a little bit earlier. But nonetheless, in a 2v3 situation, Motomamis are going to start with the lead.
Not too shabby. Blue Star and the lead. Charles and Patchy trying to put it together. How do we approach here without taking too much poke, without charging up a magic hand, without giving Charlie an easy opportunity to throw spiderlings at us? Chino here, slow, doesn't hit very hard in this form. Gadgeting up to level 2 to try and be able to pose some level of threat. But these magic puffs giving Motomamis every reason to stick together. And why wouldn't you?
Ooh,
great pick.
Finally, they get the takedown. Nice shot there from Patchy. Good connection on the Gene to make things 3-3, but that blue star still the most valuable one out there as Chino forced to fall back again. Luffy maybe getting a little greedy there. I think saw an opportunity, but Charles closed out immediately, seeing the threat on the other end. The pull missed as well. Chino narrowly surviving, gets behind that wall in the nick of time. He's been through the ringer here in the past 10 seconds.
Yeah, again, still only at level 2, but it would have been even worse had he been sent back to spawn. Patchy has a good angle here. He actually has for much of this round. Motomamis now at full health are ready to retake that space they gave up because they came out second best in that engagement and lost a player. 37 seconds left in the round. Super's up for all of Luminosity.
Positioning entirely in Luminosity's favor as well. Zeus no super, Luffy no super. RBM does have a Cocoon, so if Charles gets aggressive, Chino decides to dive in, or the stamping feet of Patchy go in, they will have an opportunity to stop it, and Charles has a super available, can dash in whenever he wants.
Charles thinking about it, feigning that he would go aggressive. Time's running out though, and Motomamis have the blue star. They have the lead as a result. Here are the spiderlings to slow Chino down, but Zeus has fallen and Luffy's got no choice but to fully commit. Patchy though is able to pop the super. Nothing Motomamis can do about this. Not a damn thing. Luminosity even up the set, and they still have that championship for this month up for grabs.
This is it. Luminosity Gaming one away from closing out. Motomamis have to give it everything they've got right now. It was a brutal start for them. A little bit of a misstep there. RBM couldn't quite join in the fight early on, but they've still been playing great nonetheless. Even had a lead there, so hard to make too many excuses. 1-0 here as Motomamis grab that blue star. That's something that Carl always brings to the table.
Good early damage here for Motomamis. It's where they're strongest by comparison. If you account for the surge growing more and more frightening as the round continues. Chino there gadgeting just for extra damage. None of them really sticking as Motomamis get that blue star and now have control of the center of the map. Great pressure on Patchy and Chino. They're going to go for it. Why not? You see the stars are up for grabs. And they snap up Patchy. Chino not going to fare much better. Level 1 and struggling. We can all relate at times, I'm sure. It's just Charles now on the field as RT returns.
Masterful performance there from Motomamis. Playing it as a unit, smelling blood in the water, and they attack. Luffy dives in. RBM didn't even give up a super in Chino to grab those kills and tags alongside it. Chino's still a sitting duck. A power 1 surge is not something they want. They make a massive pull as well. Chino forced to power himself up. Charles diving in. They're all grouped up together. Goes for the shield. It's not enough though. A cocoon halt surge as well. It's a massacre here as Luffy grabs another one. Zeus trying to escape. It barely does his
come on.
Why not? One more to score. 13-0. Motomamis cleaning house.
Chino here sees an absolute desolate wasteland as far as the Luminosity camp is concerned. And you can't even get a team wipe to get back in this game. It is virtually over. RBM steps up, demonstrating, of course, that hypercharge is available. Chino is mincemeat there as Luffy spins up on him. Magic puffs now for Zeus, going to go to work, make sure Luffy is ready for another engagement. But this is really all done but the crying. Luminosity just trying to make it look a little bit competitive, but now Motomamis are threatening that reverse sweep. They have pushed Luminosity to their very limits, just as LG looked like they were set to take away the series. We're going to go to 5.
Unbelievable Uber. Despite RBM even not starting game number 2, somehow this team has clawed their way back. It's wild. This has been such a dramatic day for North America. After round 1, we had 4 straight donuts, 3 zeros across the board. No more of that. It's all set 5s from here, and we've got one more in our grand finals.
Just look down at the set graphic there as well. I mean, it was one-sided for Luminosity to start this series. We really thought they were going to dominate. Another strong Brawl Ball performance behind the Mortis pick made us think, okay, this one might be cut and dry. This one might be done in a couple of moments here. But they get Gene, Charlie, and Carl. What a powerful setup. Yeah, Melody is good with a strong team comp around it, but again, you always feel like there's a bit of greed involved picking up that surge, and it did not pan out. It did not end up being nearly as effective as Luminosity needed surge to be.
Too many moments where it was just power 1, power 2, just didn't get the pop-off that they were looking for. Look at Motomami's just playing this as a unit. This game number 3, they just come to life with pure perfection. Zeus barely surviving that 60 HP, and just for an added bonus, a little extra demoralization there of Luminosity gets a nasty pull. 200s across the board in DPS, and of course,
I'm sorry, like... It's the surge kills for me that really kind of does it, right? It's so feast or famine. And Luminosity were really hoping to take some momentum, into that pick. Having that alongside Melody, really powerful. But honestly, these guys just got poked down time and time again. Zeus with consistent damage. Luffy able to safely throw out those shots and then get back behind a wall. And even the Charlie, who just is pretty ferocious when you get up close and personal. It's a comp that folds to Spiderlings. Like, it's so hard to deal with them. You give up so much map control because you are all single-shot brawlers that can't cleave through them whatsoever. A couple little things there for Motomami's, but in general, just a very solid draft.
Great drafting, great performances. Motomami is showing why they deserve to be here. And I'll remind everybody again, this team, and of course RBM joining this month with them as well, is a team that was right there in NA East all year long. Quite literally came down to a final month. They clutched up in that 5th of 6th months to put themselves in arm's reach of getting an LCQ or world spot, and they just fell short. There's some great teams in North America, and this shows why. As good as Luminosity were, 1 game away from defeating the would-be world champions last year, or being challenged by a team like Motomami's. It's unbelievable. This region is special, and this is why we tune in every single month. Somebody is going to be a very worthwhile champion today.
Turned out to be a pretty long day at the office for these teams. Luminosity thought they'd be done, they'd be punched out, and they'd have some time to celebrate, but no, they are being dragged through it. And Dueling Beetles will be the scene of our final battle. Our 3rd consecutive series here, I think, on this show to go all the way to 5. And if that doesn't showcase just how deep the talent is in North America, then I don't know what does. Motomami's FA, brilliant showing so far. Showing us as well that, like, with a slight team change for them, coming into this tournament, they really haven't missed a beat. They've been able to go from strength to strength. That addition of RBM seems to have kept them at least at the same strength as before, if not allowed them to level up to now put teams like LG under the gun.
This is the kind of region where we could have 5 different monthly finals winners, Uber. The talent just endless here. There's going to be a lot of pressure on this final draft here, too. We've seen Luminosity with some flawless drafts here today, but Motomami's are certainly challenging them here. This is a map that if you mess up the draft as well, it's punishing. It is a brutal map if you get stuffed in the back of their spawn. The comeback opportunity here is very difficult. That's why the pros make it look so much easier than it actually is. Throwers can be available, and of course, this is going to be Dueling Beetles on Hot Zone. No Pam, no Angelo, and Griff, a little bit of a surprise ban there. On the other end, it's going to be Amber, selected 1st overall. Just such a powerful brawler, so we're going to see her here again.
They might want throwers. If they want to ban that sort of, I guess, the easy wall break that sometimes gets, afforded you as Griff. Also, you have just filthy damage, like, from a pretty safe range. Pick a card also, not really something or run a cashback rather, not really something you want to run into. So that's a good look here. The Melody on this map, we've seen her be very good. The fact that the music notes can affect you from behind walls is terrifying. And the Sandy, oh buddy, this draft is very good. I think the Amber's a great start for Motomami's though, so don't count them out here. I think they are definitely able to put together something very strong with the brawlers that are available. The RT here, pretty darn good at throwing down in a pinch on the point with that super.
I like Amber into the Sandy Sandstorm, the range they can have against Sandy in particular too, so I really don't mind this. This is the two most popular brawlers on the other end that we've seen all week.
Get him off my screen. Get him off my screen.
North America loves this guy. Just across the weekend, 6 times coming into this. He's got to be played at least 6 times today. I mean, I'm just going off pure gut, but we have called this man's name so many times, and on the other end, they're going to be going with the thrower Barley, who's going to be able to sit behind those indestructible walls, lob up some shots, and certainly give brawlers like Amber and RT some trouble.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Of course, now with those indestructible walls introduced to Dueling Beetles, you can't just wall break and then open the entire thing up. Charles will always have a place to play from, and the point is conveniently sized for a last call. Just quietly, that covers it and some. So, yeah, Barley definitely a problem if there's nothing to really threaten him down. In we go. Dueling Beetles, folks, the final set in our final game of the tournament. It's all up for grabs here. Luminosity and Motomami's FA fighting for the May Championship.
We've seen Surge pop off. We've seen him fall flat. This is a final set, and putting your faith in a brawler with that boom bust potential takes some bold strategy here. Working out so far, but he's still at tier 1. RBM with a connection and will take down Chino. So for now, it's going to be the blue roster powered up. Luffy just trying to make some kind of connection here. A power 1 Surge, like Reddy mentioned earlier, is arguably one of the worst brawlers in the game, if not the worst.
Oh, Chino, okay, trades it. Okay, gets a pretty low value target in the Surge. And doesn't really give Luminosity the ability to touch the point here. Patchy has to use a gadget, and RBM shuts him down anyway. My goodness, the Dancing Flames, that's scary. RBM, to some degree, will be forced out of this because the Sands are rude and are doing tick damage over time. This will give Luminosity now a staging ground. They can play forward. RBM, though, immediately returns. This time, though, he gets caught by Charles. Luffy now pops that super up to level 4 for a time, but Patchy's able to win it out, and Charles steps up to start that cap. Luminosity, edge into the lead.
Perfect opportunity for Luminosity to run away with it. They had Patchy hovering with those musical notes against the wall. Charles can get up against this L-shaped wall on the right. Luffy can't dive in alone. Zeus can stamp the feet down if he really wants to, but it's going to be difficult. Patchy diving in. What's one more? A beautiful connection from Luffy, though. They got to find at least one more takedowns, though. Not sure what Zeus was looking for there. Maybe just to get aggressive, but he's kind of just a sitting duck now. He's going to be out in the open, and Chino and Charles can just kind of play from a distance.
Yeah, you got to be careful of throwers taking out your legs there, but I see the idea. Zeus wants to get up close, and RBM is starting to struggle here. Another Root Sands popped. Charles now with that last call to basically make it impossible for RT to play the game. Yeah, Zeus gets ripped one. Patchy with those fairly weak primary fire shots coming in. RBM, Dancing Flames almost give him the win there. Kind of emulates Patchy's sort of orbiting music notes, but Luminosity had taken the first game here in the last set. A little bit of a slow start for them, but eventually the Barley really starts to do more than just tickle, and the Melody got right where she had to be.
Another opportunity for Luminosity to close out here. That was a much more convincing game than some of these more recent ones from them. I would say borderline just in the driver's seat for most of it. I think early on, we saw some back and forth. So once they established that control, Melody was able to let loose. Barley was able to get much better positioning. Chino up in their faces. Those peak shots that Sandy can get is one of the reasons she's so difficult to play into. And with no wall break available, and if Luffy doesn't really have a super to get over those walls, get up in their faces, there's not a lot they can do. So once Luminosity has control, it's really hard for Motomamis to make a comeback.
That's the start, and eventually it gets the elimination. It costs more than Luminosity would have liked to have spent, though. Charles backs up. A little bit of a healing tonic now for himself and Patchy, who's taking mark after mark from Zeus. Going to be out range. There's no real lane assignment that Melody shines in here unless she can close the gap properly. RBM wants to wrap around. Oh, that Barley damage not enough to dissuade him either. Patchy, though, sneaky little peek shot, takes the Amber down. But Motomami's are well and truly ahead here. Patchy thinks twice about entering the Sandstorm, and they've got to get some of this capture percentage. And here they go. They're taking resonance now. And here comes Sandy, looking terrifying. An easy pick off, but Chino's going to have to do some fancy footwork to avoid Zeus.
And he does. The Herbal Tonic going to keep him well alive, too. This is where things got tricky for Motomamis last time. With no super for Luffy, all the walls in the world for Charles and Patchy to hide behind. Herbal Tonic supers. What more can you ask for? Another pickup there as well. Luminosity Gaming, flawless so far. RBM needs the big pickup. Finds one, gets a second, burns Charles, and at least brings him down a little bit. Some semblance of hope now for Motomamis.
That was big. RBM there with a 1 versus 2, threatening even more than that. Now they've regained that map control. Luminosity need to get it pretty quickly. And that's the last healing tonic charge available to Charles, unless there's a gear for that. I don't think so, though. RBM going to force back here. Chino has to respect it. Trying to encroach, but just taking far too much damage. And now Motomamis have got themselves into the lead. This is going wrong awfully quickly for Luminosity.
Patchy's gonna have to do something special with one of the best brawlers in the game, if not the best one right now. Chino with no super available. Finally charged.
3 notes.
620 will be forced away. Patchy tries to dive in. Shut down by Zeus, though. 80% in climbing. Motomamis could tie things up here if they play their cards right.
80%. They've had to move off the point, but Chino's so low. Yep, eventually going to walk back into the amber. She is so powerful right now. Patchy is going to get burned to a crisp if he hangs around too long. Maybe prematurely pops that shield gadget. I think at this point, Luminosity are going to be caught on the outside looking in. No chance to win this one now as Chino forced away. Motomami still stacking up that capture percentage, and yep, they're going to give it up. Luminosity realize there's no chance of coming back in. May as well reset for one more game.
We always say we save the best for last, Uber, and we sure meant it this month. 3 straight matches that have been unbelievable, each more dramatic than the last. And now, with all of the money, all of the points on the line, and what will be past the halfway mark after this monthly finals, each of these teams need this one badly. It's all going to come down to one game. Let's see what Motomamis and Luminosity can do in game number 3.
Luminosity need to conserve those your healing tonic charges. They also need to get some map control without being absolutely rinsed by RBM, who's been their biggest problem, I think, over the course of this map so far. But if you're finally forced away, Chino gets a little bit of time on the point here, but both teams are testing the waters now in the most important round. Patchy, that's a gadget used, is going to go in anyway. The music notes do come hitting, but the Dancing Flames do a good job of replicating that. RBM low, Chino gets taken down by Zeus. But still, it's capture percentage now, and they're going to get Patchy topped back up, who I think he just used a single note gadget there, so he only has 1 charge left.
He dropped that gadget so he'd survive the flames. I think actually a big play there to try and keep him up. Zeus trying to shut them down, though. Oh, 1 tag and does narrowly survive for now. They're not focusing on this right-hand end. It slowly healed back up, and Zeus on the left-hand end has 2. Motomamis may be able to claim this.
RBM there picks up Chino, who was trying to go for Zeus's legs, if I'm not mistaken. Now Motomami's able to catch up. How many of these gadget charges do you have left? Have you burned through them all, Luminosity? Patchy mark, Chino down. Surge starting to become a bit of an issue. Patchy has to go in for RBM. Again, at best, it's a trade. That is how good Amber is right now, and that's how good RBM is making sure that flamethrower is trained on the mark.
Whole world watching right now is Luffy. Narrowly escapes. A tier 4 surge, and Zeus once again rushing to the mid. It's 3 red brawlers standing tall. Zeus from long distance makes the connection there. Chino ready to stuff him in this corner, though. Patchy dancing in circles, ready to tie things up here. Grabs 1, trying to grab RBM as well. The flamethrower going down, a double kill.
Here we go.
Charles, 1v1 for the mid right now.
He can't stay. Luffy's going to start to pressure him off the point, and in fact, he has to give up his life. The last call maybe buys a little bit more time, but Luminosity still have to manufacture a way back in. Maybe it's a hypercharge here for Chino. Maybe it's another big play from Patchy. Whatever it is, it's going to have to be now. Chino steps up, just fancy on, I guess, the stat boost from the hypercharge, but he gets blown up instantly. Motomamis have a bit of a lead here. Patchy gets taken down, and I have a feeling this one is not going to go the way LG wanted to. Charles steps up here. Zeus now splits from his legs, trying to jump through the root sands, goes a little bit low and is constantly revealed. But Motomamis have done it. They are your monthly champions. What a comeback in this series. Couch be damned, Charlie Murphy. They have done it. And that elation is palpable. What a showing.
Just wild. I mean, it's hard to put into words. A reverse sweep in the grand finals. Hopes and dreams shattered right there. Luminosity knew they were so close to grabbing their first grand finals victory of the year. They came so close in month number 1. They missed month number 2, unfortunate stuff. And then this one right here, they go working so hard. They go down to the wire against S-Team and take a 2-0 lead. And what do you know it? RBM and his new squad get the job done. Unbelievable stuff here to end off our May monthly finals.
I've got to see this Amber DPS. It's got to be something absolutely disgusting. That was beautiful. And look, the Surge is able to be a real role player here. I don't think that Luffy ran away with the game. I also think that Patchy is not able to snowball on this Melody pick either. Really leaning very heavy on the gadget. And at times, I mean, this is nice from Luffy being able to start that fight off, but ends up going 0 for 1. This is where Luminosity started to get back in. It really felt like it's so heavily hinged on Sandy's super Luminosity being able to take this point, to take these rounds.
And the guy I have to call out here, Luffy on the Surge. We've seen Surge pop up. We've seen him crumble. And just seeing the recent, even a set ago, some of the failures that Surges have had. to pick this in the grand finals, set 5, on a map that I haven't seen him practice much on in any region, and to put up 340 DPS and 7 kills. I mean, it doesn't look great into the 18 kills of RBM,
wow.
But nonetheless, unbelievable call there, great performance, and goodness gracious, RBM found a home.
Sheesh, that is, yes, filthy stuff there. Pretty absurd amount of DPS in general, but the Amber is taking away the game. And again, in some of these longer lanes where you don't have the ability to juke side to side, it could be a problem. Luffy going to be your MVP here for Motomami's, excuse me, FA. In fact, I have to say, someone pick these guys up, so I don't have to say this anymore, for the love of God. But again, great showing from them. Luffy well deserved. I think he was on the surge there, so, you know, it's a controversial pick, but it's one that looked really, really good for them here. What a story it has been over the course of this month. Absolutely astonishing stuff. We're going to bring Ready Set back in. See, you know, the real sad part about this is that you couldn't pull LG, who were literally playing in your bedroom, out into your living room to interview them. Yeah, that's a shame.
Yeah, locked in my bedroom for the entire day. I'm sure they're really trying to get some sunlight right now, so no interview for them.
They can use the bathroom now, which I'm sure they're really excited about, because you didn't even let them leave the room. It was like bare rations, slide some crackers under the door and be like, Daddy needs some new shoes, you know? I respect it. Really trying to whip these guys into shape.
Cobblestone floor, like shackles on the wall. It's not a nice place to be locked for several hours.
That sounds awful. Like, never mind. No, right, Motomami's here all the way through. First of all, it's winning against Pioneers, which is surprising enough in and of itself, because that is last month's champions, and it's not even close. It is a 3-0 shellacking. Then, of course, into the semi-finals, a very close game, and here are your circuit points. Now, guys, take this in for a moment, because the next couple of months are going to be absolutely hog wild.
I mean, this is going to have to become a full-time job for Brawl, right? We're putting in overtime. All these teams are going to need 12 hours a day at this rate.
Oh, I'm going to need a pay raise if that's going to happen, just quietly. You know, let's not be flippant. I'm not offering anything for free, all right? Come on.
I mean, these guys are going to have to put in some serious work. Look how competitive
these guys? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
Uber.
Hey, it is a full-time job. It is a full-time job already. Wow.
It's already. I'm just saying they might have to put in some overtime.
It depends who you ask, my friend. Here are our predictions. I'll tell you what, definitely not about us when it comes to these. Holy. We struggle a little bit here. I think we started off thinking the Pioneers would, really, again, run that sort of great showing last month back. Some other highlights are Ready Set, believing, of course, in what Tribe can do. Maybe us, thinking that STMN could take down LG, which was, in fairness, absolute banger game. Both semis and the grand final were extremely hotly contested in ways that we would never have imagined. Then to the grand final, we all thought, okay, Luminosity, they're such a stable team, they're looking very, very good. But this remaining 7 core plus RBM, he's taken them to another level. This team now looks legitimately terrifying. And there's only, we have 2 more monthly finals, so we have 2 more opportunities to gain circuit points. And if you are STMN, for example, I think you're behind by about 80 points. At best, you can get sort of 200 there if you want to get in the top 2. It's a little scary. I don't know if they're over the moon about it. Let's talk about our play of the day, though, and I'm going to get you guys to react to it. Kenny, what have we got here?
I mean, you all were on the mic for this one, but I was on the sidelines just taking it all in. Look at this. It looked like a clear STMN victory, right? No. Charles with a brutal super there and a tough beat. It's those little moments like that change the entire match. There were so many random rounds like that where it came down to the wire, and that time, Ready, it just happened to be Luminosity who somehow make this miraculous play.
Gosh, there were so many good Barley moments from Charles today. And in the end, honestly, I mean, Luminosity, I think they still stole my attention. They certainly stole my heart, but they haven't given it back. No, it was in fact stolen from them by Motomamis in the grand finals.
I mean, I'm blown away here from what we're seeing in North America. It continuing to show us just how deep the region is. We've got so many teams from, like, the northern part of sort of South America, Latin America, whatever you want to call it, LATAM North, if you prefer, and, of course, America proper plus Canada. So we're seeing a region really showcasing its best here. The question will be, though, who can peak at the right time? There's only 2 spots available for the World Finals here in North America. So great having you with us so far. Set your reminders for June the 29th, 3 p.m. It's going to be the APAC monthly finals. They're probably going to drag us back into the booth there at about 3 a.m. So we're going to have an absolute whale of a time. Not something that you want to miss. That APAC region's also been very exciting. It's been great to be here with you guys. Of course, my name's Uber. Of course, here with Kenny and Ready Set. We'll see you next time. In the meantime, though, keep rolling. We'll see you soon. his way through a sandstorm. And as Livy has no choice but to dive in head first, Cowabunga, he says, and drops every last one of Tribe's gems. STMN are advancing to the semis, knocking out old rivals Tribe. This team are hungry for glory. That's the next level.
Only moments away from getting a good old-fashioned super. Here it is. Some value as well on Apache. The jump forward, big kill. Needs to get another super if he wants to get out of here. Sans the savior with a kill, but nothing on a Charles as Luminosity run it back.
I thought it was over. No siree.
Still having the montage in play. Sans is low, but Laurie's going to work in the backline. Bobby, 200 HP, and Zah now at a 1v2. And oh man, heartbreak. It is heartbreak for STMN. It was not to be today. This one is not going to go the way LG wanted to. Charles steps up here. Zeus now splits from his legs, trying to jump through the roof. Sans goes a little bit low and is constantly revealed. But a moment, Mommies have done it. They are your monthly champions.